Chapter 1 of Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Gold by Stewart Edward White. Part 1, Panama. Chapter 1, Oh, Susannah. Somewhere in this book I must write a paragraph exclusively about myself. The fact that in the outcome of all these stirring events I have ended as a mere bookkeeper is perhaps a good reason why one paragraph will be enough. In my youth I had dreams aplenty, but the event and the peculiar twist of my own temperament prevented their fulfillment. Perhaps in a more squeamish age, and yet that is not fair, either, to the men whose destinies I am trying to record. Suffice it, then, that of these men I have been the friend and companion. Of these occasions I have been a part, and that the very lacks and reservations of my own character that have kept me to the subordinate position and a little garden have probably made me the better spectator, which is a longer paragraph about myself than I had proposed writing. Therefore I will pass over briefly the various reasons, romantic and practical, why I decided to join the gold rush to California in the year 1849. It was in the air, and I was then of a romantic and adventurous disposition. The first news of the gold discovery filtered to us in a roundabout way through vessels to the Sandwich Islands, and then appeared again in the columns of some Baltimore papers. Everybody laughed at the rumor, but everybody remembered it. The land was infinitely remote, and then, as now, romance increases as the square of the distance. There might well be gold there, but more authentic were the reports of fleas, rawhides, and a dried-up coast. Minstrel shows made a good deal of fun of it all. I remember, then, when we were of a broad grin, came the publication of the letter written by Governor Mason to the War Department. That was a sober official document, and had to be believed, but it read like a fairy tale. "I have no hesitation in saying," wrote the governor, "that there is more gold in the country drained by the Sacramento and San Joaquin rivers than would pay the cost of the late war with Mexico 100 times over." And then he went on to report in detail big nuggets and big washings, mentioning men, places, dates, in a circumstantial manner that carried conviction. Our broad grins faded. The minstrel jokes changed color. As I look back, it seems to me that I can almost see, with the physical eye, the broad restless upheaval beneath the surface of all society. The Mexican War was just over, and the veterans, young veterans all, filled with the spirit of adventure, turned eagerly toward this glittering new emprise. Out in the small villages, on the small farms, the news was talked over seriously, almost without excitement, as offering possible means of lifting the burden war had laid. Families strained their resources, mortgaged their possessions, to equip and send their single strongest members to make the common fortune. Then came the song that caught the popular ear, and the rush was on. Most great movements are done to song, generally commonplace. It was so in this instance. Oh, Susannah, or a rather modification of the original, made to fit the occasion, first sung in some minstrel show, ran like fire in the tinder of men's excited hopes. From every stage, on every street corner, in every restaurant and hotel it was sung, played, and whistled. At the sound of its first notes, the audience always sprang to its feet and cheered like mad. The desire to go to El Dorado was universal and almost irresistible. The ability to go was much more circumscribed. For one thing, it cost a good deal of money, and that was where I bogged down at the first pull. Then I suppose a majority did have ties of family, business, or other responsibilities impossible to shake off. However, we all joined one or more of the various clubs formed for the purpose of getting at least some of their members to California, and discussed heatedly the merits of the different routes, and went into minute and fascinating details as to processes of which we knew less than nothing, and sang "Oh, Susannah," and talked ourselves into a glorified fever of excitement, and went home with our heads in the clouds. Once in a great while some of these clubs came to something, as a body I mean, for the individual members were constantly working themselves up the summit of resolution to rush headlong and regardless down the other side and out of our sight. When a man had reached a certain pitch of excitement he ran amuck. He sold anything, deserted anything, broke through anything in the way of family responsibility or financial lacks in order to go. But as I say, occasionally one of these clubs pooled its individual resources and bought some old tub of a whaler or outfitted a wagon train and started off. But generally we got only as far as old Susannah. I remember once in coming out from one of our meetings, finding myself next to a solemn and earnest youth, originally from my own rural village. He walked by my side for several squares, lost in a brown study. Then suddenly he looked up. "Frank," he said with conviction, "I believe I'll go. I know most of this talk is wildly exaggerated, but I'm sensible enough to discount all that sort of thing, and to disbelieve absurd stories. I shan't go with the slightest notion of finding the thing true, but will be satisfied if I do reasonably well. In fact, if I don't pick up more than a hatful of gold a day, I shall be perfectly satisfied." Which remark sufficiently indicates about where we all were. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Gold by Stewart Edward White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Hammerlock. We had many sorts of men in our club, but nearly all young. One in especial early attracted my attention, and held it through all the changing vicissitudes of our many meetings. I say attracted me, though fascinated would be perhaps the better word. For after the first evening of his attendance, I used deliberately so to place myself that I could watch him. He came always in a rather worn military cape, which on entering the door he promptly threw back in such a manner as to display the red lining. This seemed an appropriate envelopment of his flaming, buoyant personality. He walked with his chin up and his back straight, and trod directly on and over the ends of his toes, so that he seemed fairly to spring with vigor. His body was very erect and tall and pliant, bending easily to every change of balance. If I were never to have seen his face at all, I should have placed him as one of the laughing spirits of the world. His head was rather small, round, well poised, with soft, close-set ringlets all over it like a cap, in the fashion of some marble gods I have seen. He had very regular, handsome features, with a clear, biscuit-brown complexion, and a close-clipped, stubby, light mustache. All these things were interesting and attractive, though no more so than are the vigor and beauty of any perfect animal. But the quality of his eyes placed him, at least to me, in a class apart. They were sober, clear eyes, that looked out gray and contemplative on the world about them, so that one got the instant impression of a soul behind them that weighed and judged. Indeed, they were not laughing eyes at all, and rather negatived the impression made by the man's general bearing. But somewhere down in them something flickered like a strong burning candle in a brisk wind. Occasionally it was almost out, then again it blazed up clear, so that one thought to see it plainly through the steady, brooding look. It always fascinated the beholder, for it was mysterious. Whether it came and went, grew and shrank, following delicately the moods or reflections of the spirit within, or whether it was a purely fortuitous effect of light and refraction, no man was ever able to say, and some men later made some very bad guesses. I myself think it was the devil of a genius, a devil behind the steady control of a clear brain. His name, I soon discovered, was Talbot Ward. At this period I was starting in as an assistant bookkeeper to a large exporting firm. They were enterprising people, and already they were laying plans to capture some of the California trade. The office talk I heard concerning the purchase of ships, the consignment of arms, the engagement of captains and of crews, further inflamed my imagination. I received the vast sum of $9 per week, and I was quite alone in the world, and possessed no other resources. The saving of the $500 agreed upon as the least sum with which it was possible to get to California was fairly out of all question. One evening after the meeting, to my great surprise, Ward fell into step with me. We had up to that moment never exchanged a word. "In New York long?" he demanded. "About 6 months," I told him. "Farm bred, of course," he remarked. "Where?" "Ashbury, in Vermont," I replied, without the slightest feeling that he was intrusive. He stopped short in the street and looked me up and down reflectively, but without comment. "I've been watching you at these fool meetings," said he, falling into step again. In spite of myself, I experienced a glow of gratification at having been the object of his interest. "Fool meetings?" I echoed inquiringly. "Suppose by a miracle all that lot could agree and could start for California tomorrow in a body. That's what they're organized for, I believe," he countered. "Would you go with them?" "Why not?" "Martin is why not. Fowler is why not. And that little Smith runt and 6 or 8 others. They are weak sisters. If you are going into a thing, go into it with the strong men. I wouldn't go with that crowd to a snake fight if it was 12 miles away. Where do you live?" "West 9th Street." "That's not far. Have you got a good big room?" "I have a very small hall bedroom," I replied wonderingly. "A number of us have the whole of the top floor." Somehow I must repeat, this unexplained intrusion of a total stranger into my private affairs did not offend. "Then you must have a big sitting room. How many of you?" "4." "Can you lick all the others?" I stopped to laugh. By some shrewd guess, he had hit on our chief difficulty as a community. We were all 4 country boys with a good deal of residuary energy and high spirits, and we were not popular with the tenants underneath. "You see I'm pretty big," I reminded him. "Yes, I see you are. That's why I'm with you. Do you think you can lick me?" I stopped short again in surprise. "What in blazes?" I began. He laughed, and the devils in his eyes danced right out to the surface of them. "I asked you a plain question," he said, "and I'd like the favor of a plain answer. Do you think you can lick me as well as your rural friends?" "I can," said I shortly. He ran his arm through mine eagerly. "Come on," he cried, "on the West 9th." We found 2 of my roommates smoking and talking before the tiny open fire. Talbot Ward, full of the business in hand, rushed directly at the matter once the introductions were over. Our arrangements were very simple. The chairs were few and pushed back easily, and we had an old set of gloves. "Which is it to be?" I asked my guest. "Boxing or wrestling?" "I said you couldn't lick me," he replied. "Boxing is a game with rules. It isn't fighting at all." "You want to bite and gouge and scratch, then?" said I, greatly amused. "I do not. They would not be fair. A fight's a fight, but a man can be decent with it all. We'll put on the gloves, and we'll hit and wrestle both. In fact, we'll fight." He began rapidly to strip. "Would you expect to get off your clothes in a real fight?" I asked him, a little sardonically. "If I expected to fight, yes," said he. "Why not? Didn't the Greek and Roman and Hebrew and Hun and every other good old fighter strip for the fray when he got a chance? Of course. Take off your shirt, man." I began also to strip for this strange contest whose rules seemed to be made up from a judicious selection of general principles by Talbot Ward. My opponent's body was as beautiful as his head. The smooth white skin covered long muscles that rippled beneath it with every slightest motion. The chest was deep, the waist and hips narrow, the shoulders well rounded. In contrast, my own big prominent muscles, trained by heavy farm work of my early youth, seemed to move slowly to knot sluggishly though powerfully. Nevertheless, I judged at a glance that my strength could not but prove greater than his. In a boxing match his lithe quickness might win, provided he had the skill to direct it. But in a genuine fight, within the circumscribed and hampering dimensions of our little room, I thought my own rather unusual powers must crush him. The only unknown quantity was the spirit or gameness of us two. I had no great doubt of my own determination in that respect. I had been on too many long drives to fear personal encounter, and certainly Talbot Ward seemed to show nothing but eager interest. "You don't show up for what you are in your clothes," said he. "This is going to be more fun than I had thought." My roommates perched on the table and the mantelpiece out of the way. I asked the length of the rounds. "Rounds?" echoed Talbot Ward, with a flash of teeth beneath his little mustache. "Did you ever hear of rounds in a real fight?" With the words he sprang forward and hit me twice. The blows started at the very toe of his foot, and they shook me as no blows, even with the bare fist, have ever shaken me before or since. Completely dazed, I struck back, but encountered only empty air. 4 or 5 times from somewhere these piled driver fists descended upon me. Being now prepared to some extent, I raised my elbows and managed to defend my neck and jaws. The attack was immediately transferred to my body, but I stiffened my muscles, thankfully, and took the punishment. My river and farm work had so hardened me there that I believe I could have taken the kick of a mule without damage were I expecting it. The respite enabled my brain to clear. I recovered slowly from the effect of those first 2 vicious blows. I saw Ward, his eyes narrowed calculatingly, his body swinging forward like a whalebone spring, delivering his attack with nice accuracy. A slow anger glowed through me. He had begun without the least warning, had caught me absolutely unaware. I hit back. He was so intent on his own assault, so certain of the blinding effect of his first attack, that I hit him. I saw his head snap back, and the blood come from his lips. The blows were weak, for I was still dazed, but they served, together with the slow burn of my anger, greatly to steady me. We were once more on equal terms. For perhaps 2 minutes I tried to exchange with him. He was in and out like lightning. He landed on me hard almost every time. He escaped 9 out of 10 of my return counters. Decidedly, I was getting the worst of this, though my heavier body took punishment better than his lighter and more nervous frame. Then suddenly it occurred to me that I was playing his game for him. As long as he could keep away from me, he was at an advantage. My best chance was to close. From that moment I took the aggressive, and was in consequence the more punished. My rushes to close in were skillfully eluded, and they generally laid me wide open. My head was singing, and my sight uncertain, though I was in no real distress. Ward danced away and slipped around, tense as a panther. Then, by a very simple ruse, I got hold of him. I feinted at rushing him, stopped, and hit instead, and then, following closely the blow, managed to seize his arm. For 10 seconds he jerked and twisted and struggled to release himself. Then suddenly he gave that up, dove forward, and caught me in a grapevine. He was a fairly skillful wrestler and very strong. It was as though he were made of whalebone springs. But never yet have I met a man of my weight who possessed the same solid strength, and Ward would tip the scales at considerably less. I broke his hold and went after him. He was as lively as an exceedingly slippery fish. Time after time he all but wriggled from my grasp, and time after time he broke my hold by sheer agility. His exertions must have been to him something terrible, for they required every ounce of his strength at the greatest speed. I could, of course, take it much easier. In every instant I expected to feel him weaken beneath my hands, but apparently he was as vigorous as ever. He was in excellent training. At last, however, I managed to jerk him whirling past me, to throw his feet from under him and to drop him beneath me. As he fell he twisted, and by a sheer fluke I caught his wrist. Thus, through no great skill of my own, the fortunes of war had given me a hammerlock on him. Most people know what that is. Anyone else can find out by placing his forearm across the small of his back and then getting somebody to press upward on the forearm. The Greek statue of the wrestler illustrates it. As the pressure increases, so does the pain. When the pain becomes intense enough, the wrestler rolls over and the contest is won. Some people can stand it longer than others, but all sooner or later must give up. In fact, skilled wrestlers, knowing that otherwise the inevitable end is a broken arm, save themselves much tribulation by immediately conceding the bout once this deadly hold is gained. I began to force Talbot Ward's hand slowly up his back. Very gently, an inch at a time, I pressed. He said nothing. Once he attempted to slip sideways, but finding me of course fully prepared for that, he instantly ceased struggling. After I had pushed the hand to the hurting point, I stopped. "Well?" said I. He said nothing. Now I was young and not too well disciplined, heated by contest, and very angry at having been so unexpectedly attacked at the beginning. I was quite willing to hurt him a little. Slowly and steadily, and, I am ashamed to say, with considerable satisfaction, I pressed the arm upward. The pain must have been intense. I could feel the man's body quiver between my knees, and saw the sweat break out afresh. Still he made no sign, but dug his forehead into the floor. "I can stand this as long as you can," said I to myself grimly. But at last I reached the point where I knew that another inch, another pound, would break the bone. "Do you give up?" I demanded. "No," he gasped explosively. "I'll break your arm," I snarled at him. He made no reply. The blood was running into my eyes from a small scrape on my forehead. It was nothing, but it annoyed me. I was bruised and heated and mad. Every bit of antagonism in me was aroused. As far as I was concerned, it was a very real fight. "All right," I growled. "I'll keep you there then, damn you." Holding the arm in the same position, I settled myself. The pain to the poor chap must have been something fearful, for every muscle and tendon was stretched to the cracking point. His breath came and went in sharp hisses, but he gave no other sign. My heat cooled, though, as I looked back on it, far too slowly. Suddenly I arose and flung him from me. He rolled over on his back and lay, his eyes half closed, breathing deeply. We must have been a sweet sight, we two young barbarians. Myself marked and swollen and bloody, he with one eye puffed and pale as death. My roommates, absolutely fascinated, did not stir. The tableau lasted only the fraction of a minute after all. Then abruptly Talbot Ward sat up. He grinned at me with his characteristic momentary flash of teeth. "I told you you couldn't lick me," said he. I stared at him in astonishment. "Licked you? Why, I had you cold." "You had not. I'd have broken your arm if I had gone any farther." "Well, why didn't you?" I stared into his eyes blankly. "Would you have done it?" I asked in a sudden flash of illumination. "Why, of course," said he, with a faint contempt, as he arose. "Why did you hit me at first as you did? You gave me no warning whatever." "Do you get any warning in a real fight?" I could not controvert this, and yet, uneasily, vaguely, I felt there must be a fallacy somewhere. I had been told, and not told, what should or should not be done in an affair that apparently could have no rules, and yet had distinctions as the fair and unfair, some of which were explained and some left as obvious. I felt somewhat confused, but often, in my later experience with Talbot Ward, I felt just that way, so in retrospect it does not strike me so forcibly as it did at the time. "But you're a wonder, a perfect wonder," Ward was saying. Then we all became aware of a knocking and a rattling at the door. It must have been going on for some time. "If you don't open, I'll get the police. I promise you I'll get the police," the voice of our landlady was saying. We looked at each other aghast. "I suppose we must have been making a little noise," conceded Talbot Ward. Noise? It must have sounded as though the house were coming down. Our ordinary little boxing matches were nothing to it. Ward threw his military cape around his shoulders and sank back into a seat beneath the window. I put on an overcoat. One of the boys let her in. She was thoroughly angry, and she gave us all notice to go. She had done that same every Saturday night for a year, but we had always wheedled her out of it. This time, however, she seemed to mean business. I suppose we had made a good deal of a riot. When the fact became evident, I of course shouldered the whole responsibility. Thereupon she turned upon me. Unexpectedly, Talbot Ward spoke up from the obscurity of his corner. His clear voice was incisive, but so courteous with the cold finality of the high-bred aristocrat that Mrs. Simpkins was cut short in the middle of a sentence. "I beg you, calm yourself, madam," said he. "It is not worth heating yourself over, for the annoyance, such as it is, will soon be removed. Mr. Monroe and myself are shortly departing together for California." End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Gold by Stewart Edward White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Voyage. If I had any scruples, and I do not remember many, they were overcome within the next day or two. It was agreed that I was to go in Ward's employ, he to pay my passage money and all expenses, I to give him half the gold I might pick up. This seemed to me, at least, an eminently satisfactory and businesslike arrangement. Ward bought the outfits for both of us. It turned out that he was a Mexican war veteran, hence the military cape, and in consequence an old campaigner. His experience and my rural upbringing saved us from most of the ridiculous purchases men made at that time. We had stout clothes and boots, a waterproof apiece, picks and shovel, blankets and long strips of canvas, 3 axes, knives, 1 rifle, a double shotgun, and a Colt's revolver apiece. The latter seemed to me a wonderful weapon, with its 6 charges in the turning cylinder, but I had no opportunity to try it. We decided instantly for the Panama route. "It's the most expensive, but also the quickest," said he. "A sailing ship around the Horn takes forever, and across the plains is ditto. Every day we wait, some other fellow is landing in the diggings." Nearly every evening he popped into our boarding house, where, owing to the imminence of my departure, I had been restored to favor. I never did find out where he lived. We took our passage at the steamship office. We went to the variety shows and sang "Oh, Susannah" with the rest. We strutted a bit, and were only restrained from donning our flannel shirts and Colt's revolving pistols in the streets of New York by a very little remnant, of common sense. When the time came at last, we boarded our steamship and hung over the rail and cheered like crazy things. I personally felt as though a lid had been lifted from my spirit, and that a rolling cloud of enthusiasm was at last allowed to puff out to fill my heaven. In 2 days we were both over being seasick, and had a chance to look around us. Our ship was a side-wheel steamer of about 1,000 tons, and she carried 280 passengers, which was about 200 more than her regular complement. They were as miscellaneous a lot as mortal eye ever fell upon, from the lank Maine Yankee to the tall, sallow, black-haired man from Louisiana. I suppose, too, all grades of the social order must have been represented, but in our youth and high spirits we did not go into details of that sort. Every man, with the exception of a dozen or so, wore a red shirt, a slouch hat, a revolver, and a bowie knife, and most of us had started to grow beards. Unless one scrutinized closely such unimportant details as features, ways of speech, or manners, one could not place his man's former status. whether as lawyer, physician, or roustabout. And we were too busy for that. I never saw such a busy place as that splattering old ship slowly wallowing her way south toward the tropical seas. We had 58,000 things to discuss, beginning with Marshall's first discovery, skipping through the clouds of rumors of all sorts, down to intimate details of climate, outfit, prospects, plans, and the best methods of getting at the gold. And to all these subjects we brought a dozen points of view, each of which was strange to all the others. We had with us men from every stratum of society, and from every point of the compass. Each was a product of his own training and mental upbringing, and was incapable, without great effort, of understanding his neighbor's point of view. Communication and travel were in those days very limited, it must be remembered, and different communities and sections of the country produced strong types. With us discussion became an adventurous exploration into a new country. The man from Maine could not but be interested in finding out what that strange, straight-haired, dark creature from Carolina might think of even the most commonplace subject. Only our subjects were not commonplace. My chief impression of that voyage down was of knots of men talking hurriedly and excitedly, as though there were not a moment to waste, and the hum of voices rising and falling far into the night. Only two things were capable of breaking in on this tense absorption of the men in each other and in their subject. One was dolphins, and the other the meal gong. When dolphins appeared, each rushed promptly to the side of the ship and discharged his revolver at the beasts. I never saw any harm come from these fusillades, but they made a wonderful row. Meal times always caught the majority unaware. They tumbled and jostled down the companionways, only to find the wise and forethoughtful had preempted every chair. Whereupon, with most ludicrous expression of chagrin or of assumed nonchalance, they trooped back to meet the laughter of the wise, if not forethoughtful, who had realized the uselessness of the rush. After a moment's grumbling, however, the discussions were resumed. There was some quarreling, but not much. A holiday spirit pervaded the lot, for they were men cut off from all experience, all accustomed surroundings, all the restraints of training, and they were embarked on the great adventure. I do not now remember many of them individually. They were of a piece with the thousands we were destined to encounter. But I do retain a most vivid mental picture of them collectively, with their red shirts, their slouch hats, their belts full of weapons, their eyes of eagerness, their souls of dreams, brimming with pent energy, theorizing, arguing, disputing, ready at an instant's notice for any sort of a joke or excitement that would relieve the tension, boisterous, noisy, laughing loudly, smothering by sheer weight of ridicule individual resentments. Altogether a wonderful picture of the youth and hope and energy and high spirits of the time. Never before nor since have I looked upon such a variety of equipment as strewed the decks and cabins of that ship. A great majority of the passengers knew nothing whatever about out-of-door life, and less than nothing as to the conditions in California and on the way. Consequently, they had bought liberally of all sorts of idiotic patent contraptions. India rubber played a prominent part, and the deck was cumbered with at least 40 sorts of machines for separating gold from the soil, some of them to use water, some muscular labor, and one tremendous affair with wings was supposed to fan away everything but the gold. Differing in everything else, they were alike in one thing. They all had been devised by men who had never seen any but manufactured gold. I may add that I never saw a machine of the kind actually at work in the diggings. Just now, however, I looked on the owners of these contraptions with envy, and thought ourselves at a disadvantage with only our picks, shovels, and axes. But we had with us a wonderful book that went far toward cheering up the poorly equipped. Several copies have been brought aboard. so we all had a chance to read it. The work was entitled 3 Weeks in the Gold Mines, and was written by a veracious individual who signed himself H.I. Simpson. I now doubt if he ever left his New York hall bedroom, though at the time we took his statements for plain truth. Simpson could spare only 10 days of this 3 weeks for actual mining. In that period, with no other implement than a pocket knife, he picked out $50,000. The rest of the time, he preferred to travel about and see the country, picking up only what incidental nuggets he came across while walking. We believe this. As we drew southward, the days became insufferably warm, but the nights were glorious. Talbot and I liked to sleep on the deck, and generally camped down up near the bitts. The old ship rolled frightfully, for she was light in freight in order to accommodate so many passengers, and the dark blue sea appeared to swoop up and down beneath the placid tropic moon. We had many long, quiet talks up there, but in them all I learned nothing, absolutely nothing, of my companion. "If you had broken my arm that time, I should not have taken you," he remarked suddenly one evening. "Shouldn't blame you," said I. "No, I wouldn't have wanted that kind of man," he continued, "for I should doubt my control of him. But you gave up." This nettled me. "Would you have had me, or any man, brute enough to go through with it?" I demanded. "Well," he hesitated, "it was agreed that it was to be fight. You remember? And after all, if you had broken my arm, it would have been my fault and not yours." 2 young fellows used occasionally to join us in our swooping, plunging perch. They were as unlike as 2 men could be, and yet already they had become firm friends. One was a slow, lank, ague-stricken individual from somewhere in the wilds of the Great Lakes, his face lined and browned as though carved from hardwood, his speed slow, his eyes steady, with a veiled sardonic humor. His companion was scarcely more than a boy, and he came, I believe, from Virginia. He was a dark, eager youth, with a mop of black shiny hair that he was always tossing back, bright glowing eyes, a great enthusiasm of manner, and an imagination alert to catch fire. The backwoodsman seemed attracted to the boy by this very quick and unsophisticated bubbling of candid youth, while the boy most evidently worshipped his older companion as a symbol of the mysterious frontier. The Northerner was named Rogers, but he was invariably known as Yank. The Southerner had some such name as Fairfax, but he was called Johnny, and later in California, for reasons that will appear, Diamond Jack. Yank's distinguishing feature was a long-barreled pea-shooter rifle. He never moved 10 feet without it. Johnny usually did most of the talking when we were all gathered together. Yank and I did the listening, and Talbot the interpolating. Johnny swarmed all over himself like a pickpocket, and showed us everything he had in the way of history, manners, training, family, pride, naivete, expectations, and hopes. He prided himself on being a calm, phlegmatic individual, unemotional, and not easily excited, and he constantly took this attitude. It was a lovely joke. "Of course," said he, "it won't be necessary to stay out more than a year. They tell me I can easily make $1,100 a day. But you know, I am not easily moved by such reports." He was at the time moving under a high pressure, at least 10 knots an hour. "I shall be satisfied with $300 a day. Allowing 300 working days to the year, that gives me about $90,000. Plenty." "You'll have a few expenses," suggested Talbot. "Oh, yes. Well, make it a year and a half, just to be on the safe side." Johnny was eagerly anxious to know everybody on the ship, with the exception of about a dozen from his own South. As far as I could see, they did not in the slightest degree differ in dress from any of the 30 or 40 from that section, but Johnny distinguished. He stiffened as though Yank's gun barrel had taken the place of his spine whenever one of these men was near, and he was so coldly and pointedly courteous that I would have slapped his confounded face if he had acted so to me. "Look here, Johnny," I said to him one day, "what's the matter with those fellows? They look all right to me. What do you know against them?" "I never laid eyes on them before in my life, sir," he replied, stiffening perceptibly. "Take that kink out of your back," I warned him. "That won't work worth a cent with me." He laughed. "I beg pardon. They are not gentlemen." "I don't know what you mean by gentlemen," said I. "It is a wide term. But lots of us here aren't gentlemen. Far, far from it. But you seem to like us." He knit his brows. "I can't explain. They are the class of cheap politician that brings into disrepute the chivalry of the South, sir." Talbot and I burst into a shout of laughter, and even Yank, leaning attentively on the long barrel of his pea rifle, grinned faintly. We caught Johnny up on that word, and he was game enough to take it well. Whenever something particularly bad happened to be also Southern, we called it the chivalry. The word caught hold, so that later it came to be applied as a generic term to the Southern wing of venal politicians that early tried to control the new state of California. I must confess that if I had been Johnny, I should have stepped more carefully with these men. They were a dark, suave lot, and dressed well. In fact, they and a half dozen obviously professional men alone in all that ship wore what we would call civilized clothes. I do not know which was more incongruous, our own red shirts or the top hats, flowing skirts, and light pantaloons of these quietly courteous gentlemen. They were quite as well armed as ourselves, however, wearing their revolvers beneath their armpits, or carrying short double pistols. They treated Johnny with an ironically exaggerated courtesy, and paid little attention to his high airs. It was obvious, however, that he was making enemies. Talbot Ward knew everybody aboard, from the captain down. His laughing, half-aloof manner was very taking, and his ironical comment on the various points of discussion somehow conveyed no sting. He was continually accepting gifts of newspapers, of which there were half a dozen or so brought aboard, with every appearance of receiving a favor. These papers he carried down to our tiny box of a room and added to his bundle. I suppose at the time he was doing all this on Moliere's principle that one gains more popularity by accepting a favor than by bestowing one. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Gold by Stewart Edward White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Village by the Lagoon. In the early morning one day we came in sight of a round high bluff with a castle atop, and a low shore running away. The ship's man told us this was Chagres. This news caused a curious disintegration in the ship's company. We had heretofore lived together, a good-humored community. Now we immediately drew apart into small suspicious groups, for we had shortly to land ourselves and our goods, and to obtain transportation across the isthmus, and each wanted to be ahead of his neighbor. Here the owners of much freight found themselves at a disadvantage. I began to envy less the proprietors of those enormous or heavy machines for the separation of gold. Each man ran about on the deck, collecting busily all his belongings into one pile. When he had done that, he spent the rest of his time trying to extract definite promises from the harassed ship officers that he should go ashore in the first boat. Talbot and I sat on our few packages and enjoyed the scene. The ship came to anchor, and the sailors swung the boat down from the davits. The passengers crowded around in a dense, clamoring mob. We arose, shouldered our effects, and quietly slipped around to the corresponding boat on the other side of the ship. Sure enough, that also was being lowered, so that we and a dozen who had made the same good guess, were, after all, the first to land. The town proved to be built on low ground in a bay the other side the castle and the hill. It must be remembered that I had never traveled. The cane houses or huts, with their high-peaked roofs thatched with palm leaves, the straight palms in the background against the sky, the morasses all about, the squawk and flop of strange, long-legged marsh birds, the glare of light, the queer-looking craft beached on the mud, and the dark-skinned, white-clad figures awaiting us, all these struck strongly at my imagination. We beached in the mud and were at once surrounded by a host of little brown clamorous men. Talbot took charge and began to shoot back Spanish at a great rate. Some of the little men had a few words of English. Our goods were seized and promptly disappeared in a dozen directions. I tried to prevent this, but could only collar one man at a time. All the Americans were swearing and threatening at a great rate. I saw Johnny tearing up the beach after a fleet native, fall flat and full length in the mud, to the vast delight of all who beheld. Finally Talbot plowed his way to me. "It's all settled," he said. "I've made a bargain with my friend here to take us up in his boat to Cruces for $15 apiece for 4 of us." "Well, if you need 2 more, for heaven's sake rescue Johnny," I advised. "He'll have apoplexy." We hailed Johnny and explained matters. Johnny was somewhat put to it to attain his desired air of imperturbable calm. "They've got every blistering thing I own and made off with it," he cried. "Confound it, sir, I'm going to shoot every saddle-colored hound in the place if I don't get back my belongings." "They've got our stuff, too," I added. "Well, keep calm," advised Talbot. "I don't know the game down here, but it strikes me that they can't get very far through these swamps if they do try to steal, and I don't believe they're stealing anyway. The whole performance, to me, bears a strong family resemblance to hotel runners. Here, compadre." He talked a few moments with his boatman. "That's right," he told us. "Come on." We walked along the little crescent beach, looking into each of the boats in the long row drawn up on the shore. They were queer craft, dug out from the trunks of trees, with small decks in bow and stern, and with a low roof of palmetto leaves amidships. By the time we had reached the end of the row, we had collected all our effects. Our own boatman stowed them in his craft. Thereupon, our minds at rest, we returned to the landing to enjoy the scene. The second ship's boat had beached, and the row was going on worse than before. In the seething, cursing, shouting mass, we caught sight of Yank's tall figure leaning imperturbably on his rifle muzzle. We made our way to him. "Got your boat yet?" Talbot shouted at him. "Got nothing yet but a headache in the ears," said Yank. "Come with us, then. Where's your plunder?" Yank stooped and swung to his shoulder a small bundle tied with ropes. "She's all there," said he. These matters settled, we turned with considerable curiosity to the little village itself. It was all exotic, strange. Everything was different, and we saw it through the eyes of youth and romance as epitomizing the storied tropics. There were perhaps a couple of hundred of the cane huts arranged roughly along streets in which survived the remains of crude paving. All else was a morass. Single palm trees shot up straight, to burst like rockets in a falling star of fronds. Men and women, clad in a single cotton shift reaching to the knees, lounged in the doorways or against the frail walls, smoking cigars. Pot-bellied children, stark naked, played everywhere, but principally in the mud holes and on the offal dumps. Innumerable small hairless dogs were everywhere about, a great curiosity to us, who had never even heard of such things. We looked into some of the interiors, but saw nothing in the way of decent furniture. The cooking appeared to be done between 2 stones. A grand tropical smell hung low in the air. On the threshold of the doors, inside the houses, in the middle of the streets, anywhere, everywhere, were old fish, the heads of cattle, drying hides, all sorts of carrion, most of it well decomposed. Back of the town was a low rank jungle of green and a stagnant lake. The latter had a delicate border of greasy blue mud. Johnny and I wandered about completely fascinated. Talbot and Yank did not seem so impressed. Finally, Talbot called a halt. "This is all very well if you kids like to look at yellow fever, blackjack, and corruption. All right," said he. "But we've got to start pretty soon after noon. And in the meantime, where do we eat?" We returned through the town. It was now filled to overflowing with our compatriots. They surged everywhere, full of comment and curiosity. The half-naked men and women with the cigars, and the wholly naked children and dogs, seemed not in the least disturbed nor enlivened. Talbot's earnest inquiries finally got us to the Crescent Hotel. It was a hut exactly like all the rest, save that it had a floor. From its name, I suppose, it must have been kept by a white man, but we never got near enough through the crowd to find out. Without Talbot, we should have gone hungry with many others, but he inquired around until we found a native willing to feed us. So we ate on an upturned hen coop outside a native hut. The meal consisted of pork, bread, and water. We strolled to the beach at the hour appointed with our boatman. He was not there, nor any other boatman. "Never mind," said Ward. "I'll know him if I see him. I'll go look him up. You fellows find the boat with our things in it." He and I re-entered the village, but a 15-minute search failed to disclose our man. Therefore, we returned to the beach. A crowd was gathered close about some common center in the unmistakable restless manner of men about a dog fight or some other kind of row. We pushed our way in. Johnny and Yank were backed up against the palmetto awning of one of the boats in an attitude of deadly and quiet menace. Not 2 yards away stood 4 of our well-dressed friends. Nobody as yet displayed a weapon, except that Yank's long rifle lay across the hollow of his left arm instead of butt to earth. But it was evident that lightnings were playing. The boatman, who had appeared, alone was saying anything, but he seemed to be supplying language for the lot. Johnny's tense, alert attitude relaxed a little when he saw us. "Well," inquired Ward easily, "what's the trouble?" "Yank and I found our goods dumped out on the beach, and others in their place," said Johnny. "So you proceeded to reverse matters. How about it?" he inquired pleasantly of the 4 men. "I know nothing about it," replied one of them shortly. "We hired this boat, and we intend to have it, and no whippersnapper is going to keep us from it." "I see," said Talbot pleasantly. "Well, excuse me a moment while I talk to our friend." He addressed the man in Spanish and received short, sullen replies. "He says," Talbot explained to us, "that he never saw us before in his life, and he never agreed to take us up the river." "Well, that settles it," stated the other man. "How much did you offer to pay him?" asked Talbot. The man stared. "None of your business," he replied. "They're asking $20 a head," volunteered one of the interested spectators. "Exactly. You see," said Talbot to us, "we got here a little too early. Our bargain was for only $15, and now this worthy citizen has made a better rate for himself." "You should have had the bargain immediately registered before the alcalde, senor," spoke up a white-dressed Spaniard of the better class, probably from the castle. "I thank you, senor," said Talbot courteously. "That neglect is due to my ignorance of your charming country. And now if you'll move, young turkey cock, we'll just take our boat," said another of the claimants. "One moment," said Talbot Ward, with a new edge to his voice. "This is my boat, not yours. My baggage is in it. My boatman is on the ground. That he is forgetful has nothing to do with the merits of the case. You know this as well as I do. Now, you can acknowledge this peacefully and get out, or you can fight. I don't care a continental red copper which. I only warn you, the first man who makes a move with anything but his 2 feet will be shot dead." He stood, his hands hanging idly by his sides, and he spoke very quietly. The 4 men were not cowards, that I'll swear. But one and all, they stared into Ward's eyes and came individually to the same conclusion. I do not doubt That dancing flicker of refraction or of devilment was very near the surface. "Of course, if you are very positive, I should not dream of doubting your word or of interfering," said the tallest and quietest, who had remained in the background. "We desire to do injustice to no man." Johnny behind us snorted loudly and derisively. "If my knowledge of Spanish is of any value in assisting you to a boat, pray command me," broke in Ward. The crowd moved off, the boatman with it. I reached out and collared him. Talbot had turned on Johnny. "Fairfax," he said icily, "one of the first things you must learn is not to stir things up again once a victory is gained. Those men were sore, and you took the best method possible of bringing on a real fight." Poor Johnny flushed to the roots of his hair. "You're right," he said in a stifled voice. Talbot Ward thawed completely, and a most winning smile illumined his face. "Why, that's what I call handsome, Johnny," he cried. "It's pretty hard to admit the wrong. You and Yank certainly looked bold and warlike when he came along. Where's that confounded mozo? Oh, you have him. Frank, good boy. Come here, my amiable citizen. I guess you understand English after all, or you couldn't have bargained so shrewdly with our black-legged friends." The flush slowly faded from Johnny's face. Yank's sole contribution to the changed conditions was to spit with great care and to shift the butt of his rifle to the ground. "Now," Talbot was admonishing the boatman, "that was very bad. When you make a bargain, stick to it. But I'll tell you what I will do. I will ask all people, sabe? Everywhere. Your people, my people. And if everybody pay $20, then we pay $20, sabe? We no pay $20 unless you get us the cruces. Poco pronto, sabe? Now we start." The boatman broke into a torrent of talk. "Says he's got to find his assistant," Talbot explained to us. "Come on, my son. I'll just go with you after that precious assistant." We sat on the edge of our boat for half an hour, watching the most comical scenes. Everybody was afflicted with the same complaint, absence of boatmen. Some took possession and settled themselves patiently beneath their little roofs. Others made forays and returned dragging protesting natives by the arm. These generally turned out to be the wrong natives, but that was a mere detail. Once in a lucky while the full boat's complement would be gathered, and then the craft would pull away up the river to the tune of pistol shots and vociferous yells. At the end of the period mentioned, Talbot and the two men appeared. They were quite amicable, indeed friendly, and laughed together as they came. The assistant proved to be a tremendous Negro, nearly naked, with fine big muscles and a good-natured grinning face. He wore large brass ear circlets and bracelets of copper. We all pushed the canoe to the very edge of the water and clambered aboard. The Negro bent his mighty shoulders. We were afloat. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Gold by Stewart Edward White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A tropical river. Our padrone, as Talbot told us we should call him, stood in front, clad in a colored muslin shirt. The broad sluggish river was alive with boats, all making their way against the current. By the time the lagoon had narrowed, however, they had pretty well scattered. We entered a tropical forest, and never shall I forget the wonder of it. The banks were lined to the water's edge with vegetation, so that one could see nothing but the jungle. There were great palm trees, which we recognized, and teak trees, which we did not, but which Talbot identified for us. It was a very bald sort of tree, as I remember it. Then there were tremendous sycamores, in which were ants' nests as big as beehives, and banana trees with torn leaves, probably the most exotic touch of all, and beautiful noble mangoes like domes of a green cathedral, and various sorts of canes and shrubs and lilies growing among them, and everywhere leaped and swung the vines, thick ropy vines, knotted vines like knotted cables, slender filament vines, spraying gossamer vines, with gorgeous crimson, purple, and yellow blooms, and long streamers that dipped to trail in the waters. Below them were broad paths of lotus and water lilies, with alligators like barnacled logs, and cormorants swimming about, and bright-eyed waterfowl. The shadows in the forests were light, clear green, and the shadows under the hanging jungle near the water were dull green. And the very upper air itself, in that hot, steaming glade, seemed delicately green too. Butterflies were among the vine blossoms, so brilliant of color that it seemed to me that the flowers were fluttering from their stems. Across the translucent green shadows flashed birds. I recognized little green parakeets. I had never before seen them outside of cages. No man can realize the wonder of finding himself actually part of romantic scenes so long familiar in the pages of books, that they have become almost mythical. We sat there absolutely silent, save when calling attention to some new marvel, drinking it in. Our men paddled steadily ahead. The Negro hummed strange minor songs to himself. Suddenly he flashed his teeth at us and broke into full voice, "Oh, Susannah, don't cry for me. I'm off to California with my banjo on my knee." The accent was queer, but the words and tune were right. Talbot questioned him in Spanish. "He says all Americans sing it. He has taken many up the river." "Too many," muttered Johnny. "I wish we'd started 3 months sooner." It was growing dusk when we came in sight of a village of bamboo huts on the right bank. To this we headed. Hardly had the boat struck the beach when both of our men leaped ashore and raced madly toward the huts, pausing only long enough to slide the boat beyond the grip of the river. We followed, considerably mystified. Quick as we were, we found both the padrone and his man, together with a dozen others, already seated at a monte table. The padrone was acting as banker. We discovered the name of this place to be Gatun. Talbot found us a native hut in which were hammocks we could rent for the night. The hut was a 2-storied affair, with a notched pole by which to clamber aloft. I took one look and decided to stay below. My weight seemed sufficient to bring the whole thing down about our ears. I do not know which had the better of it. My hammock was slung across one corner of the single room. A cooking fire blazed merrily 5 or 6 feet away. Some 10 or a dozen natives were drinking and talking until nearly morning, and to my personal knowledge some 10 or a dozen thousand fleas were doing the same. 6 dogs were that hut's allowance. They discovered that my weight sagged my hammock down to a height just suitable for the rubbing of their backs. In vain I smote with boot or pistol barrel. They keyed and departed, but only for a moment. I had not even time to fall into a doze before one of the others was back at it. This amused the drinking natives. I suppose the poor beasts very passionately wanted to scratch their backs. I could sympathize with them. None of them could have had as many fleas as I had, for their superficial area was not as great, but perhaps they had as many per square inch. In the course of the night it began to rain. I mean really rain, without going into details as to drops, as somebody has said. Then I ceased envying my friends upstairs, for from all sounds I judged the roof was leaking. Next morning it was still drizzling. The town was full of sad-eyed, wearied men. I think every one had had about the same experience. The padrone was at first a little inclined to delay, but he quickly recognized that our mood was bad, so shortly we were under way. The day was not an unmitigated joy. It rained, picking the surface of the river up in little spots and rings. The forest dripped steadily. All the butterflies and bright birds had disappeared, and sullen, shifting clouds fairly touched the treetops. It was cold. Wrap ourselves as we would, we became thoroughly chilled. We should have liked to go ashore for a little fire, or at least to tramp about, but there seemed to be no banks, and the vegetation would not let us approach whatever earth there might be. The padrone and the big negro thrust their heads through holes cut in the middle of their blankets, and seemed happy. Talbot Ward and Yank took it with the philosophy of old campaigners, but Johnny and I had not had experience enough to realize that things have a habit of coming to an end. We were too wet even to smoke. That night we spent at a place called Peña Blanca, which differed in no essential from Gatun. We slept there in small sheds, along with 20 or 30 of our ship's companions wedged tightly together. A dozen other similar sheds adjoined. We were all quarrelsome and disinclined to take much nonsense either from the natives or from each other. Also, we needed and wanted food, and we had difficulty in getting it. A dozen incipient quarrels were extinguished because the majority of the crowd would not stand for being bothered by the row. Finally, the whole hutful became involved, and it really looked for a moment like a riot. A good deal of bad language flew about, and men seized their weapons. Yank rose to the occasion by appealing to them not to kick up a muss because there was a lady of our own color in the next room. The lady was mythical, but the riot was averted. The next day was clearing, with occasional heavy dashing showers just to keep us interested. The country began more to open up. We passed many grass savannas dotted with palms and a tree something like our locust. Herds of cattle fed there. The river narrowed and became swifter. Often our men had to lay aside their paddles in favor of the pole or tracking line. Once or twice we landed and walked for a short distance along the banks. At one place we saw several wild turkeys. At another, something horrifying, rustling, and reptilian made a dash fairly from between my feet and rushed flop into the water. The boys claimed I jumped straight upward 4 feet, but I think it was nearer 10. Talbot said the thing was an iguana. I should very much like to be able to describe it accurately, but my observation was somewhat confused. Beyond the evident fact that it snorted actual fire, I am not prepared to go. Along in the early afternoon we reached Boulder Shores, in which the trap rock descended sheer beneath the surface of the water. Directly ahead of us rose a mountain like a cone of verdure. We glided around the base of it, and so came to Gorgona, situated on a high bluff beyond. This we had decided upon as the end of our river journey. To be sure, we had bargained for Cruces, 6 miles beyond, but as the majority of our ship's companions had decided on that route, we thought the Gorgona trail might be less crowded. So we beached our boat and unloaded our effects and set forth to find accommodations for the present, and mules for the immediate future. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Gold by Stewart Edward White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The village in the jungle. At first there seemed slight chance of getting either. The place was crowded beyond its capacity. The Hotel Français, a shed and tent sort of combination with a muddy natural floor, was jammed. The few native huts were crowded. Many we saw making themselves as comfortable as possible amid their effects out in the open. Some we talked with said they had been there for over a week, unable to move because of lack of transportation. They reported much fever, and in fact we saw one poor shaking wretch, wistful-eyed as a sick dog, braced against a tree all alone. The spirit was drained out of him, and all he wanted was to get back. While we were discussing what to do next, our muslin-clad ex-padrone, who had been paid and shaken by the hand some time since, approached, smoking a longer cigar than ever. This he waved at us in a most debonair and friendly manner. "Bread on the water," commented Talbot after a short conversation. "He says we have treated him like a brother and a true comrade in arms, which means that I did. You fellows, confound your spiteful souls, wanted to throw him overboard a dozen times, and now he says to follow him, and he'll get us a place to stay." "Some native pigsty with fleas," I remarked skeptically, aside to Johnny. "You come," begged the padrone, with a flash of teeth. "We came bearing our household goods, because we could nowhere see anyone to bear them for us. At that we had to leave the heaviest pieces on the beach. Talbot insisted on lugging his huge bundle of newspapers. "They may come in handy," he answered us vaguely. "Well, they're mine, and this is my back," he countered to Johnny's and my impatience with such foolishness. The padrone led us through town to the outskirts. There we came to a substantial low house of several rooms, with a veranda and veritable chimneys. The earth in front had been beaten so hard that even the downpour of yesterday had not appreciably softened it. To our summons appeared a very suave and courteous figure, that it appeared of the alcalde of the place. "My friend," explained the padrone in English for our benefit. "They good people. They wanna stay. Got no place to stay." The alcalde, a portly gentleman with side whiskers and a great deal of dignity, bowed. "My house is all yours," said he. Thus, although arriving late, we stopped at the best quarters in the town. The sense of obligation to anyone but our boatman was considerably relieved when next day we paid what we owed for our lodging. Also, had it not been for Talbot and Johnny, I am sure Yank and I would have taken to the jungle. There seemed to be required so much bowing, smiling, punctiliousness, and elaborate complimenting that in a short time I felt myself in the precise mental attitude of a very small monkey shaking the bars of his cage with all four hands, and gibbering in the face of some benign and infinitely superior professor. I fairly ached behind the ears, trying to look sufficiently alert and bland and intelligent. Yank sat stolid, chewed tobacco, and spat out of the window, which also went far toward stampeding me. Talbot and Johnny, however, seemed right at home. They capped the old gentleman's most elaborate and involved speeches. They talked at length and pompously about nothing at all. Their smiles were rare and sad and lingering, not a bit like my imbecile, though well-meant, grinning. And they seemed to be able to stick it out until Judgment Day. Not until I heard their private language after it was all over did I realize they were not enjoying the occasion thoroughly. Toward sunset occurred a welcome break. A mob of natives suddenly burst into view from the direction of the town. They were running madly, led by a very little man and a very big man. The two latter rushed up to the edge of the veranda on which we were all sitting, and began to talk excitedly both at once. "What's the row?" we asked Talbot in a breath. "Can't make out yet. Something about a fight." The alcalde commanded order. Then the matter became clear. The very large man and the very little man had had a fight, and they had come for justice. This much Talbot made plain. Then he chuckled explosively. "The little man is making his accusation against himself," he told us. "He is charging himself with having assaulted and beaten the other fellow. And the big one is charging himself with having licked the little one. Neither wants to acknowledge that he got licked, and each would rather pay a fine and have it entered on the records that he won the fight. So much for sheer vanity." Each had his desire. The alcalde, with beautiful impartiality, fined them both, and nonchalantly pocketed the proceeds. At dusk millions of fireflies came out. The earth grew velvet black, and the soft, tepid air breathed up from the river. Lights of the town flickered like larger, yellower fireflies through the thin screen of palms and jungle. And the various noises, subdued by distance, mingled with the voices of thousands of insects and a strange booming from the river. I thought it very pleasant and wanted to stay out, but for some reason we were hailed within. There the lamps made the low, broad room very hot. We sat on real chairs, and the stilted exchange resumed. I have often wondered whether our host enjoyed it, or whether he did it merely from duty and was as heartily bored as the rest of us. A half-naked servant glided in to tell us that we were wanted in the next room. We found there our good padrone and another, a fine tall man dressed very elaborately, in short jacket and slit loose trousers, all sewn with many silver buttons and ornaments. "He my friend," explained the padrone. "He have dos mules." With the gorgeous individual, Talbot concluded a bargain. He was to furnish us riding animals at $10 each per day, and agreed to transport our baggage at $6 a hundredweight. The padrone stood aside, smiling cheerfully. "I very good friend, eh?" he demanded. "My son," said Talbot with feeling, "you're a gentleman and a scholar. Indeed, I would go farther and designate you as a genuine Lollapaloozer." The padrone seemed much gratified, but immediately demanded $5. This Talbot gave him. Johnny thought the demand went far toward destroying the value of the padrone's kindness, but the rest of us differed. I believe this people, lazy and dishonest as they are nevertheless peculiarly susceptible to kindness. The man had started by trying to cheat us of our bargain. He ended by going out of his way to help us along. At supper, which was served very shortly, we had our first glimpse of the ladies of the establishment. The older was a very dignified, placid, rather fat individual, whose chief feature was her shining dark hair. She bowed to us gravely, said a few words in Spanish, and thereafter applied herself with childlike and unfeigned zest to the edibles. The younger, Mercedes by name, was a very sprightly damsel indeed. She too had shining black hair, over which she had flung the most coquettish sort of lace shawl they called a rebosa. Her eyes were large, dark, and expressive, and she constantly used them most provocatively, though with every appearance of shyness and modesty. Her figure, too, was lithe and rounded, and so swathed rather than clothed that every curve was emphasized. I suppose this effect was the result of the Spanish mode rather than of individual sophistication, just as the succession of lazy poses and bendings were the result of a racial feminine instinct rather than of conscious personal coquetry. Certainly, we four red-shirted tramps were poor enough game. Nevertheless, whatever the motive, the effect was certainly real enough. She was alluring rather than charming, with her fan and her rebosa, her veiled glances, her languorous, bold poses, and the single red flower in her hair. A great deal of this allurement resided in the very fact that no one could tell how much was simple, innocent, and unconscious instinct, and how much was intended. An unpleasing note in both women was furnished by the powder. This so liberally covered their faces as to conceal the skin beneath a dead matte white. Yank and I were kept out of it, or thought we were, by our ignorance of the language. This did not seem to hinder Johnny in the least. In 5 minutes he was oblivious to everything but his attempts to make himself agreeable by signs and laughing gestures, and to his trials with help at the unknown language. The girl played up to him well. Talbot was gravely and courteously polite. At the close of the meal, the women rose suddenly, bowed, and swept from the room. Johnny turned back to us a good deal flushed and excited, a little bewildered, and considerably disappointed. The alcalde looked as though nothing unusual were under way. The rest of us were considerably amused. "You'll see her later," soothed Talbot mockingly. Johnny gulped down his coffee without reply. After the meal we went outside. Fires had been built on opposite sides of the hard-beaten earth in front of the house. 4 men with guitars sat chairs tilted backed against the veranda. 30 or 40 people wandered to and fro. They were of the usual native class. Our host's family and one other, consisting of parents and 3 grown children, seemed to represent all the aristocracy. These better class guests came to join us on the veranda. The older people did not differ greatly from our host and his wife, except in cut of masculine whisker or amount of feminine fat. The younger members consisted of a young lady, tall and graceful, a young girl in white, and a man of 20 or thereabouts. He was most gaudily gotten up, for a male creature, in a soft white shirt, a short braided jacket of blue, a wide red tasseled sash, and trousers slit from the knees down. The entire costume was sewn at all places, likely and unlikely, with silver buttons. And he was a darkly handsome chap, with a small mustache, red lips, and a little flash of teeth. The effect was quite good, but I couldn't care for his style. The bulk of the villagers were dressed in white. The women all carried the rebosa, and were thickly powdered. We could see a number of the Americans in the background. The musicians struck up a strummy, decided sort of march-like tune, and the dancers paired off. They performed a kind of lancer figure, very stately and solemn, seemingly interminable, with scant variation, small progressions, and mighty little interest to me. We sat in a stiff row and shed the compliment of our presence on the scene. It was about as inspiring as a visit to a hospital ward. What determined the duration of the affair I cannot tell you, whether the musicians' fingers gave out, or the dancers' legs, or the official audience's patience, but at last they ceased. At the beginning of another tune, of much the same solemn character, our young visitor bowed ceremoniously to our host's daughter and led her down the steps. "Come on, Johnny, be a sport. Dance this one," said Talbot, rising. "Don't know how," replied Johnny gloomily, his eyes on the receding figure of Mercedes. "The lady will show you. Come along." Talbot bowed gravely to the young girl, who arose enchanted. Johnny, with his natural grace and courtesy, offered his arm to the other. She took it with a faintly aloof and indifferent smile, and descended the steps with him. She did not look toward him, nor did she vouchsafe him a word. Plainly, she was not interested, but stood idly flirting with her fan, her eyes fixed upon the distance. The dance began. It was another of the same general character as the first. The couples advanced and retreated, swung slowly about each other, ducked and passed beneath each other's arms, all to the stately strumming of the guitars. They kept on doing these things. Johnny and Talbot soon got hold of the sequence of events, and did them too. At first Johnny was gloomy and distrait. Then, after he had, in the changes of the dance, passed Mercedes a few times, he began to wake up. I could make out in the firelight only the shapes of their figures and the whiteness of their faces, but I could see that she lingered a moment in Johnny's formal embrace, that she flirted against him in passing, and I could guess that her eyes were on duty. When they returned to the veranda, Johnny was chipper, the visitor darkly frowning, Mercedes animated, and the other girl still faintly and aloofly smiling. The fandango went on for an hour, and the rivalry between Johnny and the young Spaniard grew in intensity. Certainly Mercedes did nothing to modify it. The scene became more animated and more interesting. A slow gliding waltz was danced, and several posturing stomping dances in which the partners advanced and receded toward and from each other, bending and swaying and holding aloft their arms. It was very pretty and graceful and captivating, and to my unsophisticated mind a trifle suggestive. Though that thought was probably the result of my training and the novelty of the sight, it must be remembered that many people see harm in our round dances simply because they have not become sufficiently accustomed to them to realize that the position of the performers is meaninglessly conventional. Similarly, the various rather daring poses of some of these Spanish dances probably have become so conventionalized by numberless repetitions along the formal requirements of the dance that their possible significance has been long since forgotten. The apparently deliberate luring of the man by the woman exists solely in the mind of some such alien spectator as myself. I was philosophical enough to say these things to myself, but Johnny was not. He saw Mercedes languishing into the eyes of his rival, half fleeing provocatively, her glances sparkling, bending and swaying her body in allurement. Finally, in the finale of the dance, melting into her partner's arms as though in surrender. He could not realize that these were formal and established measures for a dance. He was too blinded to see that the partners separated quite calmly and sauntered nonchalantly toward the veranda, the man rolling a paper cigarro, the woman flirting idly her fan. His eyes glowing dully, he stared straight before him, a spot of color mounted on his cheekbones. With an exclamation, Talbot Ward arose swiftly but quietly and moved down the veranda, motioning me to follow. He bent over Johnny's chair. "I want to speak to you a moment," he said in a low voice. Johnny looked up at him a moment defiantly. Talbot stood above him, inflexibly waiting. With a muttered exclamation, Johnny finally arose from his chair. Ward grasped his arm and drew him through the wandering natives past a fringe of American spectators and down the hard, moonlit path to the village. Johnny jerked his arm loose and stopped short. "Well, sir," he demanded, his head high. "You are on your way to California," said Ward, "and you are stopping here over one night. The girl is pretty and graceful, with much charm, but uneducated and quite empty-headed." "I will thank you to leave all young ladies out of this discussion," broke in Johnny hotly. "The young lady is the whole of this discussion and cannot be left out." "Then we will abandon the discussion." "Also," said Talbot Ward irrelevantly, "did you notice how fat all their mothers are?" We were wandering forward slowly. Again Johnny stopped. "I must tell you, sir, that I consider my affairs none of your business, sir, and that I resent any interference with them," he said with heat. "All right, Johnny," replied Talbot sadly. "I'm not going to try to advise you. Only I wanted to call your attention to all the elements of the situation, which you probably had forgotten. I will repeat, and then I am done. She is nothing to you. She is beneath you. You are stopping here but one day. She is charming but ignorant, and her mother is very fat. Now, go have your fool fight, for that is what you are headed straight for, if you think it at all worth while." Johnny's generous heart must have been smiting him sorely, now that his heat and excitement had had time to cool a little. He followed us a few steps irresolutely. We came to the large tree by the wayside. The man with fever still sat there, miserably indifferent to his surroundings. "Here, this won't do," cried Talbot. "He mustn't be allowed to sit there all night. He'll catch a chill, sure. My friend, give us your arm. We'll find you some sort of a bunk." The man was dead. We carried him to the village and raised a number of our compatriots. No one knew who the man might be, nor even where his belongings had been stored. He had no mark of identification on his person. After a diligent search, we were forced to give it up. The body we buried with all reverence at the edge of the jungle. I wanted to place the matter on an official footing by notifying the alcalde, but Talbot negatived this. "I know this people," said he. "Once let the news of the man's death get abroad, and it's good-bye to any chance of finding his effects tomorrow. And that's our only show to identify him. Best say nothing." We returned slowly to the alcalde's house. The fandango was still in progress. Mercedes flashed her bright eyes at Johnny as we mounted the steps. The Spaniard scowled and muttered an imprecation. Johnny bowed gravely and passed into the house. We told Yank the circumstances. "Poor devil," said I. "Like the rest of us, he was so full of hope so short time ago." Ward nodded. "And his death was so unnecessary, so utterly and completely useless." "I don't know," spoke up Talbot musingly. "It seems to us unnecessary, but who can tell? And useless, I don't know. If we hadn't happened to stumble upon that poor chap just then, Johnny Fairfax might be in his fix right this minute. And Johnny Fairfax seems to me likely to prove a very valuable citizen." "And what did the blame critter mean by that?" Yank asked me later. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Gold by Stewart Edward White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Trail. We made desperate efforts next morning to find somebody who knew the man, or at least could point out to us his effects, but in vain. All was confusion, and everybody was too busy getting away to pay us very much attention. This, I am convinced, was not hard-heartedness on the part of most, but merely that all men's minds were filled with a great desire. Our own transport men were impatient to be off, and we had finally to abandon the matter. Whether or not the man had a family or friends who would never know what had become of him, we shall never find out. Later in the gold rush there were many scores of such cases. Having paid the alcalde, we set forth. Mercedes did not appear. Our good padrone was on hand to say farewell to us at the edge of town. He gave us a sort of cup made from coconut husk to which long cords had been attached. With these, he explained, we could dip up water without dismounting. We found them most convenient. Shortly after we had left town, and before we had really begun our journey in earnest, we passed a most astonishing caravan going the other way. This consisted of 16 mules and donkeys under sole charge of 3 men armed with antiquated and somewhat rusty muskets. On either side of each mule, slung in a rope, and plain to see, hung a heavy ingot of gold. Fascinated, we approached and stroked the satiny, beautiful metal, and wondered that, on a road so crowded with travelers of all grades, so precious a train should be freely entrusted to the 3 ragged, lazy natives. So curious did this seem that Talbot inquired of the leader why it was allowed. "Whither would a thief run to? How could he carry away these heavy ingots?" the man propounded. Often around subsequent campfires we have, in idle curiosity, attempted to answer these 2 questions successfully, but have always failed. The gold was safe. Talbot insisted, with a good deal of heavy argument, that our effects should precede us on the trail. The wisdom of this was apparent before we had been out an hour. We came upon dozens of porters resting, sprawled out by the side of their loads. I could hardly blame them, for these men carried, by means of a bamboo screen and straps across the shoulders and forehead, the most enormous loads. But farther on we passed also several mule trains, for whose stopping there could be no reason or excuse except that their natives were lazy. Our own train we were continually overtaking and prodding on, to its intense disgust. Thus Talbot's forethought, or experience with people of this type, assured us our goods. Some of our shipmates were still waiting for their baggage when we sailed to the north. We now entered a dense forest country. The lofty trees, thick foliage, swinging vines, and strange big leaves undoubtedly would have impressed us under other conditions. But just now we were too busy. The rains had softened the trail until it was of the consistency of very stiff mud. In this mud the first mule had left his tracks. The next mule trod carefully in the first mule's footsteps, and all subsequent mules did likewise. The consequence was a succession of narrow, deep holes in the clay, into which an animal's leg sank halfway to the shoulder. No power on earth, I firmly believe, could have induced those mules to step anywhere else. Each hole was full of muddy water. When the mule inserted his hoof, the water spurted out violently, as though from a squirt gun. As a result, we were, I believe, the most muddied and bedraggled crew on earth. We tried walking, but could not get on at all. Occasionally we came to a steep little ravine, down and up the slippery banks of which we slid and scrambled. Yank and his mule once landed in a heap plump in the middle of a stream. In the course of these tribulations we became somewhat separated. Johnny and I found ourselves riding along in company, and much too busy to talk. As we neared a small group of natives under a tree, 3 of them started towards us on a run, shouting something. We stopped and drew together. One of the assailants seized Johnny's animal by the bit, and another's gesture commanded him to dismount. "Get out of that!" shouted Johnny threateningly, and as the man did not obey his emphatic tone, he snatched out his Colt's pistol. I closed in next to him and did the same. Our threatening attitude caused the men to draw back a trifle, but they redoubled their vociferations. Johnny attempted to spur his mule forward, but all 3 threw themselves in his way. The rest of the natives, 4 in number, joined the group. They pointed at Johnny's animal, motioned peremptorily for him to descend, and one of them ventured again to seize his bridle. "I don't believe it's robbery anyhow," said I. "They seem to recognize your mule. Probably you're riding a stolen animal." "I don't know anything about that," said Johnny, a trifle angrily. "But I do know I hired it to go to Panama with, and to Panama I'm going. They can settle their mule question afterward." But when he gathered his reins again, he was prevented from going on. Johnny reached suddenly forward and struck with his pistol barrel at the head of the man holding his rein. He missed by a fraction of an inch, and the man leaped back with a cry of rage. Everybody yelled and drew near, as though for a rush, and Johnny and I cocked our weapons. At this moment we heard Talbot Ward's voice from beyond. "Take him from that side!" yelled Johnny excitedly. "Give it to him, Tal!" Talbot shouted again in Spanish. Every brigand in the lot immediately turned in his direction, shouting perfect fountains of words. After a moment, Talbot, afoot, emerged from the jungle and calmly picked his way through the mud towards us. "Put up your shooting irons," he grinned at us. "These men tell me your saddle pad is on crooked, and they want to straighten it for you." Johnny, and I'm sure myself, turned red. Then everybody howled with glee. Johnny dismounted, and a dozen eager hands adjusted the harness. We shook hands all around, laughed some more, and resumed our very sloppy journey. This, to me, was one of the most terrible days I ever spent. We passed dozens of dead mules, and vultures that sat in trees, and exhausted men lying flat as though dead, and sick men shaken with fever, and one poor wretch whom we picked up and took with us, who had actually laid down to die. He was half raving with fever, and as near as we could make out, had companions. We twisted him aboard a mule, and took turns walking alongside and holding him on. Beyond the fact that he was a very small individual, with light hair and an English accent, we could tell nothing about him. He was suffering from cholera, although we did not know that at the time. That night we spent at a wayside hut, where we left our patient. Early the next morning we began to ascend a little, and so came to a rocky tableland with palms, and beyond it another ridge of hills. We climbed that ridge and descended the other side. Another elevation lay before us. This we surmounted, only to find a third. After we had put a dozen such ranges behind us, we made the mistake of thinking the next was sure to be the last. We got up our hopes a number of times in this fashion, then fell dully into a despair of ever getting anywhere. The day was fearfully hot. The Indian who had stolidly preceded us as a guide at last stopped, washed his feet carefully in a wayside mud hole, and put on his pantaloons. "This looks to me like an encouraging symptom," I remarked. Shortly after, we entered the city of Panama. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Gold by Stewart Edward White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Panama. We arrived early in the afternoon, and we were all eyes. For here was a city taken directly from the pages of the boy's own pirate. Without the least effort of imagination, we could see Morgan or Kidd or some other old swashbuckler, cutlass in teeth, pistols in hand, broad-sashed, fierce and ruthless, rushing over the walls or through the streets, while the cathedral bells clanged wildly and women screamed. Everything about it was of the past, for somehow the modern signs of American invasion seemed temporary and to be blown away. The two-story wooden houses with corridor and veranda across the face of the second story, painted in bright colors, leaned crazily out across the streets toward each other. Narrow and mysterious alleys led up between them. Ancient cathedrals and churches stood gray with age before grass-grown plazas, and in the outskirts of town were massive masonry ruins of great buildings, convent and colleges, some of which had never been finished. The immense blocks lay about the ground in a confusion, covered softly by thousands of little plants, or soared against the sky in broken arches and corridors. Vegetations and vines grew in every crevice, and I saw many full-sized trees rooted in mid-air. The place was strongly fanciful, and I loved to linger there. To me the jungle seemed like an insidiously beautiful creature enveloping thus, little by little, its unsuspecting prey. The old gray, tumbled ruins seemed to be lost in dreams of their ancient days, and through the arches and empty corridors open to the sky breathed the melancholy air from a past so dead and gone and buried and forgotten that of it remained no echo, no recollection, no knowledge, nothing but squared and tumbled stones. To tell the truth, I generally had these reflections quite to myself. The body of the town was much more exciting. The old dilapidated and picturesque houses had taken on a new and temporary smartness of modernity, consisting mainly of canvas signs. The main street was of hotels, eating houses, and assorted halls. It was crowded day and night, for we found something over 1,000 men here awaiting the chance of transportation. Some had been here a long time and were broke and desperate. A number of American gambling joints did a good business. Native drinking houses abounded. The natives were in general a showy lot, but too lazy even to do a good job at fleecing the stranger within their gates. That was therefore undertaken, and most competently, by the enterprising foreigners of all nations. Foreigners kept 2 of the 3 hotels, as is indicated by their names: the Hotel Francis, Fonda Americano, and the Washington House. Americans ran the gambling joints. French and Germans mainly kept the restaurants. We stopped over one day at the Fonda Americano, and then realizing that we were probably in for a long wait, we found 2 rooms in a house off the main street. These we rented from a native at a fairly reasonable rate. They were in the second story of a massive stone ruin whose walls had been patched up with whitewash. The rooms were bare and geometrically cat-cornered and extraordinarily chilly, like vaults, but they gave out on a charming, unkept walled garden, with a stone fountain in the middle, whose features were all rounded by time and blurred with moss, with tall ragged bananas and taller wind-swept palms, and a creeping lush tangle of old plants, and the damp soft greenness of moss, and the elfin tinkling of little waters. On our balcony the sun shone strong, so that we could warm our chilled bones gratefully like lizards against the wall. We tried all the restaurants one after the other, and found them about equally bad. We also went in once for a real Spanish dinner. It consisted of a succession of dishes, highly seasoned with the hottest sort of pepper, generally drowned in rich gravy, and composed of such things as cheese, chunks of meat, cornmeal, and the like. Any one of these dishes would have been a fine strength test for the average unsophisticated stomach, but your true Spanish dinner consists of a dozen of them. We had horrible indigestion. In one place kept by a German we were treated very disagreeably, and overcharged so badly that Yank vowed he intended to get even. As to just how he was going to do it, he maintained a deep silence, but he advised us he would eat there the following evening. Also he asked 4 or 5 other men with whom we had become friendly to meet us at the restaurant. We met, ate our meal leisurely, and had a very good time. "Now," said Yank to us, "when we get up, you fellows all go right out the front door and keep going till you get to the Fonda bar. And there you wait for me. No lingering now. Do as you're told." We did as we were told. After about 15 or 20 minutes, Yank sauntered in. "Now," said Johnny, "I hope you'll explain. We're much obliged for your dinner party, but we want to know what it's all about." "Well," chuckled Yank, "I just dealt the Dutchman what you might call idle persiflage until you fellows had been gone a few minutes, and then I held out my $1. 'What's that?' says he. 'That's $1,' says I, 'to pay for my dinner.' 'How about all those other fellows?' said he. 'I got nothing to do with them,' says I. 'They can pay for their own dinners.' And after a while I come away. He was having some sort of Dutch fit, and I got tired of watching him." Outside the walls of the city was a large encampment of tents in which dwelt the more impecunious and more economical of the miners. Here, too, had been located a large hospital tent. There was a great deal of sickness, due to the hardship of the journey, the bad climate, irregular living, the overeating of fruit, drinking, the total lack of sanitation. In fact, only the situation of the city, out on an isthmus in the sea breezes, I'm convinced, saved us from pestilence. Every American seemed to possess a patent medicine of some sort, with which he dosed himself religiously in and out of season. A good many, I should think, must have fallen victim to these nostrums. Each morning regularly we went down to harass the steamship employees. Roughly speaking, some 300 of us had bought through passage before leaving New York, and it was announced that only 52 additional to those already aboard could be squeezed into the first steamer. The other 248 would have to await the next. Naturally, every man was determined that he would not be left, for such a delay in such a place at the time of a gold rush was unthinkable. The officials at the steamship office had no easy time. Each man wanted first of all to know just when the ship was to be expected, a thing no one could guess. Then he demanded his accommodations, and had a dozen reasons why his claim should be preferred over that of the others. I never saw a more quarrelsome, noisy dog kennel than that steamship office. Why no one was ever shot there, I could not tell you. After bedeviling the officials for a time, our business for the day was over. We had the privilege of sauntering through the streets, of walking down the peninsula, or of seating ourselves in any of the numerous bars or gambling halls. All were interesting, though neither the street nor the gambling places were in full action until late afternoon. About 4 o'clock or half after, when the invariable siesta was over, the main street began to fill with idlers. The natives wore white, with wide, soft straw hats, and lounged along with considerable grace. They were a weak, unenergetic, inoffensive race, always ready to get off the sidewalk for other nations, provided the other nation swaggered sufficiently. The women, I remember, had wonderful piles of glossy black hair, arranged in bands and puffs, in which they stuck cigars. The streets were very narrow. When a vehicle came along, we all had to make way for it, as also for the gangs of prisoners connected with heavy iron chains around their necks. These were very numerous, and I can hear yet, as the leading notes of the place, the clinking of their chains and the cracked jangling of some of the many cathedral bells. There was a never-failing joy to us also in poking around the odd places of the town. The dim interiors of cathedrals, the splashed stones of courtyards, the shadows of doorways, the privacies of gardens all lured us, and we saw many phases of native life. Generally, we were looked on at first with distrust. There were a number of roughs among the gold seekers, men whose brutal instincts or whose merely ignorant love of horseplay had now for the first time no check. They found that the native could be pushed off the sidewalk, so they pushed him off. I once saw a number of these men light their cigars at altar candles. But Talbot's Spanish and her own demeanor soon gained us admission. Thus we ran across a most delightful institution. We were rambling in a very obscure portion of town when we came to quite a long wall, unbroken save by a little wicket gate. A bell pull seemed to invite investigation, so we gave it a heave. Almost immediately the gate swung open and we entered. We found ourselves in a wide space paved with smooth great slabs of rocks, wet as though from a recent rain. The space was thickly built up by small round huts of reeds, but without roofs. In the center was a well, probably 10 or 12 feet wide, over which slanted a cross arm and wheel for the drawing of water. No human being was in sight. The gate had been unlatched by an overhead cord. We shouted. In a minute or so a very irascible old woman hobbled to us from some mysterious lurking place among the reed huts. She spoke impatiently. Talbot questioned her. She replied briefly, then turned and hobbled off as fast as she could go. "What did she say?" someone asked Talbot curiously. "She said," replied Ward, "literally this: 'Why don't you take any of them without bothering me? They're all ready.' I imagine she must mean these bird cages, though what they are for I couldn't tell you." We investigated the nearest. It was divided into 2 tiny rooms, each just big enough to hold a man. In one was a 3-legged stool. In the other stood 2 graceful jars of red clay, their sides bedewed with evaporation. A dipper made from a coconut lay across the top of one of them. "Bathhouse!" shouted Johnny, enchanted. The water in the porous earthen jars was cold. We took each a hut and poured the icy stuff over us to our heart's content. All except Yank. He looked on the proceedings, we thought, with some scorn, and departed carrying his long rifle. "Hey!" shouted Johnny finally. "Where's the towels?" To this inquiry we could find no substantial answer. There were no towels. The old woman declined to come to our yells. She was on hand, however, when we were ready to depart, and took 1 American dime as payment for the 3 of us. This was the only cheap thing we found in Panama. We came every day after the hour of siesta with towels. Yank refused steadfastly to indulge. "I'm having hard enough dodging to keep clear of fever and azure now," he told us. "You don't seem to recollect what neck of the woods I come from. It's a fever and azure company out there for keeps. They can't keep chickens there at all." "Why not?" asked Johnny innocently. "The chills they gets shakes all the feathers off of 'em," replied Yank, "and then they freeze to death." In the evening the main street was a blaze of light, and the byways were cast in darkness. The crowd was all afoot, and moved restlessly to and fro from one bar or gambling hall to another. Of the 1,000 or so of strangers, we came in time to recognize by sight a great many. The journey home through the dark was perilous. We never attempted it except in company, and as Johnny seemed fascinated with a certain game called Mexican Monte, we often had to endure long waits before all our party was assembled. One morning our daily trip to the steamship office bore fruit. We found the plaza filled with excited men, all talking and gesticulating. The much tired officials had evolved a scheme, beautiful in its simplicity, for deciding which 52 of the 300 should go by the first ship. They announced that at 11 o'clock they would draw lots. This was all very well, but how did the general public know that the lots would be drawn fairly? The officials would permit a committee of citizens to be present. Not by the eternal. Where would you get anyone to serve? No member of that committee would dare accept his own ticket, provided he drew one. No one would believe it had been done honestly. Very well, then let 52 out of 300 slips of paper be marked. Each prospective passenger could then draw one slip out of a box. "It's all right, boys," the observers yelled back at those clamoring in the rear. One of the officials stood on a barrel holding the box, while a clerk with a list of names sat below. "As I call the names, will each gentleman step forward and draw his slip," announced the official. We were all watching with our mouths open, intensely interested. "Did you ever hear of such a damn fool way of doing the thing?" said Talbot. "Here, give me a boost up." Johnny and I raised him on our shoulders. "Gentlemen, gentlemen," he cried a number of times before he could be heard above the row. Finally they gave him attention. "I'm a ticket holder in this thing, and I want to see it done right. I want to ask that gentleman there what is to prevent the wrong man from answering to a name, from drawing a slip without having any right to." "The right man will prevent him," answered a voice. The crowd laughed. "Well, who's to decide, in case of dispute, which is the right man and which the wrong man? And what's to prevent any man, after the drawing, from marking a blank slip or making a new slip entirely?" "That's right! Correct!" shouted several voices. The officials consulted hurriedly. Then one of them announced that the drawing would be postponed until the following morning. Each was to bring his steamship ticket with him. The winners in the drawing must be prepared to have their tickets countersigned on the spot. With this understanding we dispersed. This was Talbot Ward's first public appearance, the first occasion in which he called himself to the attention of his fellows assembled in public meeting. The occasion was trivial, and it is only for this reason that I mention it. His personality at once became known and remembered, and I recollect that many total strangers spoke to him that evening. By next morning the transportation officials had worked it out. We could not all get into the office, so the drawing took place on the plaza outside. As each man's name was called, he stepped forward, showed his ticket, and was allowed to draw a slip from the box. If it proved to be a blank, he went away. If he was lucky, he had his ticket viced on the spot. Such a proceeding took the greater part of the day, but the excitement remained intense. No one thought of leaving even for the noon meal. Yank drew passage on the first steamer. Talbot, Johnny, and I drew blanks. We walked down to the shore to talk over the situation. "We ought to have bought tickets good on this particular ship, not merely good on this line," said Johnny. "Doesn't matter what we ought to have done," rejoined Talbot a little impatiently. "What are we going to do? Are we going to wait here until the next steamer comes along?" "That's likely to be 2 or 3 months. Nobody knows," said Johnny. "No, it's in 6 weeks, I believe. They tell me they've started regular trips on a new mail contract." "Well, 6 weeks. If we stay in this hole we'll all be sick, we'll be broke, and in the meantime every ounce of gold in the country will have been picked up." "What's the alternative?" I asked. "Sailing vessel," said Talbot briefly. "That's mighty uncertain," I objected. "Nobody knows when one will get in, and when it does show up, there'll be a mad scramble to get to her. There's a mob waiting to go." "Well, it's one or the other. We can't walk, and I don't see that the situation is going to be much better when the next steamer does get here. There are a couple of hundred to crowd in on her, just counting those who are here and have tickets, and then there will be a lot more." "I'm for the sailing vessel," said Johnny. "They come in every week or two now, and if we can't make the first one, we'll have a good chance at the second or the third." Talbot looked at me inquiringly. "Sounds reasonable," I admitted. "Then we've no time to lose," said Talbot decisively, and turned away toward the town. Yank, who had listened silently to our brief discussion, shifted his rifle to his shoulder and followed. Shortly he fell behind, and we lost him. We accompanied Talbot in some bewilderment, for there was no ship in sight nor in prospect, and we could not understand any reason for this haste. Talbot led the way directly to the steamship office. "I want to see Brown," he asserted, naming the chief agent for the company. The clerk hesitated. Brown was an important man, and not to be disturbed for trivial matters. But Talbot's eye could be very assured. "What is your business with Mr. Brown?" asked the clerk. "It is with Mr. Brown," said Talbot firmly, "and I may add that it is to Mr. Brown's own interest to see me. Tell him just that Mr. Talbot Ward of New York City desires an immediate interview." The clerk was gone for some moments, to the manifest annoyance of a dozen miners who wanted his attention. When he returned, he motioned us to a screened-off private office in the rear. "Mr. Brown will see you," said he. We found Brown to be a florid, solidly built man of 50, with a keen eye and a brown beard. He nodded to us briefly and looked expectant. "We three men," said Talbot directly, "hold 3 tickets on your line. We were not fortunate enough to get passage on the next steamer, and our business will not permit us to wait until the one after. We want our money back." Brown's face darkened. "That is a matter for my clerks, not for me," he said curtly. "I was told your business was to my advantage. I have nothing to do with tickets." "1 minute," said Talbot. "There are between 200 and 300 men in this town, each one, who bought a ticket from your company in New York in the expectation, if not under the understanding, that they were to get through passage immediately." "No such thing was expected or guaranteed," interposed Brown abruptly. "Not guaranteed nor expected by you. By us, yes." "I cannot argue the matter. I have no further time for you. Good day." And Brown once more reached his hand toward his bell. "Suppose," said Talbot softly, leaning forward, "I should put it into the heads of those 300 men that they ought to get their passage money back." Brown's hand stopped in mid-air. "They are large, violent, armed men, and they are far from pure home influences," went on Talbot mockingly. "Here's a sample of them," said he, indicating my huge frame. "And there are 1,000 or so more, not directly interested, but dying for excitement." "Are you trying to intimidate me, sir?" demanded Brown. "I'm just stating conditions." "You are threatening me." "Ah, that is different," said Talbot Ward. Brown sat lost in thought for some moments. Then he reached forward and at last struck the bell. "Let me have your tickets," he commanded us shortly. He endorsed them and handed them to the clerk, together with a written order. We sat in absolute silence for perhaps 5 minutes. Then the clerk returned with a handful of gold. This Brown counted over and shoved across to Talbot. The latter also counted it and thrust it in his pocket. "Now," said Brown, with something approaching geniality, "I am counting on your honor to say nothing of this outside. I am gambling on your evident class in life at home." "You have our promise, and it will be kept," said Talbot, rising. "But undoubtedly, within 2 days, you will think I'm the biggest liar unhung. There will be many more who will think of the same simple plan of getting a refund on their tickets, and who will blab it out to everyone on the street. You will do well to make your plans now as to how you intend to deal with them. But remember, I nor my friends will have had nothing to do with it." "I understand that there will be plenty making your same demand," said Brown, "but I doubt any of them will think of urging that demand." We left. As a matter of interest, Talbot's prediction was correct, as indeed Brown had immediately recognized it would be. Talbot had only the advantage of thinking a little quicker than the next man, of acting immediately, and of allowing no time for reflection to the other. The steamship office had a strenuous time. Talbot's threat had this much of real significance, that there was, lacking him, no organized demonstration. Each man went for himself and demanded his money back. In a few rare cases he got it, but was generally bluffed out or blandly referred back to the New York offices, or reasoned out. The situation came near to riot, but in some difficult manner it was tidied over. A few settled down to wait for the next steamer. The majority decided for sailing ships, and pocketed their steamer tickets in hopes of future reimbursement. One score of fanatics and ignoramuses, in dense ignorance as to the nature of the journey, actually started out to row to San Francisco in an open boat. They were never heard of again. One or two parties modified this plan by proceeding in fishing boats to the extremity of the peninsula of Lower California, and thence marched overland to San Diego. Their suffering in that arid region was great, but they managed to arrive many months later. We returned to our lodgings, congratulating Talbot on the promptitude of his action, for already we saw determined-looking men hurrying across the plaza toward the offices. At our place we found that Yank had not returned. At first we thought nothing of this, but about dusk we found that all his belongings had disappeared. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Gold by Stewart Edward White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Northward Ho. We could not understand this sudden departure, except on the possible ground that Yank, realizing that now the party must split forces, had decided to seek new companions among those lucky enough to sail on the first steamer. Even then, he needn't have been in such a hurry, complained Johnny a trifle bitterly, and he needn't have thought we'd be in his way. Has he paid his share of the lodgings? It occurred to me to ask. We felt quite bitter against Yank, and we carefully avoided his usual haunts, for we did not want to meet him. Then we began to think it strange we had not run across him somewhere on the streets. Then we began to look for him. We found that Yank had disappeared. At that, a little alarmed, we set ourselves to a serious search and inquiry. A few remembered to have seen him, but were vague as to when and where. The authorities moved sluggishly, and with little enthusiasm. Men were dying every day and disappearing underground, leaving no trace of themselves behind. One more or less seemed unimportant. In the meanwhile, we spent much of our time by the shore, together with the comfortable majority of our fellow Argonauts, awaiting the sighting of a vessel. We had engaged and paid daily a boatman to be in readiness to take us off, and we settled our lodging account a week ahead. "There's going to be a scramble for that blessed ship," said Talbot, "and we'll just be prepared." To that end, we also kept our effects packed and ready for instant removal. The beach was not a bad place. It ran out the peninsula in a long, gentle curve, and the surges broke snow-white on yellow sands. Across deep blue water was an island, and back of us palm trees whipped in the trade winds. We sat under them and yarned and played cards and smoked. In bad weather, and it rained pretty often, we huddled in smoky little huts, those of us who could get in. The rest tried to stick it out, or returned with a rather relieved air to the town. The expected ship came, of course, on one of these dull gray days, and those who had thought themselves unlucky in being crowded out of the huts were the first to sight her. They sneaked down very quietly and tried to launch two of the boats. Of course the native boatmen were all inside, trust them. As a high surf was running, and none of the men were in any sense good boatmen, they promptly broached to and filled. The noise brought us to the door. Then there was a fine row. One of the two boats commandeered by the early birds happened to be ours. All of our forethought seemed to have been in vain. The bedraggled and crestfallen men were just wading ashore when we descended upon them. Talbot was like a raving lunatic. "You hounds!" he roared. "Don't you dare try to sneak off. "You catch hold here and help empty these boats. You would you?" He caught one escaping worthy by the collar and jerked him so rapidly backward that his heels fairly cracked together. Johnny flew to combat with a chuckle of joy. I contented myself by knocking two of them together until they promised to be good. The four we had collared were very meek. We all waded into the wash where the boat lay, sluggishly rolling. It is no easy matter to empty a boat in that condition. Water weighs a great deal, is fearfully inert, or at least feels so, and has a bad habit of promptly slopping in again. We tugged and heaved and rolled and hauled until our joints cracked, but at last we got her free. In the meantime 40 other boats had been launched and were flying over the waves halfway between the shore and the ship. Talbot was swearing steadily and with accuracy. Johnny was working like a crazy man. I was heaving away at the stern and keeping an eye on our involuntary helpers. The boatman, beside himself with frantic excitement, jabbered and ran about and screamed directions that no one understood. About all we were accomplishing now was the keeping of that boat's head straight against the heavy wash. It seems as though we tugged thus at cross purposes for an hour. In reality, it was probably not over 2 or 3 minutes. Then Talbot regained sufficient control to listen to the boatman. At once he calmed down. "Here, boys," said he, "ease her backward. You, Johnny, stand by at the bow and hold her head on. Frank and I will give her a shove at the stern. When the time comes, I'll yell, and you pile right in, Johnny. Vamos, Manuel." We took our places, the boatman at the oars, his eyes over his shoulder, watching keenly the in-racing seas. The 4 dripping culprits looked at each other uncertainly, and one of them started to climb in the boat. "Well, for God's sake!" screeched Talbot, and made a headlong bull rush for the man. The latter tumbled right out of the boat on his back in the shallow water. His 3 companions fled incontinently up the beach, where he followed them as soon as he could scramble to his feet. Manuel said something sharply without looking around. "Shoved!" screeched Talbot. "Pile in, Johnny." We bent our backs. The boat resisted, yielded, gathered headway. It seemed to be slipping away from me down a steep hill. "Jump in!" yelled Talbot. I gave a mighty heave and fell over the stern into the bottom of the boat. Waters seemed to be crashing by, but by the time I had gathered myself together and risen to my knees, we were outside the line of breakers and dancing like a gull over the smooth, broad surges. Ships could anchor no nearer than about 1.5 miles offshore. By the time we had reached the craft, she was surrounded by little boats bobbing and rubbing against her sides. She proved to be one of the very tubby, bluff-bowed types then so commonly in use as whalers and freighters. The decks swarmed black with an excited crowd. We rowed slowly around her. We were wet and beginning to chill. No way seemed to offer by which we could reach her decks, save by difficult clambering, for the gang ladder was surrounded 10 deep by empty boats. A profound discouragement succeeded the excitement under which we had made our effort. "To hell with her," snarled Johnny. "There's no sense going aboard her. There's enough on the deck now to fill her 3 times over. Let's get back where it's warm." "If I run across any of those fellows in town, I'll break their necks," said I. "What makes me mad," continued Johnny. "Oh, for heaven's sake, shut up!" cried Talbot. If he had been a little less cold and miserable, we probably would have quarreled. As it was, we merely humped over and motioned the astonished Manuel to return to the shore. Our boat's head turned. We dropped down under the bow of the ship. In order to avoid the sweep of the seas, Manuel held us as closely as possible under the bowsprit. We heard a hail above us. Looking up, we saw Yank bending over the rail. We stared at him, our mouths open, so astonished that for a moment we did not even think to check the boat. Then we came back in a clumsy circle. Yank yelled at us, and we yelled back at him. But so great was the crash of waters and the whistling of wind that we could make out nothing. Then Yank, motioning us to remain where we were, disappeared, to return after a short interval with a speaking trumpet. "Have you got your baggage with you?" he roared. We shook our heads and waved our arms. "Go get it," he ordered. We screamed something back at him. "Go get it," he repeated, and withdrew his head entirely. We rowed back to town. It was no longer necessary to return to the exposed beach where we had waited to sight the ships. Johnny and I indulged in much excited speculation, but Talbot refused to show curiosity. "He's there, and he's evidently engaged us passage, and he wants us aboard to claim it," said he. "And that's all we can know now, and that's enough for me." On our way we met a whole fleet of boats racing their belated way from town. We grinned sardonically over the plight of these worthies. A half hour sufficed us to change our clothes, collect our effects, and return to the waterfront. On the return journey we crossed the same fleet of boats inward bound. Their occupants looked generally very depressed. Yank met us at the top of the gangway and assisted us in getting our baggage aboard. Johnny and I peppered him with questions, to which he vouchsafed no answer. When we had paid off the boatman, he led the way down a hatch into a very dark hole near the bows. A dim lantern swayed to and fro. Through the murk we could make out a dozen bunks. "This is called the forecastle," said Yank placidly. "Crew sleeps here. This is our happy home. Everything else full up. We four," said he, with a little flash of triumph, "are just about the only galoots of the whole billing at Panama that gets passage. She's loaded to the muzzle with men that's come away round the Horn in her, and the only reason she stopped in here at all is to get a new thingamajig of some sort that she lost or busted or something." "Well, I don't like my happy home while she wobbles so," said Johnny. "I'm going to be seasick as usual. But for heaven's sake, Yank, tell us where you came from and all about it. And make it brief, for I'm going to be seasick pretty soon." He lay down in one of the bunks and closed his eyes. "You'd much better come up on deck into the fresh air," said Talbot. "Fire ahead, Yank, please," begged Johnny. "Well," said Yank, "when I drew that steamer ticket, it struck me that somebody might want it a lot more than I did, especially as you fellows drew blank. So I hunted up a man who was in a hurry and sold it to him for $500. Then I hired one of these sail-rigged fishing boats and laid in grub for a week and went cruising out to sea 5 or 6 miles." Johnny opened one eye. "Why?" he demanded feebly. "I was figuring on meeting any old ship that came along a little before the crowd got at her," said Yank. "And judging by the gang's remarks that just left, I should think I figured just right." "You bet you did," put in Talbot emphatically. "It must have been mighty uncomfortable cruising out there in that little boat so long," said I. "I wonder the men would stick." "I paid them, and they had to," said Yank grimly. "Why didn't you let us in on it?" I asked. "What for? It was only a one-man job." So I struck this ship and got aboard her after a little trouble persuading her to stop. There wasn't no way of making the captain believe we'd sleep anywheres we could except cash, so I had to pay him a good deal." "How much?" demanded Talbot. "It came to $200 apiece. I'm sorry." "Glory be!" shouted Talbot. "We're ahead of the game. Yank, you long-headed old pirate, let me shake you by the hand." "I wish you fellows would go away," begged Johnny. We went on deck. The dusk was falling, and the wind with it, and to the westward an untold wealth of gold was piling up. Our ship rolled at her anchor, awaiting the return of those of her people who had gone ashore. On the beach tiny spots of lights twinkled where someone had built fires. A warmth was stealing out from the shore over the troubled waters. Talbot leaned on the rail by my side. Suddenly he chuckled explosively. "I was just thinking," said he in explanation, "of us damn fools roosting on that beach in the rain." Thus at last we escaped from the isthmus. At the end of 24 hours we had left the island of Tobago astern, and were reaching to the north. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Gold by Stewart Edward White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, The Golden City. Chapter 10, The Golden City. We stood in between the hills that guarded the Bay of San Francisco at about 10 o'clock of an early spring day. A fresh cold wind pursued us, and the sky above us was bluer than I had ever seen it before, even on the isthmus. To our right some great rocks were covered with seals and sea lions, and back of them were hills of yellow sand. A beautiful great mountain rose green to our left, and the water beneath us swirled and eddied in numerous whirlpools made by the tide. Everybody was on deck and close to the rail. We strained our eyes ahead and saw 2 islands, and beyond a shore of green hills. None of us knew where San Francisco was located, nor could we find out. The ship's company were much too busy to pay attention to our questions. The great opening out of the bay beyond the long narrows was therefore a surprise to us, and it seemed as vast as an inland sea. We hauled to the wind, turning sharp to the south, glided past the bold point of rocks. Then we saw the city concealed in a bend of the cove. It was mainly of canvas, hundreds, perhaps thousands of tents and canvas houses scattered about the sides of hills. The flat was covered with them too, and they extended for some distance along the shore of the cove. A great dust, borne by the wind that had brought us in, swept across the city like a cloud of smoke. Hundreds and hundreds of vessels lay at anchor in the harbor, a vast fleet. We were immediately surrounded by small boats, and our decks filled with men. We had our first sight of the genuine miners. They proved to be as various as the points of the compass. Big men, little men, clean men, dirty men, shaggy men, shaven men, but all instinct with an eager life and energy I have never seen equaled. Most wore the regulation dress, a red shirt, pantaloons tucked into the tops of boots, broad belts with sometimes silver buckles, silk Chinese sashes of vivid raw colors, a revolver, a bowie knife, a floppy old hat. Occasionally one, more dignified than the rest, sported a shiny top hat, but always with a red shirt. These were merchants and men permanently established in the town. They addressed us eagerly, asking 1,000 questions concerning the news of the outside world. We could hardly answer them in our desire to question in return. Were the gold stories really true? Were the diggings very far away? Were the diggings holding out? What were the chances for newcomers? And so on without end. And the burden always of gold, gold, gold. We were answered with the enthusiasm of an old-timer welcoming a newcomer to any country. Gold, plenty of it, they told us in breathless snatches, the most marvelous tales. One sailor had dug $17,000 in a week. Another man, a farmer from New England, was taking out $5,000 to $6,000 daily. They mentioned names and places. They pointed to the harbor full of shipping. 400 ships, said they, and hardly a dozen men aboard the lot, all gone to the mines. And one man, snatching a long, narrow buckskin bag from his pocket, shook out of its mouth to the palm of his hand a tiny cascade of glittering yellow particles, the dust. We shoved and pushed, crowding around him to see this marvelous sight. He laughed in a sort of excited triumph, and tossed the stuff into the air. The breeze caught it and scattered it wide. A number of the little glittering particles clung to my rough coat, where they flashed like spangles. "Plenty more where that came from," cried the man, and turned away with a reckless laugh. Filled with the wine of this new excitement, we finally succeeded in getting ashore in one of the ship's boats. We landed on a flat beach of deep black sand. It was strewn from one end to the other by the most extraordinary wreckage. There were levers, cogwheels, cranks, fans, twisted bar, and angle iron in all stages of rust and disintegration. Some of these machines were half buried in the sand. Others were tidily laid up on stones as though just landed. They were of copper, iron, zinc, brass, tin, wood. We recognized the genus at a glance. They were, one and all, patent labor-saving gold washing machines, of which we had seen so many samples aboard ship. At this sight vanished the last remains of the envy I had ever felt for the owners of similar contraptions. We looked about for some sort of conveyance into which to dump our belongings. Apparently none existed. Therefore we piled most of our effects neatly above high tide, shouldered our bundles, and started off up the single street. On either side this thoroughfare stood hundreds of open sheds and buildings in the course of construction. Goods of all sorts and in great quantity lay beneath them, wholly or partially exposed to the dust and weather. Many unopened bales had been left in the open air. One low brick building of a single story seemed to be the only substantial structure in sight. We saw quantities of calicoes, silks, rich furniture, stacks of the pieces of knocked-down houses, tiers of tobacco, piles of all sorts of fancy clothing. The most unexpected and incongruous items of luxury seemed to have been dumped down here from the corners of the earth by the 400 ships swinging idly at anchor in the bay. This street was, I think, the worst I had ever seen anywhere. It was a morass of mud, sticky, greasy mud, of some consistency, but full of water holes and rivulets. It looked 10 feet deep, and I should certainly have ventured out onto it with misgivings. And yet, incongruously enough, the surface ridges of it had dried, and were lifting into the air in the form of dust. This was, of course, my first experience with that common California phenomenon, and I was greatly astonished. An attempt had been made to supply footing for pedestrians. Bags of sand had been thrown down, some rocks, a very few boxes and boards. Then our feet struck something soft and yielding, and we found we were walking over 100-pound sacks of flour, marked as from Chile. There must have been many hundred of them. A man going in the opposite direction sidled past us. "Cheaper than lumber," he said briefly, seeing our astonishment. "I'd hate to ask the price of lumber," remarked one of our ship's companions, with whom, and a number of others, we were penetrating the town. This man carried only a very neat black morocco satchel and a net bag containing a half a dozen pineapples, the last of a number he had brought from the isthmus. The contrast of that morocco bag with the rest of him was quite as amusing as any we saw about us, though of course he did not appreciate that. We walked on flour for 100 feet or so, and then came to cook stoves. I mean it. A battalion of heavy iron cook stoves had been laid side by side to form a causeway. Their weight, combined with the traffic over them, had gradually pressed them down into the mud until their tops were nearly level with the surface. Naturally, the first merry and drunken joker had shied the lids into space. The pedestrian had now either to step in or out of fireboxes, or try his skill on narrow ledges. Next, we came to a double row of boxes of tobacco, then to some baled goods, and so off onto solid ground. We passed many people, all very intent on getting along safely. From the security of the shed stores, the proprietors and an assorted lot of loafers watched proceedings with interest. The task of crossing the street from one side to the other, especially, was one not lightly to be undertaken. A man had to balance, to leap, to poise, and at last, probably, to teeter back and forth, trying to keep his balance like a small boy on a fence rail, until with an oath of disgust he stepped off into the slime. When we had gained the dry ground near the head of the street, we threw down our burden for a rest. "I'll give you $10 for those pineapples," offered a passer-by, stopping short. Our companion quickly closed the bargain. "What do you think of that?" he demanded of us wide-eyed, and in the hearing of the purchaser. The latter grinned a little and hailed a man across the street. "Charlie," he yelled, "come over here." The individual addressed offered some demur, but finally picked his way across to us. "How do you like these?" demanded the pineapple purchaser, showing his fruit. "Jerusalem!" cried Charlie admiringly. "Where did you get them? Want to sell 'em?" "I want some myself, but I'll sell you 3 of 'em." "How much?" $15. "Give 'em to me." The first purchaser grinned openly at our companion. The latter followed into the nearest store to get his share of the dust weighed out. His face wore a very thoughtful expression. We came shortly to the plaza, since called Portsmouth Square. At that time it was a wind-swept, grass-grown, scrubby enough plot of ground. On all sides were permanent buildings. The most important of these were a low, picturesque house of the sun-dried bricks known as adobes, in which, as it proved, the customs were levied, a frame, 2-storied structure known as the Parker House, and a similar building labeled City Hotel. The spaces between these larger edifices was occupied by a dozen or so smaller shacks. Next door to the Parker House stood a huge flapping tent. The words El Dorado were painted on its side. The square itself was crowded with people moving to and fro. The solid majority of the crowd consisted of red or blue shirted miners, but a great many nations and frames of mind seemed to be represented. Chinese merchants with red coral buttons atop their stiff little skull caps wandered slowly, their hands tucked into capacious sleeves of the richest brocade. We had seen a few of this race, and we looked at them with the greatest interest, examining closely their broad, bland faces, the delicate lilacs and purples and blues of their rich costumes, the swaying silk braided queues down their back. Other Chinese of the lower castes, clad in blue canvas with broad bowl-shaped hats of straw on their heads, wormed their way through the crowd, balancing baskets at the ends of poles. Rivaling the great Chinese merchants in their leisure, strolled the representatives of the native race, the Spanish Californians. They were darkly handsome men, dressed gloriously in short velvet jackets, snowy ruffles, plush trousers flaring at the bottom and slit up the side of the leg, soft leather boots, and huge spurs ornamented with silver. They sauntered to and fro, smoking brown paper cigarettos. Besides these two, the Chinese and the Californians, but one other class seemed to be moving with any deliberation. These were men seen generally alone, or at most in pairs. They were quiet, waxy pale, dressed always neatly in soft black hat, white shirt, long black coat, and varnished boots. In the face of a general gabble, they seemed to remain indifferently silent, self-contained and aloof. To occasional salutations they responded briefly and with gravity. "Professional gamblers," said Talbot. All the rest of the crowd rushed here and there at great speed. We saw the wildest incongruities of demeanor and costume, beside which the silk hat, red-shirted combination was nothing. They struck us open-mouthed and gasping, but seemed to attract not the slightest attention from anybody else. We encountered a number of men dressed alike in suits of the finest broadcloth, the coats of which were lined with red silk and the vests of embroidered white. These men walked with a sort of arrogant importance. We later found out that they were members of the dreaded organization known as the Hounds, whose ostensible purpose was to perform volunteer police duty, but whose real effort was toward the increase of their own power. These people all surged back and forth good-naturedly, and shouted at each other, and disappeared with great importance up the side streets, or darted out with equal busyness from all points of the compass. Every few minutes a cry of warning would go up one side of the square or another. The crowd would scatter to the right and left. and down through the opening would thunder a horseman distributing clouds of dust and showers of earth. "Why doesn't somebody kill a few of those crazy fools?" muttered Talbot impatiently, after a particularly close shave. "Why, you see, they're mostly drunk," stated a bystander, with an air of explaining all. We tacked across to the doors of the Parker House. There, after some search was made, we found the proprietor. He, too, seemed very busy, but spared time to trudge ahead of us up 2 rickety flights of raw wooden stairs to a loft where he indicated 4 canvas bunks on which lay as many coarse blue blankets. Perhaps 100 similar bunks occupied every available inch in the little loft. "How long are you going to stay?" he asked us. "Don't know. A few days." "Well, $6 apiece, please." "For how long?" "For tonight." "Hold on," expostulated Talbot. "We can't stand that, especially for these accommodations. At that price, you ought to have something better. Haven't you anything in the second story?" The proprietor's busy air fell from him, and he sat down on the edge of one of the canvas bunks. "I thought you boys were from the mines," said he. "Your friend here fooled me." He pointed his thumb at Yank. "He looks like an old-timer. But now I look at you, I see you're greenhorns. Just get here today? Have a smoke?" He produced a handful of cigars, of which he lit one. "We just arrived," said Talbot, somewhat amused at this change. "How about that second story?" "I want to tell you boys a few things," said the proprietor. "I get $60,000 a year rent for that second story just as he stands. The tent next door belongs to my brother-in-law. It's just 15 by 25 feet, and he rents it for $40,000. "Gamblers?" inquired Talbot. "You guessed it. So you see I ain't got any beds to speak of down there. In fact, here's the whole layout." "But we can't stand $6 a night for these things," expostulated Johnny. "Let's try over at the other place." "Try ahead, boys," said the proprietor quite good-naturedly. "You'll find her the same over there and everywhere else." He arose. "Best leave your plunder here until you find out. Come down and have a drink." We found the City Hotel offered exactly the same conditions as did the Parker House, except that the proprietor was curt and had no time for us at all. From that point, still dissatisfied, we extended our investigations beyond the plaza. We found ourselves ankle-deep in sandhills on which grew coarse grass and a sort of sage. Crazy ramshackle huts, made of all sorts of material, were perched in all sorts of places. Hundreds of tents had been pitched, beneath which and in front of which an extremely simple housekeeping was going on. Hunt as we might, we could find no place that looked as though it would take lodgers. Most of even the better-looking houses were simply tiny skeletons covered with paper, cloth, or paint. By painstaking persistence, we kept at it until we had inquired of every building of any pretensions. Then, somewhat discouraged, we picked our way back to the shore after our heavier goods. The proprietor of the Parker House greeted us with unabated good nature. "I know how you boys feel," said he. "There's lots in your fix. You'd better stick here tonight, and then get organized to camp out if you're going to be here long. I suppose, though, you're going to the mines? Well, it'll take you several days to make your plans and get ready. When you get back from the mines, you won't have to think about these things." "There's plenty of gold?" ventured Johnny. "Bushels." "I should think you'd be up there." "I don't want any better gold mine than the old Parker House," said he, comfortably. We paid him $24. By now it was late in the afternoon. The wind had dropped, but over the hills to seaward rolled a soft, beautiful bank of fog. The sun was blotted out behind it, and a chill fell. The crowds about the plaza thinned. We economized our best at supper, but had to pay some $8 for the 4 of us. The bill was a la carte, and contained such items as grizzly steak, antelope, elk, and wild duck and goose. Grizzly steak, I remember, cost $1.25. By the time we had finished, it had grown dark. The lamps were alight, and the crowds were beginning to gather. All the buildings and the big tent next door were a blaze of illumination. The sound of music and singing came from every side. A holiday spirit was in the air. Johnny and I were crazy to be up and doing, but Talbot sternly repressed us, and Yank agreed with his decision by an unusually emphatic nod. "It is all a lot of fun, I'll admit," said he, "but this is business, and we've got to face it. Sit down here on the edge of this veranda, and let's talk things over. How much money have you got, Yank?" $220, replied Yank promptly. "You're partners with me, Frank, so I know our assets," said Talbot, with tact. "Johnny?" "Hanged if I know," replied the youth. "I got quite a lot. I keep it in my pack." "Well, go and find out," advised Talbot. Johnny was gone for some time. We smoked and listened to the rather blatantly mingled strains of music and watched the figures of men hurrying by in the spangled darkness. Johnny returned, very much excited. "I've been robbed," he cried. "Robbed? Is all your money gone?" "No, there's a little left, but—" Talbot laughed quietly. "Sit down, Johnny, and cool off," he advised. "If anybody had robbed you, they'd have taken the whole kit and caboodle. Did you come out ahead on those monte games?" Johnny blushed and laughed a little. "I see what you're at, but you're away off there. I just played for small stakes." "And lost a lot of them. I sort of looked out your game. But that's all right. How much did the robbers leave you?" $12 besides what I have in my clothes. $21 in all," said Johnny. "Well, that's pretty good. You beat Frank and me to death." "There's our total assets," said Talbot, and laid a $10 gold piece and a dime on his knee. "We'll call that dime a curiosity," said he, "for I notice a quarter is the smallest coin they use out here. Now you see that we've got to talk business. Frank and I haven't got enough to live on for one more day." "There's enough among us," began Yank. "You mean you already have your share of the partnership finances," corrected Talbot quickly. "If we're going to be partners, and that's desired and understood, I suppose." We all nodded emphatic agreement. "We must all put in the same amount. I move that said amount be $220 apiece. Yank, you can loaf tomorrow. You've got your share all made up. You can put in the day finding out all about getting to the mines and how much it costs and what we will need." "All right, I'll do it," said Yank. "As for the rest of us," cried Talbot, "we've got to rustle up $220 each before tomorrow evening." "How?" I asked blankly. "How should I know? Out there," he waved his hand abroad at the flickering lights, "there is the Golden City, challenging every man as he enters her gates. She offers opportunity and fortune. All a man has to do is go and take them. Accept the challenge." "The only way I could take them would be to lift them off some other fellow at the point of a gun," said Johnny gloomily. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Gold by Stewart Edward White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I make $25. We talked the situation over thoroughly and then turned in, having lost our chance to see the sights. Beneath us and in the tent next door went on a tremendous row of talking, laughing, and singing that for a little while prevented me from falling asleep. But the last month had done wonders for me in that way, and shortly I dropped off. Hours later I awakened, shivering with cold, to find the moonlight pouring into the room, and the bunks all occupied. My blanket had disappeared, which accounted for my dreams of icebergs. Looking carefully over the sleeping forms, I discerned several with 2 blankets, and an equal number with none. At first I felt inclined to raise a row, then thought better of it. By careful manipulation I abstracted 2 good blankets from the most unprotected of my neighbors. wrapped them tightly about me, and so slept soundly. We went downstairs and out into the sweetest of mornings. The sun was bright, the sky clear and blue. The wind had not yet risen. Balmy warmth showered down through every particle of the air. I had felt some May days like this back on our old farm. Somehow they were associated in my mind with Sunday mornings and the drawling, lazy clucking of hens. Only here there were no hens, and if it was Sunday morning, which it might have been, nobody knew it. The majority of the citizens had not yet appeared, but a handful of the poorer Chinese and a sprinkling of others crossed the plaza. The doors of the gambling places were all wide open to the air. Across the square a number of small boys were throwing dust into the air. Johnny, with his usual sympathy for children, naturally gravitated in their direction. He returned after a few moments, his eyes wide. "Do you know what they're doing?" he demanded. We said politely that we did not. "They're panning for gold." "What of it?" I asked, after a moment's pause, since Johnny seemed to expect some astonishment. Boys are imitative little monkeys. "Yes, but they're getting it," insisted Johnny. "What?" cried Talbot. "You're crazy. Panning gold here in the streets? It's absurd." "It's not absurd. Come and see." We crossed the plaza. Two small Americans and a Mexican youth were scooping the surface earth into the palms of their hands and blowing it out again in a slantwise stream. When it was all gone, they examined eagerly their hands. 4 others working in partnership had spread a small sheet. They threw their handfuls of earth into the air, all the while fanning vigorously with their hats. The breeze thus engendered puffed away the light dust, leaving only the heavier pieces to fall on the canvas. Among these the urchins searched eagerly and carefully, their heads close together. Every moment or so one of them would wet a forefinger to pick up carefully a speck of something which he would then transfer to an old buckskin sack. As we approached, they looked up and nodded to Johnny in a friendly fashion. They were eager, alert, precocious gamins of the street type, and how they had come to California I could not tell you. Probably as cabin boys on some of the hundreds of vessels in the harbor. "What are you getting, boys?" asked Talbot after a moment. "Gold, of course," answered one of them. "Let's see it." The boy with the buckskin sack held it open for our inspection, but did not relax his grip on it. The bottom of the bag was thickly gilded with light glittering yellow particles. "It looks like gold," I said incredulously. "It is gold," replied the boy with some impatience. "Anyway, it buys things." We looked at each other. "Gold diggings right in the streets of San Francisco," murmured Yank. "I should think you'd find it easier later in the day when the wind came up," suggested Talbot. "Of course, and let some other kids jump our claim while we were waiting," grunted one of the busy miners. "How much do you get out of it?" "Good days we make as high as $3 or $4. "I'm afraid the diggings are hardly rich enough to tempt us," observed Talbot. "But isn't that the most extraordinary performance? I'd no notion." We returned slowly to the hotel, marveling. Yesterday we had been laughing at the gullibility of one of our fellow travelers who had believed the tale of a wily ship's agent to the effect that it was possible to live aboard the ship and do the mining within reach ashore at odd hours of daylight. Now that tale did not sound so wild, although of course we realized that the gold must occur in very small quantities. Otherwise, somebody besides small boys would be at it. As a matter of fact, though we did not find it out until very much later, the soil of San Francisco is not auriferous at all. The boys were engaged in working the morning sweepings from the bars and gambling houses, which the lavish and reckless handling of gold had liberally impregnated. In some of the mining towns nearer the source of supply, I have known of from $100 to $300 a month being thus blown from the sweepings of a bar. We ate a frugal breakfast and separated on the agreed business of the day. Yank started out for the waterfront to make inquiries as to ways of getting to the mines. Talbot set off at a businesslike pace for the hotel as though he knew fully what he was about. Johnny wandered rather aimlessly to the east, and I as aimlessly to the west. It took me just 1 hour to discover that I could get all of any kind of work that any dozen men could do, at wages so high that at first I had to ask over and over again to make sure I had heard aright. Only none of them would bring me in $220 by evening. The further I looked into that proposition, the more absurd, of course, I saw it to be. I could earn from $20 to $50 by plain day labor at some jobs. Or I could get fabulous salaries by the month or year, but that was different. After determining this to my satisfaction, I came to the sensible conclusion that I would make what I could. The first thing that caught my eye after I had come to this decision was a wagon drawn by 4 mules coming down the street at a sucking walk. The sight did not impress me particularly, but every storekeeper came out from his shop, and every passerby stopped to look with respect as the outfit wallowed along. It was driven by a very large, grave, blond man with a twinkle in his eye. "That's John A. McGlynn," said a man next my elbow. "Who's he?" I asked. The man looked at me in astonishment. "Don't you know who John McGlynn is?" he demanded. "When did you get here?" "Last night." "Oh, well, John has the only American wagon in town. Brought it out from New York in pieces and put it together himself. Broke 4 wild California mules to drag her. He's a wonder." I could not then see quite how this exploit made him such a wonder. But on a sudden inspiration, I splashed out through the mud and climbed into the wagon. McGlynn looked back at me. "Freighting," he said, "is $20 a ton, and at that rate it'll cost you about $30, you dirty hippopotamus. These ain't no safe movers, these mules." Unmoved, I clambered up beside him. "I want a job," said I, "for today only." "Do you now? Can you give me one?" "I can, maybe. And do you understand the inner aspirations of mules, maybe?" "I was brought up on a farm." "And the principles of elementary navigation by dead reckoning?" I looked at him blankly. "I mean mud holes," he explained. "Can you keep out of them?" "I can try." He pulled up the team, handed me the reins, and clambered over the wheel. "You're hired. At 6 o'clock I'll find you and pay you off. You get $25. "What am I to do?" "You go to the shore, and you rustle about whenever you see anything that looks like freight. And you look at it, and when you see anything marked with a diamond and an H inside of it, you pile it on and take it up to Howard Mellon and Company. And if you can't lift it, then leave it for another trip, and bully rag those skinflints at H.M. and Company to send a man down to help you. And if you don't know where they live, find out. And if you bog them mules down, I'll skin you alive, big as you are. And anyway, you're a fool to be working in this place for $25 a day, which is one reason I'm so glad to find you just now." "What's that, John?" inquired a cool, abused voice. McGlynn and I looked around. A tall, perfectly dressed figure stood on the sidewalk, surveying us quizzically. This was a smooth-shaven man of perhaps 35 years of age, grave-faced, clean-cut, with an air of rather ponderous, slow dignity, that nevertheless became his style very well. He was dressed in tall white hat, a white wing collar, a black stock, a long-tailed blue coat with gilt buttons, an embroidered white waistcoat, dapper buff trousers, and varnished boots. He carried a polished cane and wore several heavy pieces of gold jewelry, a watch fob, a scarf pin, and the like. His movements were leisurely, his voice low. It seemed to me then that somehow the perfection of his appointments and the calm deliberation of his movement made him more incongruous and remarkable than did the most bizarre whims of the miners. "Is it yourself, Judge Girvin?" replied McGinn. "I'm just telling this young man that he can't have the job of driving my little California canaries for but one day because I've hired a fine lawyer from the East at $275 a month to drive my mules for me." "You have done well," Judge Girvin in his grave, courteous tones. "For the whole business of a lawyer is to know how to manage mules and asses so as to make them pay." I drove to the beach and speedily charged my wagon with as large a load as prudence advised me. The firm of Howard Millen and Company proved to have quarters in a frame shack on what is now Montgomery Street. It was only a short haul, but a muddy one. Nearly opposite their store a new wharf was pushing its way out into the bay. I could see why this and other firms clung so tenaciously to their locations on the rivers of bottomless mud in preference to moving up into the drier part of town. I enjoyed my day hugely. My eminent position on the driver's seat, eminent both actually and figuratively, gave me a fine opportunity to see the sights and to enjoy the homage men seemed inclined to accord the only wagon in town. The feel of warm air was most grateful. Such difficulties as offered served merely to add zest to the job. At noon I ate some pilot bread and a can of sardines bought from my employers. About 2 o'clock the wind came up from the sea and the air filled with the hurrying clouds of dust. In my journeys back and forth I had been particularly struck by the bold, rocky hill that shut off the view toward the north. Atop this hill had been rigged a 2-armed semaphore, which, one of the clerks told me, was used to signal the sight of ships coming in the Golden Gate. The arms were variously arranged according to the rig or kind of vessel. Every man, every urchin, every Chinaman even, knew the meaning of these various signals. A year later I was attending a theatrical performance in the Jenny Lind Theater on the Plaza. In the course of the play, an actor rushed on frantically, holding his arms outstretched in a particularly wooden fashion, and uttering the lines, "What means this, my lord?" "A side-wheel steamer," piped up a boy's voice from the gallery. Well, about 3 o'clock of this afternoon, as I was about delivering my 5th load of goods, I happened to look up just as the semaphore arms hovered on the rise. It seemed that every man on the street must have been looking in the same direction, for instantly a great shout went up. A side-wheel steamer, the Oregon! At once the streets were alive with men hurrying from all directions toward the black rocks at the foot of Telegraph Hill, where, it seems, the steamer's boats were expected to land. Flags were run up on all sides. Firearms were let off. A warship in the harbor broke out her bunting and fired a salute. The decks of the steamer, as she swept into view, were black with men. Her yards were gay with color. Uptown, some devoted soul was ringing a bell, turning it away over and over, to judge by the sounds. I pulled up my mules and watched the vessel swing down through the ranks of the shipping and come to anchor. We had beaten our comrades by a day. At 5 o'clock a small boy boarded me. "You're to drive the mules up to McGlynn's and unhitch them and leave them," said he. "I'll show you the way." "Where's McGlynn?" I asked. "He's getting his mail." We drove to a corral and 3 well-pitched tents down in the southern edge of town. Here a sluggish stream lost its way in a swamp of green hummocky grass. I turned out the mules in the corral and hung up the harness. "McGlynn says you're to go to the post office, and he'll pay you there," my guide instructed me. The post office proved to be a low adobe 1-story building, with the narrow veranda typical of its kind. A line of men extended from its door and down the street as far as the eye could reach. Some of them had brought stools or boxes and were comfortably reading scraps of paper. I walked down the line. A dozen from the front I saw Johnny standing. This surprised me, for I knew he could not expect any mail by this steamer. Before I had reached him, he had finished talking to a stranger and had yielded his place. "Hello," he greeted me. "How are you getting on?" "So," I replied. "I'm looking for a man who owes me $25. "Well, he's here," said Johnny confidently. "Everybody in town is here." We found McGlynn in line about a block down the street. When he saw me coming, he pulled his fat buckskin bag from his breeches pocket, opened its mouth, and shook a quantity of its contents, by guess, into the palm of his hand. "There you are," said he. "That's near enough. I'm a pretty good guesser. I hope you took care of the mules all right. You ought to. You're from a farm." "I fixed 'em." "And the mud? How many times did you get stuck?" "Not at all." He looked at me with surprise. "Would you think of that now?" said he. "You must have loaded her light." "I did." "Did you get all the goods over?" "Yes." "Well, I'll acknowledge you're a judgmatical young man. And if you want a job with me, I'll let that lawyer go I spoke to the judge about. He handed it to me, didn't he?" He laughed heartily. "No? Well, you're right. A man's a fool to work for anyone but himself. Where's your bag? Haven't any? How do you carry your dust? Haven't any. I forgot, you're a tenderfoot, of course." He opened his buckskin sack with his teeth and poured back the gold from the palm of his hand. Then he searched for a moment in all his pockets and produced a most peculiar chunk of gold metal. It was nearly as thick as it was wide, shaped roughly into an octagon, and stamped with initials. This he handed to me. "It's about a $50 slug," said he. "You can get it weighed. Give me the change next time you see me." "But I may leave for the mines tomorrow," I objected. "Then leave the change with Jim Reckett of the El Dorado." "How do you know I'll leave it?" I asked curiously. "I don't," replied McGlynn bluntly. "But if you need $25 worse than you do a decent conscience, then John A. McGlynn isn't the man to deny you." Johnny and I left for the hotel. "I didn't know you expected any mail," said I. "I don't." "But I thought I saw you in line." "Oh, yes. When I saw the mail sacks, it struck me that there might be quite a crowd, so I came up as quickly as I could and got in line. There were a number before me, but I got a place pretty well up in front. Sold the place for $5, and only had to stand there about an hour at that." "Good head," I admired. "I'd never have thought of it." "How have you gotten on?" "Pretty rotten," confessed Johnny. "I tried all morning to find a decent opportunity to do something or deal in something, and then I got mad and plunged in for odd jobs. I've been a regular errand boy. I made $2 carrying a man's bag up from the ship." "How much all told?" "15. I suppose you got your pile." "That 25 you saw me get is the size of it." Johnny brightened. We moved up closer in a new intimacy and sense of comradeship over delinquency. It relieved both to feel that the other two had failed. To enter the plaza we had to pass one of the larger of the gambling places. "I'm going in there," said Johnny suddenly. He swung through the open doors and I followed him. The place was comparatively deserted, owing probably to the distribution of mail. We had a full space to look about us, and I was never more astonished in my life. The outside of the building was rough and unfinished as a barn, having nothing but size to attract or recommend. The interior was the height of lavish luxury. A polished mahogany bar ran down one side, backed by huge gilt-framed mirrors, before which were pyramided fine glasses and bottles of liquor. The rest of the wall space was thickly hung with more plate mirrors, dozens of well-executed oil paintings, and strips of tapestry. At one end was a small raised stage on which lolled half a dozen darkies with banjos and tambourines. The floor was covered with a thick velvet carpet. Easy chairs, some of them leather upholstered, stood about in every available corner. Heavy chandeliers of glass, with hundreds of dangling crystals and prisms, hung from the ceiling. The gambling tables, a half a dozen in number, were arranged in the open floor space in the center. Altogether, it was a most astounding contrast in its sheer luxury and gorgeous furnishings to the crudity of the town. I became acutely conscious of my muddy boots, my old clothes, my unkempt hair, my red shirt, and the armament strapped about my waist. A relaxed, subdued air of idleness pervaded the place. The gamblers lounged back of their tables, sleepy-eyed and listless. On tall stools their lookouts yawned behind papers. One of these was a woman, young, pretty, most attractive in the soft, flaring, flouncy costume of that period. A small group of men stood at the bar. One of the barkeepers was mixing drinks, pouring the liquid at arm's length from one tumbler to another in a long parabolic curve, and without spilling a drop. Only one table was doing business, and that with only 3 players. Johnny pushed rapidly toward this table, and I, a little diffidently, followed. The game was roulette. Johnny and the dealer evidently recognized each other, for a flash of the eye passed between them, but they gave no other sign. Johnny studied the board a moment, then laid $22 in coin on one of the numbers. The other players laid out small bags of gold dust. The wheel spun, and the ball rolled. 2 of the men lost. Their dust was emptied into a drawer beneath the table, and the bags tossed back to them. The third had won. The dealer deftly estimated the weight of his bet, lifting it in the flat of his left hand, then spun several gold pieces toward the winner. He seemed quite satisfied. The gambler stacked a roll of $20 pieces, added one to them, and thrust them at Johnny. I had not realized that the astounding luck of winning off a single number had befallen him. 10-1, $220, he muttered to me. The other 3 players were laying their bets for the next turn of the wheel. Johnny swept the gold pieces into his pocket and laid back the original stake even. He lost. Thereupon he promptly arose and left the building. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Gold by Stewart Edward White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Talbot Deserts. I followed him to the hotel somewhat gloomily, for I was now the only member of our party who had not made good the agreed amount of the partnership. It is significant that never for a moment did either Johnny or myself doubt that Talbot would have the required sum. Johnny, his spirits quite recovered, whistled like a lark. We arrived just in time for the first supper call, and found Talbot and Yank awaiting us. Yank was as cool and taciturn, and nodded to us as indifferently as ever. Talbot, however, was full of excitement. His biscuit-brown complexion had darkened and flushed until he was almost Spanish black, and the little devils in his eyes led a merry dance between the surface and unguessed depths. He was also exceedingly voluble, and as usual, when in that mood, aggravatingly indirect. He joked and teased and carried on like a small boy, and insisted on ordering an elaborate dinner and a bottle of champagne, in the face of even Johnny's scandalized expostulations. When Johnny protested against expenditure, it was time to look out. "This is on me. This is my party. Dry up, Johnny," cried Talbot. "Fill your glasses. Drink to the new enterprise, the Undertakers Mining Company Unlimited." "Undertakers?" I echoed. "Well, you all look it." "Call it the Gophers, then. Capital stock, just $880 fully subscribed. I suppose it is fully subscribed, gentlemen?" He scrutinized us closely. "Ah, Frank, I see we'll have to take your promissory note. But the artistic certificates are not yet home from the engravers. Take your time. Maybe a relative will die." "Talbot," said I disgustedly, "if I hadn't happened to smell your breath before supper, I'd think you drunk." "I am drunk, old deacon," rejoined Talbot, "but with the wine of enchantment. Do you know your Persian? No? Well then, this. Drink to me only with thine eyes, and I'll not ask for wine." "A woman," grumbled the literal Yank. "The best, the most capricious, the most beautiful woman in the world," cried Talbot, "whose smile intoxicates, whose frown drives to despair." "What are you drivelling about?" I demanded. "The goddess Fortune. What else? But come," and Talbot rose with a sudden and startling transition to the calm and businesslike. "We can smoke outside, and we must hear each other's reports." He paid for the dinner, steadfastly refusing to let us bear our share. I noticed that he had acquired one of the usual buckskin sacks, and shook the yellow dust from the mouth of it to the pan of the gold scales with quite an accustomed air. We lit our pipes and sat down at one end of the veranda, where we would not be interrupted. "Fire ahead, Yank," advised Talbot. "There's two ways of going to the mines," said Yank. "One is to go overland by horse to Sutter's Fort, or the new town of Sacramento, and then up from there into the foothills of the big mountains way yonder. The other is to take a boat and go up river to Sacramento, and then pack across with horses." "How much is the river fare?" asked Talbot. "You have to get a sailboat. It costs about $40 apiece." "How long would it take?" "4 or 5 days." "And how long from here to Sutter's Fort by horse?" "About the same." "Depends, then, on whether horses are cheaper here or there." "They are cheaper there, or we can get our stuff freighted in by greasers and hoof it ourselves." "Then I should think we ought to have a boat." "I got one," said Yank. "Good for you!" cried Talbot. "You're a man after my own heart. Well, Johnny?" Johnny told his tale, a little proudly, and produced his required $220. "You had luck," said Talbot noncommittally, "and you ran a strong risk of coming back here without a cent, didn't you? I want to ask you one question, Johnny. If you had lost, would you have been willing to have taken the consequences?" "What do you mean?" asked Johnny blankly. "Would you have been willing to have dropped out of this partnership?" Johnny stared. "I mean," said Talbot kindly, "that you had no right to try to get this money by merely a gambler's chance unless you were willing to accept the logical result if you failed. It isn't fair to the rest of us." "I see what you mean," said Johnny slowly. "No, I hadn't thought of it that way." "Well, as I said, you had luck," repeated Talbot cheerfully, "so we needn't think of it further." It was characteristic that Johnny took this veiled rebuke from Talbot Ward in a meek and chastened spirit. From anyone else his high temper could never stand even a breath of criticism. "How about you, Frank?" Talbot asked me. I detailed my experiences in a very few words and exhibited my gold slug. "That's the best I can do," I ended, "and half of that does not belong to me. I can, however, in a few days, scrape up the full amount. There's plenty to do here, and barring bull luck like Johnny's, I don't see much show of beating that, unless a man settled down to stay here." Talbot stared at me ruminatively until I began to get restive. Then he withdrew his eyes. He made no comment. "I suppose you have your money," suggested Yank to him after a pause. "Oh, yes," said Talbot, as though awakening from profound reverie. "Well, tell us about it. How did you get it? How long did it take you?" "About half an hour. I figured that everybody in a place like this would be wanting news. So I sorted out that bundle of old newspapers you fellows were always laughing at, and I went out and sold them. Lucky I got busy with them early, for I don't doubt the arrival of the Oregon broke the market. "How much did you get for them?" asked Johnny. $1 apiece for most, and 50 cents for the rest. I came out $270 a head all told. That, with Frank's and my $10, gave me $60 above the necessary amount. Johnny arose and kicked himself solemnly. "For not guessing what newspapers were good for," he explained. "Go on. What next? What did you do with the rest of the day?" Talbot leaned forward, and all the animation of the dinner table returned to his manner and to his face. "Boys," he said earnestly, "this is the most wonderful town that has ever been. There has been nothing like it in the past, and there will never be anything like it again. After I had sold out my papers, I went wandering across the plaza with my hands in my pockets. Next the El Dorado, there's a hole in the ground. It isn't much of a hole, and the edges are all caving in because it's sandy. While I was looking at it, 2 men came along. One was the owner of the hole, and the other said he was a lawyer. The owner offered to rent the hole to the lawyer for $250 a month, and the lawyer was inclined to take him up. After they had gone on, I paced off the hole, just for fun. It was 12 feet square by about 6 feet deep. Then I walked on down toward the waterfront, and talked with all the storekeepers. They do a queer business. All these goods we see around came out here on consignment. The local storekeepers have a greater or lesser share and sell mainly on commission. Since they haven't any adequate storehouses and can't get any put up again, they sell the stuff mainly at auction and get rid of it as quickly as possible. That's why some things are so cheap they can make pavement out of them when a ship happens to come in loaded with one article. I talked with some of them and told them they ought to warehouse a lot of this stuff so as to keep it over until the market steadied. They agreed with that, but pointed out that they were putting up warehouses as fast as they could, which wasn't very fast. And in the meantime, the rain and dust were destroying their goods. It was cheaper to sell at auction. "And a heap more exciting," put in Johnny. "I went to one of them." "Well, I wandered down to the shore and looked out over the bay. It was full of shipping, riding high at anchor. I had an idea. I hired a boat for $5, rowed out to some of the ships. Believe me or not, most of them were empty, not even a watchman aboard. I found some of the captains, however, and talked with each of them. They all told the same story." "Crews skipped to the mines, I suppose," said Yank. "Exactly, and they couldn't get any more, so I offered to hire a few of them." "The captains?" I inquired. "No, the ships." "The what?" we yelled in chorus. "The ships." "But if the captains can't get crews—" "Oh, I don't want to sail them," went on Talbot impatiently. "It was hard work getting them to agree. They all cherished notions they could get crews and go sailing some more. Good old salts. But I hired 4 at last. Had to take them for only a month, however, and had to pay them in advance $500 apiece." "I beg pardon," said Johnny softly, "for interrupting your pleasing tale, but the last item interested me. I do not know whether I quite heard it right." "Oh, shut up, Johnny," said Yank. "Let the man tell his story. Of course he didn't have the money in his pocket. How did you get it, Tal?" Ward shot him a grateful glance. "I told them I'd pay them at 4 o'clock, which gave me plenty of time." $2,000? Oh, of course," murmured Johnny. "So then," continued Talbot, "I hustled ashore and went to see some of my merchant friends. In 2 hours I had contracts with 12 of them that totaled $6,000. "Why didn't some of them go out and hire ships on their own account?" asked Yank shrewdly. "Because I didn't mention the word ship until I had their business," said Talbot. "I just guaranteed them storage, waterproof, practically fireproof, dustproof, and within 24 hours. I guess most of them thought I was crazy, but as it didn't cost them anything, they were willing to take a chance." Then you didn't raise your $10,000 from them in advance payments? I marveled. Certainly not. That would have scared off the whole lot of them. But I got their agreements. I told you it took me 2 hours. Then I walked up the street figuring where I'd get the money. Of course I saw I'd have to divide the profits. I didn't know anybody, but after a while I decided that the best chance was to get some advice from honest and disinterested man. So I asked the first man I met who ran the biggest gambling place in town. He told me Jim Reckett. Jim Reckett, I echoed. He's the man I was to leave change for my gold slug with. Reckett keeps the El Dorado next door in the tent. He impressed me as a very quiet, direct, square sort of fellow. The best type of professional gambler in matters of this sort generally is. I'm looking for a man, said I, who has a little idle money, some time, no gold mining fever, plenty of nerve, and a broad mind. Can you tell me who he is? He thought a minute and then answered direct as I knew he would. Sam Brannan, he said. Tell me about him. To take up your points, said Reckett, checking off his fingers. He came out with a shipload of Mormons as their head, and he collected tithes from them for over a year. That's your idle money. He has all the time the Lord stuck into one day at a clip. That's your some time. He has been here in the city since '48, which would seem to show he doesn't care much for mining. He collected the tithes from those Mormons, sent word to Brigham Young that if he wanted the money to come and get it. That's for your nerve. As for being broad-minded, well, when a delegation of Mormons, all ready for a scrap, came to him solemnly to say they were going to refuse to pay him the tithes any more, even if he was the California head of the church, he laughed them off the place for having been so green as to pay them as long as they had. I found Sam Brannan, finally, at the bar in Dennison's Exchange. What was he like? Asked Johnny eagerly. I bet I heard his name 50 times today. He is a thick-set, jolly-looking, curly-headed fellow with a thick neck, a bulldog jaw, and a big voice, replied Talbot. Of course, he tried to bully me, but when that didn't work, he came down to business. We entered into an agreement. Brannan was to furnish the money and take half the profits, providing he liked the idea. When we had settled it all, I told him my scheme. He thought it over a while and came in. Then we rode off and paid the captains of the ships. It was necessary now to get them warped in at high tide, of course, but Sam Brannan said he'd see to that. He has some sort of pull with the natives, enough to get a day's labor, anyway. Warp them in, I echoed. Certainly. You couldn't expect the merchants to lighter their stuff off in boats always. We'll beach these ships at high tide, and then run some sort of light causeway out to them. There's no surf, and the bottom is soft. It'll cost us something, of course, but Sam and I figure we ought to divide 3,000 clear. I'd like to ask a question or so, said I. What's to prevent the merchants from doing the same hiring of ships for themselves? Nothing, said Talbot, after the first month. And what prevented Brannan, after he heard your scheme, from going out on his own hook and pocketing all the proceeds? You don't understand, Frank, said Talbot impatiently. Men of our stamp don't do those things. Oh, said I. This, said Johnny, made it about 2 o'clock, as I figure your story. Did you then take a needed rest? 1:45, corrected Talbot. I was going back to the hotel when I passed that brick building, you know, on Montgomery Street. I remembered then the lawyer and his $250 for a hole in the ground. It seemed to me there was a terrible waste somewhere. Here was a big brick building filled up with nothing but goods. It might be much better filled with people. There's plenty of room for goods in those ships, but you can't very well put people on the ships. So I just dropped in to see all about it. I offered to hire the entire upper part of the building, and pointed out that the lower part was all they could possibly use as a store.
They said they needed the upper part as a storehouse. I offered to store the goods in an accessible, safe place. Of course they wanted to see the place, but I wouldn't let on, naturally, but left it subject to their approval after the lease was signed. The joke of it is, they were way overstocked anyway. Finally, I made my grand offer. "Look here," said I, "you rent me that upper story for a decent length of time, say a year, and I'll buy out the surplus stock you've got up there at a decent valuation." They jumped at that. Of course they pretended not to, but just the same they jumped. I'll either sell the stuff by auction, even at a slight loss, or else I'll stick it aboard a ship. Depends a good deal on what is there, of course. It's mostly bale and box goods of some sort or another. I've got an inventory in my pocket. Haven't looked at it yet. Then I'll partition off that wareroom and rent it out for offices and so forth. There are a lot of lawyers and things in this town just honing for something dignified and stable. I only pay $3,000 a month for it." Johnny groaned deeply. "Well," persisted Talbot, "I figure on getting at least $8,000 a month out of it. That'll take care of a little loss on the goods, if necessary. I'm not sure a loss is necessary." "And how much about are the goods?" I inquired softly. "Oh, I don't know. Somewhere between 10 and 20,000, I suppose." "Paid for how and when?" "1/3 cash and the rest in notes. The interest out here is rather high," said Talbot regretfully. "Where do you expect to get the money?" I insisted. "Oh, money, money!" cried Talbot, throwing out his arms with a gesture of impatience. "The place is full of money. It's pouring in from the mines, from the world outside. Money's no trouble." He fell into an intent reverie, biting at his short mustache. I arose softly to my feet. "Johnny," said I, in a strangled little voice, "I've got to give back McGlynn's change. Want to go with me?" We tiptoed around the corner of the building and fell into each other's arms with shrieks of joy. "Oh," cried Johnny at last, wiping the tears from his eyes, "money's no trouble." After we had to some extent relieved our feelings, we changed my gold slug into dust. I purchased a buckskin bag, and went to find McGlynn. Our way to his quarters led past the post office, where a long queue of men still waited patiently and quietly in line. We stood for a few moments watching the demeanor of those who had received their mail, or who had been told there was nothing for them. Some of the latter were pathetic, and looked fairly dazed with grief and disappointment. The letters were passed through a small window let in the adobe of the wall, and the men filed onto the veranda at one end and off it at the other. The man distributing mail was a small, pompous, fat Englishman. I recognized McGlynn coming slowly down with the line, and paid him half the dust in my bag. As McGlynn reached the window, the glass in it slammed shut, and the clerk thrust a card against it. "Mail closes at 9 p.m." McGlynn tapped at the glass, received no attention, and commenced to beat a tattoo. The window was snatched open, and the fat clerk, very red, thrust his face in the opening. "What do you want?" he demanded truculently. "Any letters for John A. McGlynn?" "This office opens at 8:30 a.m.," said the clerk, slamming shut the window. Without an instant's hesitation, and before the man had a chance to retire, McGlynn's huge fist crashed through the glass and into his face. The crowd had waited patiently, but now, with a brutal snarl, it surged forward. McGlynn, a pleasant smile on his face, swung slowly about. "Keep your line, boys, keep your line," he boomed. "There's no trouble. It's only a little Englishman who don't know our ways yet." Inside the building, the postal force, white and scared yet over the menacing growl of the beast they had so nearly roused, hastened to resume their tasks. I heard later that the last man in line reached the window only at 3 o'clock in the morning. Also, the next day McGlynn was summoned by Geary, the postmaster, to account for his share in the row, and that in the end Geary apologized and was graciously forgiven by McGlynn. I can well believe it. We found Yank and Talbot still at the edge of the hotel veranda. "Look here, Tal," said Johnny at once. "How are you going to finish all this business you've scared up and get off to the mines within a reasonable time? We ought to start pretty soon." "Mines?" echoed Talbot. "I'm not going to the mines. I wouldn't leave all this for a million mines. No, Yank and I have been talking it over. You boys will have to attend to the mining end of this business. I'll pay Frank's share and take a quarter of the profits, and Frank can pay me in addition half his profits. In return for the work I don't do, I'll put aside $220 and use it in my business here, and all of us will share in the profits I make from that amount. How does that strike you?" "I don't like to lose you out of this," said Johnny disappointedly. "Nor I," said I. "And I hate to lose the adventure, boys," agreed Talbot earnestly. "But honestly, I can't leave this place now even if I want to, and I certainly don't want to." I turned in that night with the feeling that I had passed a very interesting day. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of Gold by Stewart Edward White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Upriver. 2 days later, Yank, Johnny, and I embarked aboard a small, bluff-bowed sailboat, waved our farewells to Talbot standing on the shore, and laid our course to cross the blue bay behind an island called Alcatraz. Our boatman was a short, swarthy man with curly hair and gold rings in his ears. He handled his boat well, but spoke not at all. After a dozen attempts to get something more than monosyllables out of him, we gave it up, and settled ourselves to the solid enjoyment of a new adventure. The breeze was strong, and drove even our rather clumsy craft at considerable speed. The blue waters of the bay flashed in the sun and riffled under the squalls. Spray dashed away from our bows. A chill raced in from the open Pacific, diluting the sunlight. We stared ahead of us, all eyes. The bay was a veritable inland sea, and the shores ahead of us lay flat and wide, with blue hazy hills in the distance, and a great mountain hovering in mid-air to our right. Black cormorants going upwind flapped heavily by us just above the water, their necks stretched out. Gulls wheeled and screamed above us, or floated high and light like corks over the racing waves. Rafts of ducks lay bobbing, their necks furled, their heads close to their bodies. A salt tang stirred our blood, and on the great mountain just north of the harbor entrance, the shadows of canyons were beginning most beautifully to define themselves. Altogether it was a pleasant sail. We perched to the windward and smoked our pipes, worked ourselves to a high pitch of enthusiasm over what we were going to see and do. The sailor, too, smoked his pipe, leaning against the long, heavy tiller. The distant flat shores drew nearer. We turned the corner and could make out the mouth of a river, and across it a white line that, as we came up on it, proved to be the current breaking against the wind over a very solid bar. For the first time our sailor gave signs of life. He stood on his feet, squinted ahead, ordered us amidships, dropped the peak of the mainsail, took the sheet in his hand. We flew down against the breakers. In a moment we were in them. 2 sickening bumps shook our very vertebrae. The mast swayed drunkenly from side to side as the boat rolled on her keel. The sail flopped, a following wave slopped heavily over the stern, and the water swashed forward across our feet. Then we recovered a trifle, staggered forward, bumped twice more, and slid into the smoother, deep water. The sailor grunted and passed us a dipper. We bailed her out while he raised again
the peak of his sail. Shortly after this experience, we glided up the reaches of a wide, beautiful river. It had no banks, but it was bordered by tall reeds called tule. As far as the eye could reach, and that was very far, when we climbed part way up the mast to look, these tules extended. League after league they ran away like illimitable plains, green and brown and beautiful, until somewhere over the curve of the earth, straight ahead, they must have met distant blue hills. To the southeast there seemed no end but the sky. From the level of the boat, however, we saw only a little way into the outer fringe. The water lay among the stalks, and mud hens with white bills pushed their way busily into intricate, narrow, unguessed waterways. Occasionally the hedge of the tules broke to a greater or lesser opening into a lagoon. These were like shallow lakes, in which sometimes grew clumps of grasses. They were covered with waterfowl. Never have I seen so many ducks and geese of all kinds. They literally covered the surface of the water, and fairly seemed to jostle each other as they swam busily to and fro, intent on some business of their own. Their comfortable, low conversational clucking and quacking was a pleasure to hear. When, out of curiosity, we fired a revolver shot, they rose in the air with a roar like that of a great waterfall, and their crossing lines of flight in the sky was like the multitude of midges in the sun. I remember one flock of snow-white geese that turned and wheeled, alternately throwing their bodies in shadow or in the sunlight, so that they flashed brilliantly. As the sun declined, the wind fell. Fortunately, the current in the river was hardly perceptible. We slipped along on glassy waters. Thousands upon thousands of blackbirds dipped across us, uttering their calls. Against the saffron sky were long lines of waterfowl, their necks outstretched. A busy multitudinous noise of marsh birds rose and fell all about us. The sun was a huge red ball, touching the distant hills. At last the wind failed us entirely, but the sailor got out a pair of sweeps, and we took turns rowing. Within half an hour we caught the silhouette of 3 trees against the sky, and shortly landed on a little island of solid ground. Here we made camp for the night. All the next day, and the days after, being luckily favored by steady fair winds, we glided up the river. I could not but wonder at the certainty with which our sailor picked the right passage from the numerous false channels that offered themselves. The water was beautifully clear and sweet, quite different from the muddy currents of today. Shortly the solid ground had drawn nearer, so that often we passed long stretches of earth standing above the tule-grown water. Along these strips grew sycamore and cottonwood trees of great size, and hanging vines of the wild grape. The trees were as yet bare of leaves, but everything else was green and beautiful. We could see the tracks of many deer along the flats, but caught no sight of the animals themselves. At one place, however, we did frighten a small band of half a dozen elk. They crashed away recklessly through the brush, making noise and splashing enough for 100. Yank threw one of his little pea bullets after them, and certainly hit, for we found drops of blood. The sailor shook his head disparagingly over the size of the rifle balls, to Yank's vast disgust. I never saw him come near to losing his temper. As a matter of fact, I think the sailor's contention had something in it. The long, accurate weapon, with its tiny missiles, was probably all right when its user had a chance to plant the bullet exactly in a fatal spot, but not for such quick snap shooting as this. At any rate, our visions of cheap, fresh meat vanished on the hoof. The last day out we came into a wide bottomland country, with oaks. The distant blue hills had grown and had become slate gray. At noon we discerned ahead of us a low bluff, and a fork in the river, and among the oak trees the gleam of tents, and before them a tracery of masts, where the boats and small ships lay moored to the trees. This was the Embarcadero of Sutter's Fort beyond, or the new city of Sacramento, whichever you pleased. Here our boat journey ended. We disembarked into a welter of confusion. Dust, men, mules, oxen, bales, boxes, barrels, and more dust. Everything was in the open air. Tents were pitched in the open, under the great oaks, anywhere and everywhere. Next the river, and for perhaps 100 yards from the banks, the canvas structures were arranged in rows along what were evidently intended to be streets. But beyond that, everyone simply squatted where he pleased. We tramped about until we found a clear space, and there dumped down our effects. They were simple enough, and our housekeeping consisted in spreading out our blankets and canvas, and unpacking our frying pan and pots. The entire list of our provisions consisted of pork, flour, salt, tea, coffee, sugar, tobacco, and some spirits. After supper we went out in a body to see what we could find out concerning our way to the mines. We did not even possess a definite idea as to where we wanted to go. In this quest we ran across our first definite discouragement. The place was full of men, and they were all willing to talk. Fully 3/4 were, like ourselves, headed toward the mines, and were consequently full of theoretical advice. The less they actually knew, the more insistent they were that theirs was the only one sure route or locality or method. Of the remainder, probably half were the permanent population of the place, and busily occupied in making what money they could. They were storekeepers, gamblers, wagon owners, saloon keepers, transportation men. Of course, we could quickly have had, from most of these men, very definite and practical advice as to where to go and how to get there, but the advice would most likely have been strongly tempered with self-interest. The rest of those we encountered were on their way back from the mines, and from them we got our first dash of cold water in the face. According to them, the whole gold fable was vastly exaggerated. To be sure, there was gold. No one could deny that. But it occurred very rarely, and in terrible places to get at. One had to put in $10 worth of work to get out $1 worth of dust. And provisions were so high that the cost of living ate up all the profits. Besides, we were much too late. All the good claims had been taken up and worked out by the earliest comers. There was much sickness in the mines, and men were dying like flies. A man was a fool ever to leave home, but a double-dyed fool not to return there as soon as possible. Thus the army of the discouraged. There were so many of them, and they talked so convincingly, that I, for one, felt my golden dream dissipating, and a glance at Johnny's face showed that he was much in the same frame of mind. We were very young, and we had so long been keyed up so high that a reaction was almost inevitable. Yank showed no sign, but chewed his tobacco imperturbably. We continued our inquiries, however, and had soon acquired a mass of varied information. The nearest mines were about 60 miles away. We could get our freight transported that far by the native Californian cargadores at $50 the hundredweight, or we could walk and carry our own goods, or we might buy a horse or so to pack in our belongings. If we wanted to talk to the cargadores, we must visit their camp over toward the south. If we wanted to buy horses, we could do nothing better than to talk to McClellan at Sutter's Fort. $50 a hundred seemed pretty steep for freighting. We would not be able to carry all we owned on our backs. We decided to try to buy the horses. Accordingly, next morning, after a delicious sleep under the open sky, we set out to cover the 3 or 4 miles to Sutter's Fort. This was my first sight of the California country landscape, and I saw it at the most beautiful time of year. The low rolling hills were bright green, against which blended the darker green of the park-like oaks. Over the slopes were washes of color where the wildflowers grew, like bright scarves laid out in the sun. They were of a deep orange, or an equally deep blue, or perhaps of mingled white and purple. Each variety, and there were many of them, seemed to grow by itself, so that their colors were massed. Johnny muttered something about the trailing glory banners of the hills, but whether that was a quotation or just Johnny, I do not know. The air was very warm and grateful, and the sky extraordinarily blue. Broad pinioned birds wheeled slowly, very high and all about us. On the tips of swaying bushes and in the tops of trees, thousands of golden larks were singing. They were in appearance like our meadow larks back east, but their note was quite different, more joyous and lilting, but with the same liquid quality. We flushed many sparrows of different sorts, and we saw the plumed quail, the gallant, trim little well-groomed gentlemen running rapidly ahead of us, and over it all showered the clear warmth of the sun, like some subtle golden ether, that dissolved and disengaged from the sleeping hills multitudinous hummings of insects, songs of birds, odors of earth, perfumes of flowers. In spite of ourselves, our spirits rose. We forgot our anxious figurings on ways and means, our too concentrated hopes of success, our feverish intent, single-minded desire for gold. Three abreast, we marched forward through the waving, shimmering wild oats, humming once more the strains of the silly little song to which the gold seekers had elected to stride. I'll soon be in the mining camps, and then I'll look around, and when I see the gold that's there, I'll pick it off the ground. I'll scrape the mountains clean, old girl, I'll drain the rivers dry. I'm off to California, Susannah, don't you cry. Even old Yank joined in the chorus, and he had about as much voice as a rusty windmill, and about the same idea of tune as a hog has of war. Oh, Susannah, don't you cry for me, I'm off to California with my washbowl on my knee. We topped a rise and advanced on Sutter's fort as though we intended by force of arms to take that historic post. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Gold by Stewart Edward White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, The Mines. Chapter 14, Sutter's Fort. Sutter's Fort was situated at the edge of the Live Oak Park. We found it to resemble a real fort, with eye walls, bastions, and a single gate at each end, through which one entered to a large enclosed square, perhaps 150 yards long by 50 wide. The walls were not pierced for guns, and the defense seemed to depend entirely on the jutting bastions. The walls were double and about 25 feet apart. Thus, by roofing over this space and dividing it with partitions, Sutter had made up his barracks, blacksmith's shop, bakery, and the like. Later in our investigations, we even ran across a woolen factory, a distillery, a billiard room, and a bowling alley. At the southern end of this long space stood a two-story house. Directly opposite the two-story house, and at the other end of the enclosure, was an adobe corral. The place was crowded with people. 100 or so miners rushed here and there on apparently very important business, or loafed contentedly against the posts or the sun warmth of adobe walls. In this latter occupation they were aided and abetted by a number of the native Californians. Perhaps 100 Indians were leading horses, carrying burdens, or engaged in some other heavy toil. They were the first we had seen, and we examined them with considerable curiosity. A good many of them were nearly naked, but some had on portions of battered, civilized apparel. Very few could make up a full suit of clothes, but contented themselves with either a coat, or a shirt, or a pair of pantaloons, or even with only a hat as the case might be. They were very swarthy, squat, villainous-looking savages, with big heads, low foreheads, coarse hair, and beady little eyes. We stopped for some time near the sentry box at the entrance, accustoming ourselves to the whirl and movement. Then we set out to find McClellan. He was almost immediately pointed out to us, a short, square, businesslike man with a hard gray face, dealing competently with the pressure. A score of men surrounded him, each eager for his attention. While we hovered, awaiting our chance, 2 men walked in through the gate. They were accorded the compliment of almost a complete silence on the part of those who caught sight of them. The first was a Californian, about 35 or 40 years of age, a man of a lofty, stern bearing, swarthy skin, glossy side whiskers, and bright, supercilious eyes. He wore a light blue short jacket trimmed with scarlet and with silver buttons, a striped silk sash, breeches of crimson velvet met below by long embroidered deerskin boots. A black kerchief was bound crosswise on his head, entirely concealing the hair, and a flat-crowned, wide gray hat, heavily ornamented with silver, completed this gorgeous costume. He moved with the assured air of the aristocrat. The splendor of his apparel, the beauty of his face and figure, and the grace of his movements attracted the first glance from all eyes. Then immediately he was passed over in favor of his companion. The latter was a shorter, heavier man of more mature years. In fact, his side whiskers were beginning to turn gray. His costume was plain, but exquisitely neat, and a strange blend of the civil and the military. The jacket, for example, had been cut in the trim military fashion, but was worn open to exhibit the snowy cascade of linen beneath. But nobody paid much attention to the man's dress. The dignity and assured calm of his face and eye at once impressed one with a conviction of unusual quality. Johnny stared for a moment, his brows knit. Then, with an exclamation, he sprang forward. "Captain Sutter!" he cried. Sutter turned slowly to look Johnny squarely in the face, his attitude one of cold but courteous inquiry. Johnny was approaching, hat in hand. I confess he astonished me. We had known him intimately for some months, and always as the harum-scarum, impulsive, hail fellow, bubbling, irresponsible. Now a new Johnny stepped forward, quiet, high-bred, courteous, self-contained. Before he had spoken a word, Captain Sutter's aloof expression had relaxed. "I beg your pardon for addressing you so abruptly," Johnny was saying. "The surprise of the moment must excuse me. 10 years ago, sir, I had the pleasure of meeting you at the time you visited my father in Virginia." "My dear boy," cried Sutter, "you are, of course, the son of Colonel Fairfax. But 10 years ago you were a very young man." "A small boy, rather," laughed Johnny. They chatted for a few moments, exchanging news, I suppose, though they had drawn beyond our earshot. In a few moments we were summoned and presented, first to Captain Sutter, then to Don Gaspar Martinez. The latter talked English well. Yank and I, both somewhat silent and embarrassed before all this splendor of manners, trailed the triumphal progress like 2 small boys. We were glad to trail, however. Captain Sutter took us about, showing us in turn all the many industries of the place. "The old peaceful life is gone," said he. "The fort has become a trading post for miners. It is difficult now to get labor for my crops, and I have nearly abandoned cultivation. My Indians I have sent out to mine for me." He showed us a row of long troughs outside the walls, to which his Indian workmen had come twice a day for their rations of wheat porridge. They scooped it out with their hands, he told us, like animals. Also he pointed out the council circle beneath the trees, where he used to meet the Indians. He had great influence with the surrounding tribes, and had always managed to live peacefully with them. "But that is passing," said he. "The American miners quite naturally treat them as men, and they are really children. It makes misunderstanding and bloodshed and reprisals. The era of good feeling is about over. They still trust me, however, and will work for me." Don Gaspar here excused himself on the ground of business, promising to rejoin us later. "That trouble will come upon us next," said Captain Sutter, nodding after the Spaniard's retreating form. "It's already beginning. The Californians hold vast quantity of land with which they do almost nothing. A numerous and energetic race is coming, and it will require room. There is conflict there, and their titles are mixed, very mixed. It will behoove a man to hold a very clear title when the time comes." "Your own titles are doubtless clear and strong," suggested Johnny. "None better. My grant here came directly from the Mexican government itself." The captain paused to chuckle. "I suspect that the reason it was given me so freely was political. There existed at that time a desire to break up the power of the missions, and the establishment of rival colonies on a large scale would help to do that. The government evidently thought me competent to undertake the opening of this new country." "Your grant is a large one?" surmised Johnny. 60 miles by about 12, said Captain Sutter. We had by now finished our inspection and stood by the southern gate. "I am sorry," said Captain Sutter, "that I am not in a position to offer you hospitality. My own residence is at a farm on the Feather River. This fort, as no doubt you are aware, I have sold to the traders. In the changed conditions, it is no longer necessary to me." "Do you not regret the changed conditions?" asked Johnny after a moment. "I can imagine the interest in building a new community, all these industries, the training of the Indians to work, the growing of crops, the raising of cattle. One may regret changed conditions, but one cannot prevent their changing," said Captain Sutter in his even, placid manner. "The old condition was a very pleasant dream. This is reality." We walked back through the enclosure. Our companion was greeted on all sides with the greatest respect and affection. To all he responded with benign but unapproachable dignity. From the vociferating group he called the trader McClellan, to whom he introduced us, all three with urbane formality. "These young men," he told McClellan, who listened to him intently, his brows knit, "are more than acquaintances. They are very especial old friends of mine. I wish to bespeak your good offices for what they may require. They are on their way to the mines. And now, gentlemen, I repeat, I am delighted to have had this opportunity. I wish you the best of luck, and I sincerely hope you may be able to visit me at Feather River, where you are always sure of a hearty welcome. Treat them well, McClellan." "You know, Captain, friends of yours are friends of mine," said McClellan briefly. At the end of half an hour we found ourselves in possession of 2 pack horses and saddles, and a load of provisions. "Look out for horse thieves," advised McClellan. "These here greasers will follow you for days, waiting for a chance to get your stock. Don't pick it with rawhide rope, or the coyotes are likely to gnaw your animals loose. Better buy a couple of hair ropes from the nearest Mex. Take care of yourselves. Goodbye." He was immediately immersed in his flood of business. We were in no hurry to return, so we put in an hour or so talking with the idlers. From them we heard much praise for Sutter. He had sent out such and such expeditions to rescue snow-bound immigrants in the mountains. He had received hospitably the travel-worn transcontinentals. He had given freely to the indigent, and so on without end. I am very glad that even at second hand I had the chance to know this great-hearted old soldier of Charles X while in the glory of his possessions and the esteem of men. Acre by acre his lands were filched from him, and he died in Washington vainly petitioning Congress for restitution. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Gold by Stewart Edward White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Gold Trail. We loaded our pack horses and set off next morning early on the trail up the American River. At last, it seemed to us, we were really under way, as though our long journeyings and many experiences had been but a preparation for this start. Our spirits were high, and we laughed and joked and sang extravagantly. Even Yank woke up and acted like a frisky colt. Such early wayfarers as we met we hailed with shouts and chaffing, nor were we in the least abashed by an occasional surly response, or the not infrequent attempts to discourage our hopes. For when one man said there was no gold, another was as confident that the diggings were not even scratched. The morning was a very fine one, a little chilly, with a thin white mist hanging low along the ground. This the sun soon dissipated. The birds sang everywhere. We trudged along the dusty road merrily. Every little while we stopped to readjust the burdens to our animals. A mountaineer had showed us how to lash them on, but our skill at that sort of thing was miner's, and the packs would not hold. We had to do them one at a time, using the packed animal as a pattern from which to copy the hitch on the other. In this painful manner we learned the squaw hitch, which, for a long time, was to be the extent of our knowledge. However, we got on well enough, and mounted steadily by the turns and twists of an awful road, following the general course of the river below us. On the hills grew high brush, some of it very beautiful. The buckthorn, for example, was just coming out, and the dogwood and the mountain laurel. At first these clumps of bush were few and scattered, and the surface of the hills, carpeted with short grass, rolled gently away or broke in stone dikes and outcrops. Then later, as we mounted, they drew together until they covered the mountain sides completely, save where oaks and madrone kept clear some space for themselves. After a time, we began to see a scrubby, long-needled pine thrusting its head here and there above the undergrowth. That was as far as we got that day. In the hollow of a ravine, we found a tiny rill of water, and there we camped. Johnny offered some slight objections at first. It was only 2:00 in the afternoon. The trees were scrubby, the soil dusty, the place generally uncomfortable. But Yank shook his head. "If we knew how they played this game, it might be all right to go ahead, but we don't," said he. "I've been noticing this trail pretty close, and I ain't seen much water except in the river, and that's an awful ways down. Maybe we'll find some water over the next hill, and maybe we won't. But we know there's water here. Then there's the question of horse thieves. McClellan strikes me as a man to be believed. I don't know how they act, but you bet no horse thief gets off with my horse and me watching. But at night it's different. I don't know how they do things, but I do know that if we tie our horses next us, they won't be stolen, and that's what I aim to do. But if we do that, we got to give 'em a chance to eat, ain't we? So we'll let them feed the rest of the afternoon, and we'll tie 'em up tonight." This was much talk for Yank. In fact, the only time that taciturn individual ever would open up was an explanation of, or argument about some expedient of wilderness life or travel. It sounded entirely logical, so we made camp. Yank turned the two horses out into a grass meadow and sat, his back against an oak tree, smoking his pipe and watching them. Johnny and I unrolled the beds, sorted out the simple cooking utensils, and started to cook. Occasional travelers on the road just above us shouted out friendly greetings. They were a miscellaneous lot. Most were headed toward the mountains. These journeyed in various ways. Some walked afoot and unencumbered. Some carried apparently all their belongings on their backs. One outfit, comprising 3 men, had 3 saddle horses and 4 packs. A princely caravan. One of the cargadores, pack trains, went up the road enveloped in a thick cloud of dust. 20 or 30 pack mules and 4 men on horseback herding them forward. A white mare, unharnessed save for a clanging bell, led the way, and all the mules followed her slavishly, the nose of one touching the tail of the other, as is the mule's besotted fashion. They were gay little animals, with silver buttons on their harnesses and yellow sheepskin linings to their saddles. They carried a great variety of all sorts of things, and at the freighting rates quoted to us must have made money for their owners. Their drivers were a picturesque quartet in sombreros, wide sashes, and flowing garments. They sat their animals with a graceful, careless ease beautiful to behold. Near sundown, 2 horsemen turned off the trail and rode down to our little trickle of water. When they drew near, we recognized in one of them Don Gaspar Martinez. He wore still his gorgeous apparel of the day before, with only the addition of a pair of heavy, silver-ornamented spurs on his heels, and a brace of pistols in his sash. His horse, a magnificent chestnut, was harnessed in equal gorgeousness, with silvered broad bit, silver chains jangling therefrom, a plated rawhide bridle and reins, a carved leather high-pommelled saddle, also silver ornamented, and a bright-colored woven saddle blanket beneath. The animal stepped daintily and proudly, lifting his little feet and planting them among the stones as though fastidiously. The man who rode with Don Gaspar was evidently of a lower class. He was, however, a straight, handsome young fellow enough, with a dark, clear complexion, a small mustache, and a pleasant smile. His dress and accoutrements were on the same general order as those of Don Gaspar, but of a quieter color and more serviceable material. His horse, however, was of the same high-bred type. The third animal followed, unled, packed with 2 cowhide boxes. The Spaniard rode up to us and saluted courteously. Then his eye lit with recognition. "Ah," he said, "the good friends of our Captain Sutter. This is to be well met. If it is not too much, I would beg the favor to camp." "By all means, Don Gaspar," said Johnny, rising. "The pleasure is of course our own." Again saluting us, Don Gaspar and his companion withdrew a short distance up the little meadow. There the Spaniard sat down beneath a bush and proceeded to smoke a cigaretto, while his companion unsaddled the horses, turned them loose to graze, stacked up their saddles, and made simple camping arrangements. "Old Plush Pants doesn't intend to do any work if he catches sight of it first," observed Johnny. "Probably the other man is a servant," I suggested. "More likely a sort of dependent," amended Johnny. "They run kind of a patriarchal establishment, I've been told." "Don't use them big words, Johnny," complained Yank, coming up with the horses. "I meant they make the poor relations and kid brothers do the hustling," said Johnny. "Now I understand you," said Yank. "I wish I could see what they do with their horses nights. I bet they know how, and if I was a horse thief I'd surely take a long chance for that chestnut gelding." "You might wander over later and find out," I suggested. "And get my system full of lead? Sure," said Yank. The 2 camps did not exchange visits. We caught the flicker of their little fire, but we were really too tired to be curious, and we turned in early, our 2 animals tied fast to small trees at our feet. The next day lifted us into the mountains. Big green peaks across which hung a bluish haze showed themselves between the hills. The latter were more precipitous, and the brush had now given way to pines of better size and quality than those seen lower down. The river foamed over rapids or ran darkling in pools and stretches. Along the roadside, rarely, we came upon rough-looking log cabins, or shacks of canvas or tents. The owners were not at home. We thought them miners, but in the light of subsequent knowledge I believe that unlikely. The diggings were farther in. We came upon the diggings quite suddenly. The trail ran around the corner of a hill, and there they were below us. In the wide, dry stream bottom, perhaps 50 men were working busily like a lot of ants. Some were picking away at the surface of the ground. Others had dug themselves down waist deep, and stooped and rose like legless bodies. Others had disappeared below ground, and showed occasionally only as shovel blades. From so far above, the scene was very lively and animated, for each was working like a beaver, and the red shirts made gay little spots of color. On the hillside clung a few white tents and log cabins, but the main town itself, we later discovered, as well as the larger diggings, lay around the bend and upstream. We looked all about us for some path leading down to the river, but could find none, so perforce we had to continue on along the trail. Thus we entered the camp of Hangman's Gulch, for if it had been otherwise I am sure we would have located promptly where we had seen those red-shirted men. The camp consisted merely of a closer knit group of tents, log shacks, and a few larger buildings constructed of a queer combination of heavy hewn timbers and canvas. We saw nobody at all, though in some of the larger buildings we heard signs of life. However, we did not wait to investigate the wonders of Hangman's Gulch, but drove our animals along the one street, looking for the trail that should lead us back to the diggings. We missed it somehow, but struck into a beaten path that took us upstream. This we followed a few hundred yards. It proceeded along a rough, boulder-strewn riverbed, around a point of rough, jagged rocks, and out to a very wide, gravelly flat through which the river had made itself a narrow channel. The flat swarmed with men, all of them busy and very silent. Leading our pack horses, we approached the nearest pair of these men and stood watching them curiously. One held a coarse screen of willow, which he shook continuously above a common cooking pot, while the other slowly shoveled earth over this sieve. When the two pots, which with the shovel seemed to be all the tools these men possessed, had been half filled thus with the fine earth, the men carried them to the river. We followed. The miners carefully submerged the pots and commenced to stir their contents with their doubled fists. The light earth muddied the water, floated upward, and then flowed slowly over the rim of the pots and down the current. After a few minutes of this, they lifted the pots carefully, drained off the water, and started back. "May we look?" ventured Johnny. The taller man glanced at us and our pack horses and nodded. This was the first time he had troubled to take a good look at us. The bottom of the pot was covered with fine black sand, in which we caught the gleam and sparkle of something yellow. "Is that gold?" I asked, awed. "That's gold," the man repeated, his rather saturnine features lighting up with a grin. Then, seeing our interest, he unbent a trifle. "We dry the sand, then blow it away," he explained, and strode back to where his companion was impatiently waiting. We stumbled on over the rocks and debris. There were probably something near 100 men at work in the gulch. We soon observed that the pot method was considered a very crude and simple way of getting out the gold. Most of the men carried iron pans full of the earth to the waterside, where, after submerging until the lighter earth had floated off, they slopped the remainder over the side with a peculiar twisting, whirling motion, leaving at last only the black sand and the gold. These pan miners were in the great majority, but one group of 4 men was doing business on a larger scale. They had constructed what looked like a very shallow baby cradle on rockers, in which they poured their earth and water. By rocking the cradle violently but steadily, they spilled the mud over the sides. Cleats had been nailed in the bottom to catch the black sand. We wandered about here and there, looking with all our eyes. The miners were very busy and silent, but quite friendly, and allowed us to examine as much as we pleased the results of their operations. In the pots and cradles the yellow flake gold glittered plainly, contrasting with the black sand. In the pans, however, the residue spread out fan-shaped along the angle between the bottom and the side, and at the apex the gold lay heavy and beautiful all by itself. The men were generally bearded, tanned with working in this blinding sun, and plastered liberally with the red earth. We saw some queer sights, however, as when we came across a jolly pair dressed in what were the remains of ultra-fashionable garments up to and including plug hats. At one side, working some distance from the stream, were small groups of native Californians or Mexicans. They did not trouble to carry the earth all the way to the river, but, after screening it roughly, tossed it into the air above a canvas, thus winnowing out the heavier pay dirt. I thought this must be very disagreeable. As we wandered about here and there among all these men so busily engaged, and with our own eyes saw pan after pan show gold, actual metallic guaranteed gold, such as rings and watches and money are made of, a growing excitement possessed us. The excitement of a small boy with a new and untried gun. We wanted to get at it ourselves, only we did not know how. Finally Yank approached one of the busy miners. "Stranger," said he, "we're new to this. Maybe you can tell us where we can dig a little of this gold ourselves." The man straightened his back to exhibit a roving, humorous blue eye, with which he examined Yank from top to toe. "If," he said, "it wasn't for that 18-foot cannon you carry over your left arm, and a cold gray pair of eyes you carry in your head, I'd direct you up the side hill yonder and watch you sweat. As it is, you can work anywhere anybody else isn't working. Start in." "Can we dig right next to you, then?" asked Yank, nodding at an unbroken piece of ground just upstream. The miner clambered carefully out of his waist-deep trench, searched his pockets, produced a pipe and tobacco. After lighting this, he made Yank a low bow. "Thanks for the compliment, but I warn you, this claim of mine is not very rich. I'm thinking of trying somewhere else." "Don't you get any gold?" "Oh, a few ounces a day." "That suits me for a beginning," said Yank decidedly. "Come on, boys." The miner hopped back into his hole, only to stick his head out again for the purpose of telling us, "Mind you, keep 15 feet away." With eager hands we slipped the pick and shovels from beneath the pack ropes, undid our iron bucket, and without further delay commenced feverishly to dig. Johnny held the pail, while Yank and I vied with each other in being the first to get our shovels full into that receptacle. As a consequence, we nearly swamped the pail first off, and then had to pour some of the earth out again. Then we all three ran down to the river and took turns stirring that mud pie beneath the gently flowing waters in the manner of the pot panners we had first watched. After a good deal of trouble, we found ourselves possessed of a thick layer of rocks and coarse pebbles. "We forgot to screen it," I pointed out. "We haven't any screen," said Johnny. "Let's pick 'em out by hand," suggested Yank. We did so. The process emptied the pail. Each of us insisted on examining it closely, but none of us succeeded in creating out of our desires any of that alluring black sand. "I suppose we can't expect to get color every time," observed Johnny disappointedly. "Let's try her again." We tried her again, and yet again, and then some more, but always with the same result. Our hands became puffed and wrinkled with constant immersion in the water, and began to feel sore from the continual stirring of the rubble. "Something's wrong," grunted Johnny into the abysmal silence in which we had been carrying on our work. "We can't expect it every time," I reminded him. "All the others seem to." Well, maybe we've struck a blank place. Let's try somewhere else, suggested Yank. Johnny went over to speak to our neighbor, who was engaged in tossing out shovels full of earth from an excavation in which he had nearly disappeared. At Johnny's hail, he straightened his back so that his head bobbed out of the hole like a prairie dog. "No, it doesn't matter where you dig," he answered Johnny's question. "The pay dirt is everywhere." So we moved on a few hundred feet, picked another unoccupied patch, and resumed our efforts. No greater success rewarded us here. "I believe maybe we ought to go deeper," surmised Yank. "Some of these fellows are taking their dirt right off the top of the ground," objected Johnny. However, we unlimbered the pickaxe and went deeper, to the extent of 2 feet or more. It was good hard work, especially as we were all soft for it. The sun poured down on our backs with burning intensity. Our hands blistered, and the round rocks and half-cemented rubble that made the bar were not the easiest thing in the world to remove. However, we kept at it, Yank and I, having in time past been more or less accustomed to this sort of thing. Got off much easier than did poor Johnny. About 2 feet down we came to a mixed coarse sand and stones, a little finer than the top dirt. This seemed to us promising, so we resumed our washing operations. They bore the same results as had the first, which was just a hole of nothing. "We've got to hit it somewhere," said Johnny between his teeth. "Let's try another place." We scrambled rather wearily, but with a dogged determination, out of our shallow hole. Our blue-eyed, long-bearded friend was sitting on a convenient boulder near at hand, his pipe between his teeth, watching our operations. "Got any tobacco, boys?" he inquired genially. "Smoked my last until tonight, unless you lend." Yank produced a plug from which the stranger shaved some parings. "Struck the dirt?" he inquired. "No, I see you haven't." He stretched himself and arose. "You aren't washing this stuff," he cried out in amazement, as his eye took in fully what we were about. Then we learned what we might have known before, but how should we? That the gold was not to be found in any and every sort of loose earth that might happen to be lying about, but only in either a sort of blue clay or a pulverized granite. Sometimes this pay dirt would be found atop the ground. Again, the miner had to dig for it. "All the surface diggings are taken up," our friend told us, "so now you have to dig deep. It's about 4 feet down where I'm working. It'll probably be deeper up here. You'd better move back where you were." Yank stretched himself upright. "Look here," he said decidedly, "let's get a little sense into ourselves. Here our poor old horses stand with their packs on, and we no place to stay and no dinner, and we're scratching away at this bar like a lot of fool hens. There's other days coming." Johnny and I agreed with the common sense of the thing, but reluctantly. Now that we knew how, our enthusiasm surged up again. We wanted to get at it. The stranger's eyes twinkled sympathetically. "Here, boy," said he, "I know just how you feel. Come with me." He snatched up our bucket and strolled back to his own claim, where he filled the receptacle with some of the earth he had thrown out. "Go pan that," he advised us kindly. We raced to the water, and once more stirred about the heavy contents of the pail until they had floated off with the water. In the bottom lay a fine black residue, and in that residue glittered the tiny yellow particles. We had actually panned our first gold. Our friend examined it critically. "That's about a 12-cent pan," he adjudged it. Somehow, in a vague way, we had unreasonably expected millions at a twist of the wrist, and the words 12 cents had a rankly penurious sound to us. However, the miner patiently explained that a 12-cent pan was a very good one, and indubitably it was real gold. Yank, being older and less excitable, had not accompanied us to the waterside. "Well, boys," he drawled, "that 12 cents is highly satisfactory. Of course, But in the meantime, we've lost about $600 worth of horse and grub." Surely enough, our animals had tired of waiting for us, and had moved out packs and all. We hastily shouldered our implements. "Don't you want to keep this claim next me?" inquired our acquaintance. We stopped. "Surely," I replied, "but how do we do it?" "Just leave your pick and shovel in the hole." "Won't someone steal them?" "No." "What's to prevent?" I asked a little skeptically. "Miner's law," he replied. We almost immediately got trace of our strayed animals, as a number of men had seen them going upstream. In fact, we had no difficulty whatever in finding them, for they had simply followed up the rough stream bed between the canyon walls until it had opened up to a gentler slope and a hanging garden of grass and flowers. Here they had turned aside and were feeding. We caught them, and were just heading them back when Yank stopped short. "What's the matter with this here?" he inquired. "Here's feed and water near, and it ain't so very far back to the diggings." We looked about us for the first time with seeing eyes. The little upsloping meadow was blue and dull red with flowers. Below us the stream brawled foam flecked among the black rocks. The high hills rose up to meet the sky, and on our backs, across the way, the pines stood thick serried. Far up in the blue heavens some birds were circling slowly. Somehow the leisurely swing of these unhastening birds struck from us the feverish hurry that had lately filled our souls. We drew deep breaths, and for the first time the great peace and majesty of these California mountains cooled our spirits. "I think it's a bully place, Yank," said Johnny soberly, "and that little bench up above us looks flat." We clambered across the slant of the flower-spangled meadow to the bench, just within the fringe of the pines. It proved to be flat, and from the edge of it down the hill seeped a little spring, marked by the feathery bracken. We entered a cool green place, peopled with shadows and the rare, considered notes of soft-voiced birds. Just over our threshold, as it were, was the sunlit, chirpy, buzzing, bright-colored, busy world. Overhead a wind of many voices hummed through the pine tops. The golden sunlight flooded the mountains opposite, flashed from the stream, lay languorous on the meadow. Long bars of it slanted through an unguessed gap in the hills behind us to touch with magic the very tops of the trees over our heads. The sheen of the precious metal was over the land. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Gold by Stewart Edward White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The first gold. We arose before daylight, picketed our horses, left our dishes unwashed, and hurried down to the diggings just at sunup, carrying our gold pans or wash bowls and our extra tools. The bar was as yet deserted. We set to work with a will, taking turns with the pickaxe and the 2 shovels. I must confess that our speed slowed down considerably after that first wild burst, but we kept at it steadily. It was hard work, there's no denying it. Just the sort of plain hard work the day laborer does when he digs sewer trenches in the city's streets. Only worse, perhaps, owing to the nature of the soil. It has struck me since that those few years of hard labor in the diggings, from 49 to 53 or 54, saw more actual manual toil accomplished than was ever before performed in the same time by the same number of men. The discouragement of those returning we now understood. They had expected to take the gold without toil, and were dismayed at the labor it had required. At any rate, we thought we were doing our share that morning, especially after the sun came up. We wielded our implements manfully, piled our debris to one side, and gradually achieved a sort of crumbling, uncertain excavation
reluctant to stay emptied. About an hour after our arrival, the other miners began to appear, smoking their pipes. They stretched themselves lazily, spat upon their hands, and set to. Our friend of the day before nodded at us cheerfully, and hopped down into his hole. We removed what seemed to us tons of rock. About noon, just as we were thinking rather dispiritedly of knocking off work for a lunch, which in our early morning eagerness we had forgotten to bring, Johnny turned up a shovelful whose lower third consisted of the pulverized bluish clay. We promptly forgot both lunch and our own weariness. "Hey!" shouted our friend, scrambling from his own claim. "Easy with the rocks! What are you conducting here? A volcano?" He peered down at us. "Pay dirt! Hey! Well, take it easy. It won't run away." Take it easy? As well as ask us to quit entirely. We tore at the rubble, which aggravatingly and obstinately cascaded down upon us from the sides. We scraped eagerly for more of that blue clay. At last we had filled our 3 pans with a rather mixed lot of the dirt, and raced to the river. Johnny fell over a boulder and scattered his panful far and wide. His manner of scuttling back to the hole after more reminded me irresistibly of the way a contestant in a candle race hurries back to the starting point to get his candle relighted. We panned that dirt clumsily and hastily enough, and undoubtedly lost much valuable sand overside. But we ended each with a string of color. We crowded together, comparing our pans. Then we went crazy. I suppose we had about $25 worth of gold between us, but that was not the point. The long journey, with all its hardships and adventures, the toil, the uncertainty, the hopes, the disappointments and reactions, had at last their visible, tangible conclusion. The tiny flecks of gold were a symbol. We yapped aloud. We kicked up our heels. We shook hands. We finally joined hands and danced around and around. From all sides the miners came running up, dropping their tools with a clatter. We were assailed by a chorus of eager cries. "What is it, boys? A strike? Whereabouts is your claim? Is it flour or flake? Let's see." They crowded around in a dense mob, and those nearest jostled to get a glimpse of our pans. Suddenly sobered by this interest in our doings, we would have edged away could we have got hold of our implements. "Well, I'll be darned!" snorted a tall, state of Maine man in disgust. "This ain't no strike. This is an insane asylum." The news slowly penetrated the crowd. A roar of laughter went up. Most of the men were hugely amused, but some few were so disgusted at having been fooled that they were almost inclined to take it as a personal affront that we had not made the expected strike. "You'd think they was a bunch of confounded Keskedis," growled one of them. The miners slowly dispersed, returning to their own diggings. Somewhat red-faced and very silent, we gathered up our pans and slunk back to the claim. Our neighbor stuck his head out of his hole. He alone had not joined the stampede in our direction. "How do you like being popular heroes?" he grinned. Johnny made as though to shy a rock at him, whereupon he ducked below ground. However, our spirits soon recovered. We dumped the black sand into a little sack we had brought for that purpose. It made quite an appreciable bulge in that sack. We did not stop to realize that most of the bulge was sack and sand, and mighty little of gold. It was something tangible and valuable, and we were filled with a tremendous desire to add to its bulk. We worked with entire absorption, quite oblivious to all that was going on about us. It was only by accident that Yank looked up at last, so I did not know how long Don Gaspar had been there. "Will you look at that?" cried Yank. Don Gaspar, still in his embroidered boots, his crimson velvet breeches, his white linen, and his sombrero, but without the blue and silver jacket, was busily wielding a pickaxe 100 feet or so away.
His companion, or servant, was doing the heavier shovel work. "Why, oh why," breathed Johnny at last, "do you suppose, if he must mine, he doesn't buy himself a suit of dungarees or a flannel shirt?" "I'll bet it's the first hard work he ever did in his life," surmised Yank. "And I'll bet he won't do that very long," I guessed. But Don Gaspar seemed to have more sticking power than we gave him credit for. We did not pay him much further attention, for we were busy with our own affairs. But every time we glanced in his direction, he appeared to be still at it. Our sack of sand was growing heavier, as indeed were our limbs. As a matter of fact, we had been at harder work than any of us had been accustomed to for very long hours, beneath a scorching sun, without food, and under strong excitement. We did not know when to quit. But the sun at last decided it for us, by dipping below the mountains to the west. We left our picks and shovels in our pit, but carried back with us our pans, for in them we wished to dry out our sand. The horses were still at their picket ropes, and we noticed, near the lower end of the meadow, but within the bushes, 3 more animals moving slowly. A slim column of smoke ascended from beyond the bushes. Evidently we had neighbors. We were dog-tired, and so far starved that we did not know we were hungry. My eyes felt as though they must look like holes burned in a blanket. We lit a fire, and near it placed our pan full of sand. But we did not take time to cook ourselves a decent meal. We were much too excited for that. A half-made pot of coffee, some pork burned crisp, and some hard bread comprised our supper. Then Yank and I took a handful of the dried sand in the other 2 pans, and commenced cautiously to blow it away. Johnny hovered over us full of suggestions and premonitions of calamity. "Don't blow too hard, fellows," he besought us. "You'll blow away the gold. For heaven's sake, go easy." We growled at him and blew. I confess that my heart went fast with great anxiety, as though the stakes of my correct blowing were millions. However, as we later discovered, it is almost impossible to blow incorrectly. There is something really a little awing about pure gold, new born from the soil. Gold is such a stable article, so strictly guarded, so carefully checked and counted, that the actual production of metal that has had no existence savors almost of the alchemical. We had somewhat less than an ounce, to be sure, but that amount in flake gold bulks considerably. We did not think of it in terms of its worth in dollars. We looked on it only as the gold, and we stared at the substantial little heap of yellow particles with fascinated awe. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Gold by Stewart Edward White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Diggings. The following days were replicas of the first. We ate hurriedly at odd times. We worked feverishly. We sank into our tumbled blankets at night, too tired to wiggle. But the buckskin sack of gold was swelling and rounding out most satisfactorily. By the end of the week it contained over a pound. But the long hours, the excitement, and the inadequate food told on our nerves. We snapped at each other impatiently at times, and once or twice came near to open quarreling. Johnny and I were constantly pecking at each other over the most trivial concerns. One morning we were halfway to the bar when we remembered that we had neglected to picket out the horses. It was necessary for one of us to go back, and we were all reluctant to do so. "I'll be damned if I'm going to lug way up that hill," I growled to myself. "I tied them up yesterday anyway." Johnny caught this. "Well, it wasn't your turn yesterday," he pointed out, "and it is today. I've got nothing to do with what you chose to do yesterday." "Or any other day," I muttered. "What's that?" cried Johnny truculently. "I couldn't hear. Speak up." We were flushed and eyeing each other malevolently. "That'll do," said Yank, with an unexpected tone of authority. "Nobody will go back, and nobody will go ahead. We'll just sit down on this log here while we smoke one pipe apiece. I've got something to say." Johnny and I turned on him with a certain belligerency mingled with surprise. Yank had so habitually acted the part of taciturnity that his decided air of authority confused us. His slouch had straightened, his head was up, his mild eyes sparkled. Suddenly I felt like a bad small boy, and I believe Johnny was the same. After a moment's hesitation, we sat down on the log. "Now," said Yank firmly, "it's about time we took stock. We've been here now 5 days. We ain't had a decent meal of victuals in that time. We ain't fixed up our camp a mite. We ain't been to town to see the sights. We don't even know the looks of the man that's camped down below us. We've been too danged busy to be decent. Now we're going to call a halt. I should judge we have a pound of gold or thereabouts. How much is that worth, Johnny? You can figure in your head." "Along about $250, said Johnny after a moment. "Well, keep on figuring. How much does that come to apiece?" "About $80, of course." "And dividing 80 by 5, persisted Yank. "16. "Well," drawled Yank, his steely blue eyes softening to a twinkle, $16 a day is fair wages to be sure, but nothing to get wildly excited over. He surveyed the two of us with some humor. "Hadn't thought of it that way, had you?" he asked. "Neither had I until last night. I was so dog tired I couldn't sleep, and I got to figuring a little on my own hook. "Why, I can do better than that in San Francisco, with half the work," I cried. "Maybe for a while," said Yank, "but here we've got a chance to make a big strike most any time, and in the meantime to make good wages. But we ain't going to do it any quicker by killing ourselves. Now today is Sunday. I ain't no religious man, but Sunday is a good day to quit. I propose we go back to camp peaceable, make a decent place to stay, cook ourselves a square meal, wash out our clothes, visit the next camp, take a look at town, and enjoy ourselves." Thus vanished the first and most wonderful romance of the gold. Reduced to wages, it was somehow no longer so marvelous. The element of uncertainty was always there, to be sure, and an inexplicable fascination, but no longer had we any desire to dig up the whole place immediately. I suppose we moved nearly as much earth, but the fibers of our minds were relaxed, and we did it more easily and with less nervous wear and tear. Also, as Yank suggested, we took pains to search out our fellow beings. The camper below us proved to be Don Gaspar, velvet breeches and all. He received us hospitably and proffered perfumed cigarettos, which we did not like, but which we smoked out of politeness. Our common ground of meeting was at first the natural one of the gold diggings. Don Gaspar and his man, whom he called Vasquez, had produced somewhat less flake gold than ourselves, but exhibited a half-ounce nugget and several smaller lumps. We could not make him out. Neither his appearance nor his personal equipment suggested necessity, and yet he labored as hard as the rest of us. His gaudy costume was splashed and grimy with the red mud, although evidently he had made some attempt to brush it. The linen was, of course, hopeless. He showed us the blisters on his small, aristocratic-looking hands. "It is the hard work," he said simply, "but one gets the gold." From that subject we passed on to horses. He confessed that he was uneasy as to the safety of his own magnificent animals, and succeeded in alarming us as to our own. "Those Indian," he told us, "are always out to steal. And the paisanos. It has been told me that Andreas Amijo and his robbers are near. Some day we lose our horse." Our anxiety at this time was given an edge by the fact that the horses, having fed well, and becoming tired of the same place, were inclined to stray. It was impossible to keep them always on picket lines. The nature of the meadow would not permit it, and they soon learned to be very clever with their hobbles. Several mornings we put in an hour or so hunting them up and bringing them in before we could start work for the day. This wasted both time and temper. The result was that we drifted into partnership with Don Gaspar and Vasquez. I do not remember who proposed the arrangement. Indeed, I am inclined to think it just came about naturally from our many discussions on the subject. Under the terms of it, we appointed Vasquez to cook all the meals, take full care of the horses, chop the wood, draw the water, and keep camp generally. The rest of us worked in couples at the bar. We divided the gold into 5 equal parts. Our production at this time ran from 5 to 7 ounces a day, which was of course good wages, but would not make our fortunes. We soon fell into a rut, working cheerfully and interestedly, but without excitement. The nature of our produce kept our attention. We should long since have wearied of any job requiring an equal amount of work, but there was a never-ending fascination in blowing away the debris from the virgin gold. And one day, not far from us, 2 Hollanders, Dutch Charlies as the miners called that nationality, scooped from a depression in the bedrock mixed coarse gold 30-odd pounds in weight, over $5,000. That revived our interest, you may be sure. Most of the miners seemed content to stick to panning. Their argument was that by this method they could accumulate a fair amount of dust and ran just as good chances of a strike as the next fellow. Furthermore, they had no tools, no knowledge, and no time to make cradles. Those implements had to be very accurately constructed. We discussed this matter almost every evening. Yank was a great believer in improving the efficiency of our equipment. "It'll handle 4 or 5 times the dirt," said he, "and that means 4 or 5 times the dust." "There's no lumber to be had anywhere," I objected. "I know where there's 3 good stout boxes made of real lumber that we can get for $40, said Yank. "You can't cut that stuff up with an axe." "John Semple has a saw, a plane, and a hammer. He's a carpenter." "You bet he is," agreed Johnny. "I was talking to him last night. He won't lend his tools, and he won't hire them. He'll come with them for $50 a day." "All right," said Yank. "Let's hire him. I'm pretty handy, and I'll stay right in camp and help him. Vasquez can go dig instead of me. We can get him cut out and fitted in 2 days anyway. We've got the money." I think none of us was very enthusiastic on the subject except Yank, but he finally carried the day. Vasquez, somewhat to his chagrin, I thought, resumed his shovel. Yank and John Semple tinkered away for the allotted 2 days, and triumphantly produced 2 cradles at the cost of a round $150. Although we had been somewhat doubtful as to the advisability of spending this sum, I am bound to state that Yank's insistence was justified. It certainly made the work easier. We took turns shoveling the earth and pouring in the water and rocking the baby. Our production jumped 2 or 3 ounces a day. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Gold by Stewart Edward White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Beginnings of Government. Our visit to the town we postponed from day to day because we were either too busy or too tired. We thought we could about figure out what that crude sort of village would be like. Then on Saturday evening, our neighbor with the twinkling eye, whom we called McNally, without conviction because he told us to, informed us that there would be a miners' meeting next day and that we would be expected to attend. Accordingly, we visited the town. The street was full of men idling slowly to and fro. All the large structures were wide open, and from within could be heard the sounds of hurdy-gurdies, loud laughter, and noisy talk. At one end of the street a group was organizing a horse race, and toward this Don Gaspar took his immediate departure. A smaller group surrounded two wrestlers. At one side a jumping match was going on. Among the usual incongruities, we saw some that amused us more than ordinarily. The Indians, for example, were rather numerous and remarkable. One wore as his sole garment an old dress coat. Another had tied a pair of trousers around his waist. A third had piled a half a dozen hats atop, one over the other, and many had on two or more coats. They were, to a man, well drunken. Their squaws, fat and unattractive, squatted outside the single store of the place. We saw also a dozen or so white men, dressed very plainly and shabbily, tall, lank, spindly, rather weakly in general appearance, their faces sallow, their eyes rather childish but crafty and treacherous, their hair thin and straight. The points in common were pointed, nearly brimless hats, like small extinguishers, and that they were the only men to use suspenders. They were from Pike County in Missouri, and in our experience with them, we found their appearance a close indication of their character. They were exceedingly skillful with both axe and rifle, were expert backwoodsmen, but without physical strength, very childish and ignorant, vindictive, narrow, and so extremely clannish and tenacious of their own opinions that they were always an exasperating element to be reckoned with in any public matter. We also saw a compact little group of dark small men, with bright eyes and quick manners. They held close together and chattered like a lot of magpies. McNally, who had spotted us from afar, informed us that these were Keskedys, and that they always did stick close together. "What are Keskedys?" I asked him. "That's what everybody calls them," said McNally. "I suppose it's because they always say it, Keskedy, Keskedy, like a lot of chickadees." "French!" cried Johnny, suddenly enlightened. "Keskedy." "Yes, that's it," agreed McNally. "Keskedy. What does it mean, anyway?" "What is he saying?" translated Johnny. At this time there were a great many French in California, and for a number of years I could not understand why. Then I learned that most of them were prize winners in a series of lotteries called the Lotteries of the Golden Ingot. The prizes were passage to California, and the lotteries were very popular. The French, or Keskedys, as they were universally called, always went about in gangs, while the other nationalities were more inclined to amalgamate with the rest of the community. We saw also several Dutch Charlies, who had struck it rich. They were moon-faced, bland, chuckle-headed looking men, generally with walrus mustaches, squat and heavy, with fatuous, placid smiles. I suppose they had no real idea of values, but knew only the difference between having money and not having money. These prosperous individuals carried 2 or even more watches at the ends of long, homemade chains constructed of gold nuggets fastened together with lengths of copper wire. The chains were looped around their necks, about their shoulders and waists, and hung down in long festoons. We had 3 apparently of these Dutch Charlies, all deadly rivals in magnificence. They paraded slowly up and down the street, quite satisfied with themselves, and casting malevolent glances at each other when they passed. The 2 gambling places and saloons were hard at it. The low rooms were full of smoke and crowded with slowly jostling men. In contrast to the deadly quiet of such places in San Francisco, these were full of noise and hubbub. The men moved restlessly, threw down their little bags of dust impatiently, and accepted victory or defeat with very audible comments. The gamblers, dressed in black, pale, sat steady-eyed and silent behind their layouts. I suppose that life must already have developed, if not a type, at least a uniform mental attitude that showed itself in outward expression. That was, first of all, an intent, quiet watchfulness, and secondly, an iron resolution to meet whatever offered. The gambler must be prepared instantly to shoot, and at the same time he must realize fully that shooting is going to get him in trouble, for the sympathy of a mining camp was generally strongly against him when it came to a question of this sort. We treated ourselves to a drink at the bar and went outside. Already the drift of miners was toward the end of the street where a good-sized crowd had gathered. We fell in. Under a large oak tree had been placed a barrel and several boxes from the store, and on these latter our friend John Semple, the carpenter, was mounting. "John's the alcalde," McNally explained to us. "He's the most level-headed man in these diggings." Most of the miners sat down on the ground in front, though some remained afoot. Semple rapped sharply on the barrel with the muzzle of his revolver. "This is a miners' meeting," he stated briefly, "and we have several things to talk about. Most important thing, according to my notion, is this row about the big nugget. Seems that these here three men, whose names I disremember, is partners, and is panning down there in the lower diggings. And while one of them is grubbing around with a shovel, getting ready to fill the company pan, he sees this here nugget in the shovel and annexes it. Now he claims it's his nugget, and the rest of them claim it belongs to all of them as partners. How about it?" Two men sprang to their feet and began to talk. "You set down," Semple ordered them. "You ain't got nothing to do with deciding this. We'll let you know what to do. If the facts ain't right, as I stated 'em, say so, but we don't want no theories out of you. Sit down, I say." They subsided, and a silence fell, which no one seemed inclined to break. "Well," said Semple impatiently, "come on, speak up. Where's all this assorted lot of theories I've been hearing in the saloons ever since that nugget was turned up?" A man with the most extraordinarily ragged garments got to his feet and began to speak in a pleasant and cultivated voice. "I have no solution to offer this company," said he, "but I am, or was, a New York lawyer, and if my knowledge of partnerships will help any, this is the New York law." He sketched briefly the New York rulings on partnerships and sat down. "Much obliged, I'm sure," said Semple cordially. "We're glad to know how they figured it out down there. Only trouble, as far as I can see, is that there ain't usually finding many nuggets down that neck of the woods. So they ain't precisely fitted the case. Anybody know anything nearer to home?" "I panned in Shirt Tail Bar last 2 months," blurted a hoarse and embarrassed individual without rising. "Down there they had a regulation that any nugget that weighs over half an ounce that is found before the dirt is thrown in the cradle belongs to the man that finds it, and not to the company. Of course this here is a pan and not a cradle." "That's more like business. Anybody know if anywhere they do it the other way round?" Apparently nobody did. "Anybody got any ideas as to why we shouldn't follow Shirt Tail in this matter? Doggone you, set down. You ain't got nothing to say here." The man appealed to the crowd. "Ain't I got a right to be heard in my own case?" he demanded. "This ain't your case," persisted John Semple stoutly. "It's deciding what the policy of this camp is going to be regarding nuggets. Your doggone case is mighty unimportant, and you're a prejudiced party. And if you don't set down, I'll come down there and argue with you. If none of you other fellows has anything to say, we'll vote on it." We then and there decided, almost unanimously, to follow Shirt Tail. "Now," resumed Semple, after this matter had been disposed of, "there's a bunch of these here keskities around, throwing assorted duck fits all this morning, and as far as I can make out, they say somebody's jumped their claim or their camp or something. Jim, supposing you and your tin star saunter down and eject these jumpers." A very tall, quiet, slow-moving man arose, aimed his tobacco juice at a small tree, drawled out the words, "All right, Judge," and departed, trailed by half a dozen jabbering keskidees, to whom he paid not the slightest attention. "Now," said Semple, "we've got a couple of greasers you caught stealing. Buck Barry and Missouri Jones caught them at it, so there ain't much use hearing witnesses as to the fact. Question is, what do we want to do with them?" "What did they steal?" demanded a voice. "They just naturally didn't steal nothing," said a heavily built, square-jawed, clean-shaven man whom I guessed to be Buck Barry. "Not while I was around." "Yes," persisted the other, "but what was they after?" "Oh, an extra pair of boots and a shirt and some tobacco, etcetery," replied Buck Barry contemptuously. "Let's see them," shouted several voices. After a moment's delay, two ragged and furtive Mexicans were dragged before the assembly. A contemplative silence ensued. Then an elderly man with a square gray beard spoke up. "Well," he said deliberately, "airy a man so low and shiftless and miserable as to go stealing boots and shirts and tobacco in this camp is sure outside my corral. He sure must be a miserable person. Why in hell didn't Buck and Missouri give him a few lifts with the toes of their boots, and not come bothering us with them?" Both Barry and Jones started to reply, but Semple cut them short. "They was going to do just that," he announced, "but I persuaded them to bring this matter up before this meeting, because we've got to begin to take some measures to stop this kind of nuisance. There's a lot of undesirables drifting into this camp lately. You boys all recall how last fall we kept our dust under our bunks, or most anywhere, and felt perfectly safe about it, but that ain't now. A man has to carry his dust right with him. Now, if we can't leave our tents feeling our goods is safe, what do you expect to do about it? We've got to throw the fear of God into the black hearts of these hounds." At this juncture, Jim the sheriff returned and leaned nonchalantly against a tree, chewing a straw. Accepting the point of view advanced by the chair, the miners decided that the two thieves should be whipped and banished from camp. A strong feeling prevailed that any man who, in this age of plenty, would descend to petty thieving was a poor, miserable creature to be pitied. Some charitably inclined individual took up a small collection which was presented to the thieves after they had received their punishment. "And now vamoose, get," advised Semple, "and spread the glad tidings. We'll do the same by any more of you." "Well, Jim?" he inquired of the sheriff. Jim shifted his straw from the right corner of his mouth to the left. "That outfit don't eject worth a cuss," he said laconically. "How many of them is there?" asked Semple. "Two and a shotgun," stated Jim. "I reckon we'll eject them if we say eject," cried someone truculently, and several others growled assent. Jim cast a humorous eye in that direction. "Oh, I reckon I'm equal to the job," he said. "And if you say eject again, why out they go. Only when I looked that outfit over and saw that there was only two of them and six of these jabbering keskydees, why, I just naturally wondered whether it was by and according to the peace and dignity of this camp to mix up in that kind of a muss. I should think they ought to be capable of doing their own ejecting." A discussion arose on this point. The sentiment seemed unanimous that the Frenchmen ought to have been able to protect themselves, but was divided on the opinion of how far the camp was now committed to action. "They'll think they bluffed us out if we drop her now," argued one side. "It ought not to be the policy of this camp to mix up with private quarrels," argued the other. John Semple decided the question. "It looks like we're in the hole," he admitted, "and have got to do something. Now I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to have Jim here give these keskydees blank warrants, that they can serve themselves and to suit themselves." This ingenious solution was very highly commended. "Unless somebody else has something to bring up, I guess that's about all," announced Semple. "No inquests?" someone asked. "Nary an inquest. This camp is getting healthy. Adjourned." And the meeting was brought to a formal conclusion by the tap of the pistol on the empty barrel. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Gold by Stewart Edward White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sunday at Hangman's Gulch. It was now about 4 o'clock. The crowd dispersed slowly in different directions, and to its different occupations and amusements. We wandered about, all eyes and ears. As yet, we had not many acquaintances, and could not enter into the intimate bantering life of the old-timers. There was enough to interest us, however. A good many were beginning to show the drink. After a long period of hard labor, even the most respectable of the miners would have at times strange reactions. That is another tale, however, and on this Sunday the drinking was productive only of considerable noise and boasting. Two old codgers, head to head, were bragging laboriously on their prowess as cooks. A small but interesting group egged them on. "Flapjacks?" enunciated one laboriously. "Flapjacks? Why, my friend, you don't know nothing about flapjacks. I'll grant you," he said, laying a hand on the other's arms, "I'll grant you that maybe, mind you, you may know about mixing flapjacks and even about cooking flapjacks. But what do you know about flipping flapjacks?" He removed his hand from the other's arm. "Nothing," said he. "Now, I am an expert, a real expert. When I want to flip a flapjack, I just whirl her up through the chimney and catch her by holding the frying pan out of the window." I found at another point a slender, beardless young chap with bright black eyes and hectic cheeks, engaged in sketching one of the miners who posed before him. His touch was swift and sure, and his faculty at catching a likeness remarkable. The sketch was completed and paid for in 10 minutes, and he was immediately besieged by offers from men who wanted pictures of themselves or their camps. He told me, between strokes of the pencil, that he found this sort of thing more remunerative than mining, for which he had come to the country, as he could not stand the necessary hard work. Paper cost him $2.50 a sheet, but that was about all his expense. Alongside the street a very red-faced, bulbous-nosed, and ancient ruin with a patriarchal white beard was preparing to give phrenological readings. I had seen him earlier in the day, and had been amused at his impressive glib patter. Now, however, he had become foolishly drunk. He mounted the same boxes that had served as the executive desk and invited custom. After a moment's hesitation, a burly, red-faced miner shouldered his way through the group and sat down on the edge of the boxes. In the earlier and sober part of the afternoon, the phrenologist had skillfully steered his way by the safe stars of flattery. Now, as he ran his hands uncertainly through the miner's thick hair, a look of mystification crept into his bleary eyes. He felt again more carefully. "Most extraordinary," he muttered. "Friends," he said, still feeling at the man's head, "this person has the most extraordinary bump of quisitiveness. Never felt one like it, except on the cranium of a very celebrated thief and robber. His bump of benevolence is a regular hole. Bump of truthfulness don't somehow seem to be there at all. Bump of cowardness is as big as an egg. This man, friends," said he, dropping the victim's head and advancing impressively, "is a very dangerous character. Look out for him. He's a liar and a thief and a coward and a—" "Why, you old son of a gun!" howled the miner, rising to his feet. He seized the aged phrenologist and flung him bodily straight through the sides of a large tent, and immediately dove after him in pursuit. There came from that tent a series of crashes, howls of rage and joy, the sounds of violent scuffling, and then there burst out through the doorway the thoroughly sobered phrenologist, his white beard streaming over one shoulder, his pop eyes bulging out, his bulbous nose quite purple, pursued by the angry miner and a score of the overjoyed populace interrupted in their gambling. Everybody but the two principals was gasping with laughter. It looked as though the miner might do his victim serious injury, so I caught the pursuer around the shoulders and held him fast. He struggled violently, but was no match for my bulk, and I restrained him until he had cooled down somewhat and had ceased trying to bite and kick me. Then all at once he laughed, and I released him. Of the phrenologist, nothing remained but a thin cloud of dust hanging in the still air. Yank and I then thought of going back to camp and began to look around after Johnny, who had disappeared, when McNally rolled up, inviting us to sup with him. "You don't want to go home yet," he advised us. "Evening's the time to have fun. Never mind your friend, he's all right. Now you realize the disadvantage of living way off where you do. My hangout is just down the street. Let's have a drink." We accepted both his invitations. Then, after the supper, pipes alight, we sauntered down the street, a vast leisure expanding of our horizons. At the street corner stood a tall, poetic-looking man with dreamer's eyes, a violin clasped under his chin. He was looking straight past us all out into the dusk of the piney mountains beyond, his soul in the music he was producing. They were simple melodies, full of sentiment, and he played as though he loved them. Within the sound of his bow, a dead silence reigned. Men stood with eyes cast down, their faces sobered, their eyes a dream. One burly, reckless, red-faced individual who had been bullying it up and down the street broke into a sob which he violently suppressed, and then looked about fiercely as though challenging anyone to have heard. The player finished, tucked his violin and bow under his arm, and turned away. For a moment the crowd remained motionless, then slowly dispersed. This was John Kelly, a famous wandering minstrel of the camps, a strange, shy, poetic man who never lacked for dust nor friends, and who apparently sought for neither. Under the softening influence of the music, the crowd led a better life for about 10 minutes. We entered the gambling rooms, of which there were 2, and had a drink of what McNally called .42 caliber whiskey at the bar of each. In one of them we found Johnny, rather flushed, bucking a faro bank. Yank suggested that he join us, but he shook his head impatiently, and we moved on. In a tremendous tent made by joining 3 or 4 ordinary tents together, a very lively fiddle and concertina were in full blast. We entered, and were pounced upon by a boisterous group of laughing men, seized by the shoulders, whirled about, and examined from behind. "2 gentlemen and a lady," roared out one of them. "Gentlemen on that side, ladies on this. Select your partners for the waltz." There was a great rushing to and fro in preparation. Men bowed to each other with burlesque dancing school formality, offered arms or accepted them with bear-like coyness. We stood for a moment rather bewildered, not knowing precisely what to do. "You belong over that side," McNally instructed us. "I go over here. I'm a lady." "Why?" I asked. "Ladies," explained McNally, "are those who have patches on the seats of their pants." As in most social gatherings, we saw that here, too, the fair sex were in the majority. Everybody danced very vigorously, with a tremendous amount of stamping. It seemed a strenuous occupation after a week of hard work, and yet it was great fun. Yank pirouetted and balanced and sashayed and tomfooled in a manner wonderful to behold. We ended flushed and uproarious, and all trooped to the bar, which, it seemed, was the real reason for the existence of this dance hall. The crowd was rough and good-natured, full of high spirits, and inclined to practical jokes of a pretty stiff character. Of course, there was the inevitable bully, swaggering fiercely and truculently back and forth, his belt full of weapons. Nobody took him very seriously, but, on the other hand, everybody seemed to take mighty good care not to run defiantly counter to him. In the course of his wanderings, he came to our end of the bar and jostled McNally aside. McNally was at that moment lighting his pipe, so that in one hand He held a burning match, and in the other a glass of whiskey. Without the slightest hurry or excitement, his blue eyes twinkling as humorously as ever, McNally dumped the whiskey over the bully's shock head with his left hand and touched the match to it with his right. The alcohol sizzled up in a momentary blue flame, without damage save for a very singed head of hair. "Man on fire! Man on fire!" yelled McNally. "Put him out!" The miners rose to the occasion joyously and put him out, in the most literal fashion, so that no more was seen of that bully. About 10 o'clock we were getting tired, and probably the reaction from the .42 caliber whiskey was making us drowsy. We hunted up Johnny, still at his faro game, but he positively and impatiently declined to accompany us. He said he was ahead or behind, I forget which. I notice both conditions have the same effect of keeping a man from quitting. We therefore left him and wandered home through the soft night, wherein were twinkling stars, gentle breezes, little voices, and the silhouettes of great trees. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Gold by Stewart Edward White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Gold Washers. Johnny did not return at all that night, but showed up next morning at the diggings, looking bleary-eyed and sleepy. He told us he had slept with a friend, and replied rather curtly that he was a little behind the game. I believed myself that he was cleaned out, but that was none of our business. Every night we divided the dust into 5 parts. Don Gaspar and Vasquez got 2 of these. The remainder we again divided into 4. I took charge of Talbot's share. We carried the dust always with us, for the camp was no longer safe from thieves. In order to effect this division, we had to have some sort of scales. I went up to the single store to see what I could do. The storekeeper was a drawling, slow down east Yankee, perpetually chewing a long sliver or straw, talking exclusively through his nose, keen for a bargain, grasping of the last cent in a trade, and yet singularly interesting and agreeable. His sense of dry humor had a good deal to do with this. He had no gold scales to lend or to hire, but he had some to sell. The price was $15 for an ordinary pair of balances worth not over $1.50. "And you will find that cheap if the miners keep coming in as fast as they do," said he. "In 2 weeks they'll be worth $50. We bought them and obtained from them great satisfaction. Vasquez used to weigh his gold at night and again in the morning, in hopes, I suppose, that it had bred overnight. Certainly the storekeeper's statement as to the influx of miners was justified. They came every day in droves. We began to feel quite like old timers, and looked with infinite scorn on these greenhorns. They were worse than we had been, for I have seen them trying to work in the moonlight. The diggings were actually getting crowded. It was no longer feasible to dig wherever we pleased to do so. We held many miners' meetings, adopting regulations. A claim was to be 15 feet square. Work must begin on it within 10 days, and so forth. Each of the 5 members of our party staked out 2 claims each, on which we worked in turn. All the old-timers respected these regulations, but some of the newcomers seemed inclined to dispute them, so that many meetings and much wrangling ensued. The truth of the matter was that none of us had the slightest permanent interest in the place. We intended merely to make our piles and to decamp. Each was for himself. Therefore, there was no solidarity. We regulated only when we were actually forced to it, so that with what we called private affairs we declined to interfere. A man could commit any crime in the Decalogue if it so pleased him. His victims must protect themselves.
Such things as horse stealing, grand larceny, claim jumping, and mining regulations we dealt with, but other things were not our affair. We were too busy and too slightly interested in what little public welfare a temporary mining camp might have. Even when in a few cases turbulence resulted in shooting, we rarely punished, although strangely enough our innate Anglo-Saxon feelings for the formality of government always resulted in a Sunday inquest. We deliberated solemnly. The verdict was almost invariably justifiable self-defense, which was probably near enough, for most of these killings were the result of quarrels. Murders for the purpose of robbery, later so frequent, were as yet almost unknown. Twice, however, and in both instances the prisoner was one of the gamblers, we pronounced judgment. One of these men was banished, the other hanged. All in all, a very fair semblance of order was kept, but I cannot help now but feel that our early shirking of responsibility, which was typical of all California, made necessary later great upheavals of popular justice. About this time also, the first of the overland wagon trains began to come through. Hangman's Gulch was not on the direct route, but some enterprising individual had found our trail fairly practical for wagons, and 10 miles shorter than the regular road. After that, many followed, and soon we had a well-cleared road. They showed plainly the hardships of a long journey, for the majority of them were thin, sick-looking, and discouraged. Few of them stopped at the diggings, although most had come west in hopes of gold, but pushed on down to the pastures of the Sacramento. They were about worn out and needed to recuperate before beginning anything new. Some were out of provisions and practically starved. The Yankee storekeeper sold food at terrible rates. I remember that quinine, a drug much in demand, cost $1 a grain. We used to look up from our diggings at the procession of these sad-faced, lean men walking by their emaciated cattle, and the women peering from the wagons, and be very thankful that we had decided against the much-touted overland route. One day, however, an outfit went through of quite a different character. We were apprised of its approach by a hunter named Bagsby. He loped down the trail to the river level very much in a hurry. "Boys," he shouted, "quit work. Come see what's coming down the trail," with which he charged back again up the hill. His great excitement impressed us, for Bagsby, like most of the old-time Rocky Mountain men, was not ordinarily what one would call an emotional individual. Therefore we dropped our tools and surged up the hill as fast as we could go. I think we suspected Indians. A train of 3 wagons drawn by strong oxen was lurching slowly down the road. It differed little from others of its kind, save that the cattle were in better shape, and the men walking alongside, of the tall, competent backwoodsman type, seemed well and hearty. But perhaps 100 yards ahead of the leading wagon came a horse, the only horse in the outfit, and on it, riding side saddle, was a girl. She was a very pretty, red-cheeked girl, and she must have stopped within half a mile or so of the camp in order to get herself up for this impressive entrance. Her dress was of blue calico, with a white yoke and heavy flounces or panniers. Around her neck was a black velvet ribbon. On her head was a big leghorn hat with red roses. She rode through the town, her head high, like a princess, and we all cheered her like mad. Not once did she look at us, but I could see her bosom heaving with excitement beneath her calico, and her nostrils wide. She was a remarkably pretty girl, and this was certainly the moment of her triumph. We fell into sanity as respects our hours of work and the way we went at it. Often we took as much as an hour and a half off at noon, or quit work early in the day. Then it was pleasant to sit with other miners under the trees or in the shade by the stream, swapping yarns, doing our mending or washing,
and generally getting acquainted. As each man's product was his own, no one cared how much or how little the others worked. Simply, when he quit, his share ceased. This does not mean that we shirked our work, however. We merely grew to be a little sensible. Some of our discussions were amusing, and several of them most illuminating. Thus, one day, John Semple summed up a long talk in which the conversation had swung wildly among the ideas of what each would do when he had dug enough gold. That led us to consider what amount we thought would be enough for each of us. John settled it. Enough, he said, is always a little more than a man has. The political situation was fruitful of much idle discussion also. California had not been formally placed on any footing whatever by the United States Congress. Whatever any community did in the way of legislation or regulation was extra-legal and subject to ratification. I have heard grave discussion as to whether even murder could be considered a crime, since in this no man's land there was no real law forbidding it. A good many Chinese drifted in about this time and established a camp of their own a short distance downstream. We took some pride in them as curiosities, with their queer thatch-like hats, their loose blue clothing, their pigtails wound tight around their heads, and their queer yellow faces. They were an unobtrusive people, scratching away patiently, though spasmodically, on the surface of the ground. We sometimes strolled down to see them. They were very hospitable and pleased at the interest they excited. We made from 14 to 17 ounces of gold dust a day for some weeks, working our 2 cradles something like 8 hours a day. With gold at the then current rate of $14 an ounce, this was a good return, and we were quite happy. Besides, we were always hoping for a big strike. One day, as I was in the very act of turning my shovelful of dirt into the cradle, my eye caught a dull gleam. I instantly deflected the motion to dump the dirt on the stones alongside, fished about, and dug out a nugget that weighed 3 3/4 ounces. This was by far the largest single nugget found in these diggings, for most of the gold here came in flakes, and it attracted much attention. It belonged to me individually because I had not yet dumped it into the cradle. About this time we had to come to some sort of decision, for our provisions were about exhausted. We had no desire to replenish our stock from that of the local storekeeper. We were doing pretty well in the diggings, but we had also fairly healthy appetites, and I am convinced that at the prices the man charged, we should have no more than kept even. Williams, the storekeeper, was levying double profits, one from us and one from the overland immigrants. Don Gaspar proposed we send out Vasquez with all the horses to restock at Sutter's fort. We were a trifle doubtful as to whether Vasquez would ever come back, but Don Gaspar seemed to have confidence in his man. Finally, though a little doubtfully, we came to the plan. Don Gaspar sent out also to McClellan for safekeeping his accumulations of gold dust, but we did not go quite that far. In view of probable high prices, we entrusted him with 18 ounces for the purchase of goods. While he was away, we came to another decision. It had been some weeks preparing. The diggings were becoming overcrowded. Almost every foot of the bar was occupied, and more men were coming in every day. No longer could the newcomer be sure of his color the afternoon of his arrival, but was forced to prospect here and there up and down the river until he found a patch of the pay dirt. Most trusted simply to luck, but some had systems on which they worked. I have seen divining rods used. The believers in chance seemed to do as well as anyone else. But also our own yield was decreasing. The last week we had gained only 19 ounces all told. This might be merely a lean bit of misfortune, or it might mean that we had taken the best from our 10 claims. Since the human mind is prone to changes, we inclined to the latter theory. We were getting restless. No miner ever came to California who did not believe firmly that he would have done much better had he come out one voyage earlier, and no miner ever found diggings so rich that he had not a sneaking suspicion that he could do even better a little further on. Our restlessness was further increased by the fact that we were now seeing a good deal of Sam Bagsby, the hunter. He and Yank had found much in common, and foregathered of evenings before our campfire. Bagsby was a man over 50, tall and straight as a youngster, with a short white beard, a gray eye, and hard tanned flesh. He was a typical Rocky Mountain man, wearing, even in the hottest weather, his fur cap with the tail hanging behind, his deerskin moccasins, and his fringed buckskin hunting shirt. Mining possessed no interest for him whatever. He was by profession a trapper, and he had crossed the plains a half a dozen times. "No mining for me," he stated emphatically. "I paddled around after the stuff for a while, till my hands swelled up like poison, and my back creaked like a frozen pine tree in the wind. Then I quit, and I stayed quit. I'm a hunter, and I'm making a good living, because I ain't very particular on how I live." He and Yank smoked interminable pipes and swapped yarns. Johnny and I liked nothing better than to keep quiet and listen to them. Bagsby had come out with Captain Sutter, and told of that doughty soldier's early skirmishes with the Indians. His tale of the mountains, the plains, and the game and Indians were so much romance to us, and we both wished heartily that fate could have allowed us a chance at such adventures. "But why don't you fellows branch out?" Bagsby always ended. "What do you want to stick here for like a lot of groundhogs? There's rivers back in the hills a heap better than this one, and nobody there. You'd have the place plumb to yourselves. Get in where the mountains is really mountainous." Then he would detail at length and slowly his account of the great mountains, deep canyons, the shadows of forests, ridges high up above the world, and gorges far within the bowels of the earth through which dashed white torrents. We gathered and pieced together ideas of great ice and snow mountains, and sun-warmed bars below them, and bear and deer, and a high clear air breathing through a vast, beautiful, and solitary wilderness. The picture itself was enough to set bounding the pulses of any young man with a drop of adventure in his veins. But also Bagsby was convinced that there we should find richer diggings than any yet discovered. "It stands to reason," he argued, "that the farther up you get, the more gold there is. All this loose stuff here is just what's washed down from the main supply. If you boys really want rich diggings, then you want to push up into the Porcupine River country." But with this glowing and vivid impression we gathered another, that of a trackless wilderness, fearful abysses down which to find a way, labyrinthian defiles, great forests. None of us knew how to cope with these things. Yank, the best woodsman of us all, had no experience in the mountains. None of us knew anything of Indian warfare. None of us had the least idea that we could find Porcupine River, even if we were to be given accurate directions on how to get there. Nevertheless, the idea with us had been growing. Some of the bolder spirits among our acquaintances used to talk it over with us at odd times. McNally, Buck Barry, and his partner, Missouri Jones. We did not discuss it as a plan, hardly as a possibility, merely as a pleasant theme. We found and advanced any amount of objections. The uncertainty of finding any gold at all, the expense of such a journey, the danger from Indians, the fact that we could find other proved diggings much nearer, and half a hundred others. The moment one of us had advanced one of these objections, he was at once himself the most eager to demolish it. Thus we gradually worked ourselves toward enthusiasm. If Sam Bagsby would join us, it might be worth trying, we came to at last.
But Sam Bagsby scouted any such idea.
"I ain't that kind of tomfool," said he. "If I want to paddle my hands blue, I'll do it here. I couldn't make more of a living anyway. I'll tell you, I ain't got no use for your prairie dog grubbing." Then McNally had an inspiration. "Will you go, Sam, if we pay you for going?" he asked. "Sure," replied the trapper at once. "I'm a laboring man. I'll go anywhere I'm paid to go." It came out that Bagsby's ideas of proper compensation were his supplies, $15 a week in gold, and a drink of whiskey twice a day. In all this gold country he was the only man I met who genuinely despised money. I really think we hurried to our decision by this unexpected reasonableness on his part. At any rate, we decided definitely to go. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of Gold by Stewart Edward White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. We leave the diggings. There were 9 of us: Bagsby, Yank, Johnny Fairfax, myself, Don Gaspar, Vasquez, McNally, Buck Barry, and Missouri Jones. We possessed in all just 9 horses. Yank, Vasquez, Bagsby, and Jones drove 8 of them out again to Sutter's fort for provisions. Don Gaspar's beautiful chestnut refused to be a pack horse on any terms. We took the opportunity of sending our accumulations of gold dust to Talbot for safe keeping. I do not know just how much my companions forwarded. Of course, I could compute their shares, but had no means of telling just what deductions to allow for the delights of Hangman's Gulch. For Talbot, I laid aside as his share out of our entire product of 486 ounces, a total of 110 ounces. This included the half of my own share, as agreed. Roughly speaking, the value of a partnership third, after Don Gaspar's portion had been deducted, was a trifle over $1,000 for 6 weeks' work. There seemed to us also an excellent chance to realize something on the 2 cradles. I went about among the miners, without trouble, got bids for $100 each. Johnny was by no means satisfied with this. He insisted that late in the afternoon we drag the formidable engines up the trail to the town, where he deposited them in the middle of the street. Then he proceeded to auction them, attracting the crowd by the simple expedient of firing his Colt's revolver. The bidding was sluggish at first, but Johnny's facetious oratory warmed it. The first cradle was knocked down at $160. The second was about to go for approximately the same amount, when Johnny held up his hand. "Gentlemen," he said impressively, "I do not think you quite realize that for what you are bidding. This is no ordinary cradle, like the other. This is the very identical, warranted, genuine cradle into which that enormous lump of gold, weighing 3 3/4 ounces, the finest nugget ever unearthed at Hangman's Gulch, was about to be shoveled by the largest and most enormous lump of a lad, the gentleman at my right, when seized upon and claimed as private property in accordance with the laws of these diggings. This is the very identical historical cradle. Now, how much am I bid?" The crowd laughed, but it bid. We got $240 for it. Our purveyors returned the second day after. They reported prices very high at Sutter's Fort, and a great congestion of people there, both of those ascending the river from San Francisco and of overlanders. Prices had consequently gone up. Indeed, so high were all provisions that our hard-headed partners had contented themselves with buying only some coffee, dried beef, and flour. They had purchased also a further supply of powder and balls, and a rifle apiece for such of us
has already had none. The weapons were very expensive, and we found that our savings had been much eaten into. We collected our effects, packed them, as many of them as we were able, and sunk to sleep in a pleasing tingle of excitement. Bagsby got us up long before daylight. The air was chilly, in contrast to the terrific heats to be expected later in the day, so we hastened to finish our packing, and at dawn were off. Bagsby struck immediately away from the main road toward the north. The country we traversed was one of wide, woody bottoms, separated by rocky hills. The trapper proved to be an excellent guide. Seemingly, by a sort of instinct, he was able to judge where a way would prove practical for our animals down into or up out of the numerous canyons and ravines. It was borne in on me very forcefully how much hampered we should have been by our inexperience had we tried it alone. The country mounted gradually. From some of the higher points we could see out over the lowlands lost in the brown heat haze. Deer were numerous, and a species of hare, and the helmeted quail. The sun was very hot, but the air was curiously streaked with coolness, and with a fierce dry heat, as though from an opened furnace door. All the grass was brown and crisp. Darker and more abrupt mountains showed themselves in the distance, with an occasional peak of white and glittering snow. Until about 3 o'clock we journeyed through a complete solitude. Then we came upon some men digging in a dry wash. They had piled up a great heap of dirt from a hole. We stopped and talked to them, and discovered that they were working what they called dry diggings. The pay dirt they excavated from wherever they found it, piled in a convenient place, and there left it until the rains should permit its washing. They claimed the dirt would prove to be very rich, but I thought myself that they were laboring in great faith. Also, we learned what Bagsby had known right along, but which he had not bothered to tell us, that we were now about to cross the main overland trail. We stopped that night near the road, and at a wayside inn or roadhouse of logs, kept by a most interesting man. He served us an excellent meal, including real eggs, and afterward joined us around the fire. He was an Italian, short, strongly built, with close curly hair, a rollicking, good-natured face, and with tiny gold rings in his ears. Johnny and he did most of the talking, while we listened. No part of the civilized world seemed to have been unvisited by this pair. Johnny mentioned Paris. Our host added an intimate detail as to some little street. London appeared to be known to them from one end to the other. Berlin, Edinburgh, St. Petersburg even, and a host of other little fellows whose names I never knew before, and cannot remember now. They swapped reminiscences of the streets, the restaurants, and the waiters and the proprietors thereof, the alleys and the byways, the parks and little places. I knew in a general way that Johnny had done the grand tour, but the Italian, with his gold earrings and his strong, brown, good-humoured, peasant face, puzzled me completely. How came he to be so travelled, so intimately travelled? He was no sailor, that I soon determined. The two of them became thoroughly interested, but after a time the native courtesy of the Italian asserted itself. He evidently thought we might feel left out of it, though I think the others were, like myself, quite fascinated. "You like a music?" He smiled at us engagingly. "I get a my Italian fiddle. No?" He arose at our eager assent, pushed aside a blanket that screened off one end of the log cabin, and produced his Italian fiddle, a hand organ. At once the solution of the wide wandering among the many cities, the intimate knowledge of streets and public places, burst upon my comprehension. I could see our host looking upward, his strong white teeth flashing in an ingratiating, fascinating smile, his right arm revolving with the crank of his organ, his little brown monkey with the red coat and the anxious face clambering. Next morning we crossed the overland trail and plunged into a new country of pines, of high hills, of deep canyons and bold rocky ridges, the open spaces we had left behind, and the great heats. Water flowed in almost every ravine, and along its courses grew green grass and wild flowers. Every little while we would come upon openings in the forest, cleared meadows spangled with blossoms, or occasionally we would skirt high bald knobs of rock around which was stiff brush. For some miles we could journey at ease through clear woods, then would encounter a gash in the earth into which, at some expense of trial, we would have to find a way. At first every stream bed was dotted with the red shirts of miners. They became fewer as we advanced, until finally the last pair had been left behind. We camped that night at the edge of one of the meadows, beneath the pine trees. The air turned very chilly. We built ourselves a fire of dried branches from the trees. In the meadow the horses cropped eagerly at the lush green feed, their bells tinkling pleasantly. Nothing more remote could be imagined. Nevertheless, Bagsby, Don Gaspar, and Vasquez were not satisfied. They consulted at length and apart. Then Bagsby announced that sentries must stand watches. We grumbled at this, but Bagsby was firm, and as we had agreed to obey his commands, we did so now. Don Gaspar explained to us later that the Mexican thieves would trail a party like ours for days, awaiting the chance to make off with the horses. Bagsby also chose the sentinels, selecting himself, Yank, Vasquez, and Missouri Jones. Once wrapped in my warm blanket, I found myself selfishly glad that my experience had not been considered worth trusting. The third day we occupied in surmounting a tremendous ridge of mountains. We climbed for hours, working our way up by zigzag and long slants through the pines, the rocky outcrops, the ledges, and the stiff brush that made up the slope. It was hard work, and it seemed to have no end. We arrived at last on a knife-edge summit. Here the trees were fewer. We looked abroad over the country we had traversed, and that which lay before us, a succession of dark, dim, undulating ridges, with canyons and valleys between, slanting from the great ranges at the right to brown rolling hills and the heat-covered, half-guessed plains. Immediately below us, very far down, was a toy-like valley with low hills and flat places and groves of elfin trees and a twisting bottle-green river with white rapids. "That's the Porcupine," Bagsby told us briefly. We took a look, then plunged into the tangles and difficulties of the descent. Just at sundown, our knees bending under us, we came off that terrific slant to a grateful wide flat, grown with scattered oaks and covered with fine brown grass. A little spring stream wandered through the meadow toward the river on the other side of the valley. We camped right there, dumping the packs from the horses almost anyhow. After a hearty meal, we rolled ourselves immediately into our blankets, and fell into a grateful sleep to the tune of the distant river murmuring over the shingle. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Gold by Stewart Edward White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Strike. We awoke next morning to a bright day. The helmeted quail were calling. The bees were just beginning a sun-warmed hum among the bushes. A languorous warmth hung in the air, and a Sunday stillness. It was as though we awakened to a new world, untrodden by men, which was indeed a good deal the case.
While we ate breakfast, we discussed our plans. The first necessity, of course, was to find out about gold. To that end, we agreed to separate for the day, prospecting far and wide. Bagsby kept camp, and an eye on the horses. He displayed little interest in the gold proposition, but insisted strongly that we should carry both our rifles and revolvers. It would be difficult to describe the thrill of anticipation with which I set off up the valley. The place was so new, so untouched, so absolutely unknown. The high ridges on either side frowned down austerely upon the little meadows that smiled back quite unabashed. As I crossed the dry brown meadow toward the river, a covey of quail whirled away before me, lit, and paced off at a great rate. 2 big grouse roared from a thicket. The river was a beautiful, clear stream, with green, wavery water whirling darkly in pools, or breaking white among the stones. As my shadow fell upon it, I caught a glimpse of a big trout scurrying into the darkness beneath a boulder. Picking my way among the loose stones, I selected a likely place on the bar and struck home my pick. I have since repeated the sensation of that day, on a smaller scale, of course, in whipping untried trout waters. Same early excitement and enthusiasm. Same eager, sustained persistence in face of failure. Same incredulous slowing down. Same ultimate discouragement, disbelief, and disgust. All that day I shoveled and panned. The early morning freshness soon dissipated. Between the high mountain walls the heat reflected. All the quail stood beneath the shade of bushes, their beaks half open as though panting. The birds that had sung so sweetly in the early morning had somewhere sought repose. I could occasionally catch glimpses of our horses dozing under trees. Even the chirping insects were still. As far as I could make out, I was the only living thing foolish enough to stay abroad and awake in that suffocating heat. The sweat dripped from me in streams. My eyes ached from the glare of the sun on the rocks and the bleached grasses. Toward the close of the afternoon, I confessed sneakily to myself that I was just a little glad I had found no gold, and that I hoped the others had been equally unfortunate. The thought of working day after day in that furnace heat was too much for me. My hopes were fulfilled. All came in that night tired, hot, dirty, and discouraged. Not one of the 8 of us had raised a sign of color. "Well," said Bagsby philosophically, "that's all right. We've just got to go higher. Tomorrow we'll move upstream." Accordingly, next day we turned at right angles to our former route and followed up the bed of the canyon 10 or 12 miles toward the distant main ranges. It was, in general, rather hard scrabbling for the horses, though we footmen did well enough. Sometimes we crossed wide flats resembling the one we had just left. Again, where the canyon narrowed, we had actually to stumble in the rocks of the stream bed. Twice we forded, and twice we had to make great climbs up and down again in order to get by points that came boldly down to the river. It was curious to see the nature of the country change. The pines on the mountains to our right and left seemed to push down nearer to our level. The grass turned green. The stream narrowed and became swifter. The sky seemed to turn bluer, and from the ranges breathed a cool, refreshing wind. About 4 o'clock we camped. The flat was green. Little clumps of cedar pushed out across it. The oaks had given place to cottonwoods. We now had to make acquaintance with new birds, but what particularly interested us was the fact that at this point the high canyon walls at either side broke into rounder hills that opened out widely, and that from among them descended many ravines, barrancas, and dry washes. The following morning we went prospecting again. My instructions were for dry washes in the sides of the hills. Accordingly, I scrambled up among the boulders in the nearest V-shaped ravine. I had hardly to look at all. Behind a large boulder
lay a little cup-like depression of stones in which evidently had stood a recently evaporated pool of water, and which in consequence was free from the usual dusty rubble. In the interstices between the stones my eye caught a dull glitter. I fell on my knees, dug about with the point of my bowie knife, and so unearthed small nuggets aggregating probably a half ounce in weight. Although mightily tempted to stay for more, I minded our agreement to report promptly the first discovery, and started back to camp. Why I did not come aheader in that fearful boulder-strewn wash I cannot tell you. Certainly I took no care of my going, but leaped recklessly from rock to rock like a goat. When I reached the flat, I ran, whooping like an Indian. From the river I could see Johnny and Buck Barry running too, and had sense enough to laugh as it occurred to me they must think us attacked by Indians. Far down the stream I could just make out figures I knew to be Yank and McNally. They too seemed to be coming to camp, though I could not imagine that my shouts had carried so far. I burst in on Bagsby, who was smoking his pipe and leisurely washing the breakfast dishes, with a whoop, lifted him bodily by the shoulders, whirled him around in a clumsy dance. He aimed a swipe at me with a wet dishcloth that caught me across the eyes. "You tarnation young grizzly bear," said he. I wiped the water from my eyes. Johnny and Buck Barry ran up. Somehow they did not seem to be anticipating an Indian attack after all. Johnny ran up to thump me on the back. "Isn't it great?" he cried. "Right off the reel. First pop, Bagsby. Old sport, you're a wonder." He started for Bagsby, who promptly rushed for his long rifle. "I'm going to kill the first lunatic I see," he announced. Johnny laughed excitedly and turned back to thump me again. "How did you guess what it was?" I asked. "Didn't. Just blundered on it." "What?" I yelled. "Have you struck it too?" "First shovel," said Johnny. "But you don't mean—" I thrust my 3 nuggets under his eyes. "Say," broke in Buck Barry, "if you fellows know where the whiskey is, hide it, and hide it quick. If I see it, I'll get drunk." Yank and McNally at this moment strolled from around the bushes. We all burst out on them. "See your fool nuggets and color, and raise you this," drawled Yank, and he hauled from his pocket the very largest chunk of virgin gold it has ever been my good fortune to behold. It was irregular in shape, pitted and scored, shaped a good deal like an egg, and nearly its size. 1 pound and a tiny fraction that great nugget balanced, when we got around to weighing it. And then, to crown the glorious day, which the gods were brimming for us, came Don Gaspar and Vasquez, trailed by that long and saturnine individual, Missouri Jones. The Spaniards were outwardly calm, but their eyes snapped. As soon as they saw us, they waved their hats. "Ah, also you have found the gold," cried Don Gaspar, sensing immediately the significance of our presence. "We too. It is of good color. There above by the bend." His eyes widened as he saw what Yank held. "Madre Dios," he murmured. McNally, who had said and done nothing, suddenly uttered a resounding whoop and stood on his hands. Missouri Jones, taking aim, spat carefully into the center of the fire, missing the dishpan by a calculated and accurate inch. "The country is just lousy with gold," he pronounced. Then we blew up. We hugged each other. We pounded each other's backs. We emulated McNally's wild Irish whoops. Finally, we joined hands and danced around and around the remains of the fire, kicking up our heels absurdly. Bagsby, a leathery grin on his face, stood off one side. He still held his long-barreled rifle, which he presented at whoever neared him. "I tell you, look out," he kept saying over and over. "I'm shooting lunatics today, and apparently there's plenty game to choose from." End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Gold by Stewart Edward White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The camp on the Porcupine. We should have all liked to start right in digging,
but Bagsby strenuously opposed this. "You all have a rich diggings here," said he, "and you want to stay a while and get the most there is out of them. And if you're going to do that, you've got to get a good ready. You've got to make a decent camp and a stockade for the horses at night. And if you want your grub to last you more than a month, there's got to be some regular hunting and fishing done." "That'll take a week," cried Johnny impatiently. "Or more," agreed Bagsby, with entire complacence. "You can bull at it and go to tarring up the scenery if you want to, but you won't last long." Unpalatable as this advice seemed, with all the loose gold lying about, we ended by adopting it. Indeed, we added slightly to our self-imposed tasks by determining on the construction of cradles. Yank had figured out a scheme having to do with hollowed logs and canvas with cleats that would obviate the need of lumber. We deputed Johnny to help him. Bagsby and Vasquez were to hunt and fish for the general benefit, while the rest of us put up a stockade or corral and erected a cabin. I must confess the labor was pleasant. We had plenty of axes, and 4 of us were skilled in their use. Personally, I liked nothing better than the exercise of swinging a keen blade, the feeling of skillful accuracy, and the nicely adjusted effort. We felled hundreds of tall young pines, 8 inches to a foot in diameter, and planted them upright in a trench to form a stockade. Then we ran up a rough sort of cabin of 2 rooms. Yank, somewhat hampered by Johnny, finished his cradles and turned in to help us. Bagsby and Vasquez had brought in several deer and an elk, and trapped many quail and hares. We fared royally, worked healthfully in the shade of our trees, and enjoyed huge smokes and powwows around our fire of an evening. Every night we drove the horses within the enclosure and slept heavily. Always in the background of consciousness lay the gold, the incredibly abundant gold. It colored our dreams. It gilded our labor. As we drew to the end of our construction work, I really believe we experienced a very slight, feeling of regret that this fine flavor of anticipation was so nearly at an end. However, I noticed that though we completed the house at 3 of the afternoon, we none of us showed any disposition to wait for the morrow. We promptly lugged one of Yank's log cradles to the border of the stream and put in 2 hours' washing. The results were most encouraging, for we gained in that short time nearly 2 ounces of flake gold. That evening we reviewed our situation carefully. The older heads of the party, Yank, Bagsby, Don Gaspar, and Missouri Jones, overruled our young desire to jump into things headlong. "If this camp is going to get on right," said Yank, "we've got to make some provisions for working right. Somebody's got to be in camp all the time, that's sure, to cook some decent meals, to do the odd chores, and keep an eye on the stock." Bagsby nodded emphatically at this. "And somebody's got to rustle game and fish. You're 9 husky men to eat. If we leave 1 man in camp and 2 to hunt, we have 6 left for gold washing. That's 3 to a cradle, and that's just right." We came to that, too, and so settled into our routine. Bagsby was the only permanent office holder among us. He was unanimously elected the official hunter. The rest of us agreed to take turn about at the other jobs. It was further agreed to increase our chances by utilizing the cradles at 2 totally different kinds of diggings. One we located on the bar to wash out the shingle. The other we carried to a point opposite the dry ravine in which I had found my 3 little nuggets. Don Gaspar had worked like a nailer at the construction, although he was utterly unskilled. Now, at the end of the week, he was worn out, although he stoutly maintained he was as good as ever. This high-bred, energetic gentleman we had all come to admire, both for his unfailing courtesy and his uncomplaining acceptance of hardships to which evidently he had never been accustomed.
Exactly why he underwent the terrible exertions incidental to gold finding, I have never quite fathomed. I do not believe he needed money, and I never saw one of his race fond of hard physical work. Indeed, he was the only member of his class I ever met who would work. The truth of the matter probably lies somewhere between an outcropping of the old adventurous conquistador spirit and the fascination of the golden metal itself, quite apart from its dollars and cents value. Unanimously, we voted in Don Gaspar as camp keeper for the first week. We wanted to give him a rest, but I do not think we pleased him. However, he bowed to our decision with his usual gracious courtesy. As hunting companion for Bagsby, we appointed Missouri Jones, with the understanding that every 2 days that office was to have a new incumbent. Johnny, McNally, and I took charge of the dry wash, and the rest of the party tackled the bar. Of course, we all, except Bagsby, were to share equally. Unless the wash should prove very productive, we would have the worst end of it, for we had to carry the pay dirt down to the stream's edge. For the purpose, we used the pack sacks, or alforjas, as the Spaniards call them. Each held about 60 or 70 pounds of dirt. We found this a sweaty and stumbly task to stagger over the water-smooth boulders of the wash, out across the shingle to the edge of the stream. Then one of us dumped his burden into the cradle, and we proceeded to wash it out. We got the color at once in the residuary black sand. All morning we labored manfully and discovered a brand new set of muscles. By comparison, our former toil of mere digging and washing seemed light and pleasurable exercise. "If this stuff doesn't run pretty high," grunted McNally, wiping the sweat from his eyes, "it's me voting for the bar. We can't stand all day of this." He heaved the contents of his pack sack into the cradle and shook it disgustedly. Suddenly his jaw dropped and his eyes widened with so poignant an expression that we both begged him in alarm to tell us what was the matter. "Now will you look at that?" he cried. We followed the direction of his gaze, but saw only the meadow and the horses feeding in it, and the thin smoke beyond, where Don Gaspar was bending his proud Castilian spirit to attend to fried steak and flapjacks. "Look at those horses!" cried McNally, with growing indignation. "What's the matter with them?" cried Johnny and I in a breath. "Matter with them? Nothing!" cried McNally, with comical disgust. "The matter's with us." He rapped his knuckles on his head. "Solid all the way through," said he. "Why, say, from natural-born human imbecility, should horses be living like gentlemen, while gentlemen are working like horses?" We took the hint. That afternoon we saddled the pack horses and led them, laden with dirt, back and forth between the ravine and the cradle. All of us worked until rather later in the day than usual. The hunters, too, did not return until dark. We weighed the results of our labor with eager interest. From our cradle we had taken 11 ounces, while those working the bar had gained just over 9. That was a good day's work, and we were much elated. "And most any time," exulted Johnny, "we'll run into a big pocket with thousands." End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Gold by Stewart Edward White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Indians. Although we did not immediately run into the expected thousands, nor did the promise of that first glorious day of discovery quite fulfill itself, nevertheless our new diggings turned out to be very rich. We fell into routine, and the days and weeks slipped by. Bagsby and one companion went out every day to hunt or to fish. We took turns at a vacation in camp. Every night we blew our day's collection of sand, weighed the gold, and packed it away. Our accumulations were getting to be very valuable. For a month we lived this idyllic life quite unmolested. and had gradually come to feel that we were so far out of the world that nothing would ever disturb us. The days seemed all alike, clear, sparkling, cloudless. It was my first experience with the California climate, and these things were a perpetual wonder to my New England mind. Then one day, when I was camp keeper at the upper end of our long meadow, a number of men emerged from the willows and hesitated uncertainly. They were too far away to be plainly distinguishable, but I believed in taking no chances, so I fired my revolver to attract the attention of my companions. They looked up from their labor, saw the men, and promptly came into camp. The group still hesitated at the edge of the thicket. Then one of them waved something white. We waved in return, whereupon they advanced slowly in our direction. As they neared, we saw them to be Indians. Their leader held before him a stick to which had been tied a number of white feathers. As they approached us, they began to leap and dance to the accompaniment of a weird rising and falling chant. They certainly did not look very formidable, with their heterogeneous mixture of clothing, their round, black, stupid faces, and their straight hair. Most of them were armed simply with bows and arrows, but 3 carried specimens of the long Spanish musket. Buck Barry promptly sallied out to meet them, and shook hands with the foremost. They then advanced to where we were gathered, and squatted on the ground. They were certainly a villainous and dirty-looking lot of savages, short, thick-set, round-faced, heavy-featured, with coarse black matted hair and little twinkling eyes. A more brutish lot of human beings I had never seen, and I was almost deceived into thinking them too stupid to be dangerous. The leader had on remnants of civilized clothing, but the rank and file were content with scraps of blanket, old ragged coats, single shirts, and the like. The oldest man produced a long pipe from beneath his blanket, filled it with a few grains of coarse tobacco, lighted it by means of a coal from our fire, puffed twice on it, and passed it to me. I perforce had to whiff at it also, though the necessity nearly turned my stomach. I might next have given it to one of our own party, but I did not want to deprive him of my own first-hand sensation, so I handed it back to another of the visitors for fresh inoculation, as it were. Evidently, I had by accident hit on acceptable etiquette, as deep grunts of satisfaction testified. After we had had a whiff all around, the chief opened negotiations in Spanish. Most of us by now had learned enough of it from our intercourse with Don Gaspar and Vasquez to understand without interpretation. The Indians said they wanted to trade. We replied that we saw nothing they might trade with us. In return they produced some roots and several small bags of pine nuts. We then explained that we were reduced in ammunition and had little food. Don Gaspar here interpolated hastily, saying that in his judgment it would be absolutely necessary that we made some sort of a present to avoid the appearance of intending an affront. Buck Barry and Jones seemed instantly to accept this necessity. "Give them 2 or 3 of the saddle blankets," suggested Barry, after a moment's thought. "We will have several light horses going out, and if we have to pad the saddles, we can get along with skins or something." We gave our visitors the blankets, therefore. They seemed well pleased, arose, and shortly made a primitive sort of camp a short distance outside our stockade. We did no more washing that day. About 5 o'clock our hunters came in with the best meat of a black-tailed deer. Bagsby listened attentively to our account of the interview. Then he took a hindquarter of the newly killed buck and departed for the Indians' camp, where he stayed for an hour. "I don't think they are out for meanness," he announced when he returned. "They tell me this here is on a sort of short cut from some of the Truckee lakes down to their village. But we got to keep a sharp eye on our horses, and we got to stand guard tonight." Very early in the morning, when we were just up, several of the elders came over to tell us that some of the young men would stay to work for us if we so desired. We replied that we had no goods with which to pay for work. Shortly after, the whole tribe vanished down river. For 2 nights Bagsby insisted on standing guard, and on having some of us take turns at it. Then we declined flatly to do so any longer. The Indians had gone far downstream, as their trail indicated to our hunters, and had shown no signs of ever hesitating on the way. We fell into our old routine and laughed at Bagsby when he shook his head. About this time, Johnny and McNally, scrambling off on a Sunday for the sake of a view, stumbled on a small ravine that came nearer realizing our hoped-for strike than anything we had yet seen. After puddling out a few potfuls of the pay dirt, we decided to move the cradles. It was not over half a mile from camp, but was out of sight of the stockade. The move was the occasion for a hot discussion. Bagsby wanted to reorganize, and we were reluctant. "There ought to be 2 men in camp," said he, "and there ought never to be less than 3 together out hunting. And that's my idea that you're paying me money for." "That leaves us only 4 men to work the cradles," I objected. 4 men out of 9 working." "Well, there won't be no men out of 9 a-working if you don't watch out," predicted Bagsby. "You all forget this is a self-supporting community. We've got to work for our living as well as for gold." "The hunters might go out less," suggested McNally. "The miners might eat less then," replied Bagsby grimly. "This ain't what you call the best sort of a game country." We came to it, of course, though with much grumbling. It seemed an almost excuseless waste of good energy, a heavy price in economic efficiency to pay for insurance against what seemed a very remote peril. But we did not know, and our uncertainty gave way. "But hang it," cried Johnny, "here's more gold than 100 men could begin to handle, and we're wasting more than half our resources." "It do seem so," agreed Yank, with his accustomed slow philosophy. "But we can put in longer hours because we rest oftener." A week passed, and we had almost forgotten our chance visitors. One day the 2 Spaniards, Buckberry and I, were at the cradles. Bagsby, Yank, and McNally were the hunters for the day, and Johnny and Missouri Jones kept camp. We had had a most successful morning, and were just stacking our tools preparatory to returning to camp for dinner. Buckberry was standing near some small sage bushes at the upper end of the diggings. He was just in the act of lighting a freshly filled pipe when he stopped as though petrified, the burning match suspended above the bowl of his pipe. Then he turned quickly toward the sagebrush, and as he did so a bow twanged and an arrow sang past his head so close as actually to draw blood from the lobe of his ear. With a roar of anger Buckberry raised his pickaxe and charged into the bush. We saw a figure rise from the ground and dash away, stumbled flat. Before the man could get up again, Buckberry was upon him, and the pickaxe descended. At the same instant we heard a series of whoops and 2 shots in rapid succession from the direction of camp. Buckberry came bounding out of the sagebrush and seized his rifle from under the bush where we had kept them. "Come on," he panted. "Let's get out of this." We ran as hard as we could for 100 yards, or until we had reached the flat of the river bottom. Then we paused, uncertain as to just what next to do. "Wait a minute," said I. "I'll just take a look," and hurried up a little spur knoll to the right. From that elevation I instantly caught sight of a crowd of Indians coming up the valley at full speed. Most of them were on horseback, but a number loped along on foot, keeping up with the animals. One look was enough. I raced down to my companions again, and we hastily took refuge in the only cover near enough to conceal us, a little clump of willows in a small, damp watercourse. There we crouched, rifles ready. I was terribly excited. The patter of the horses was now plainly audible, though owing to the inequalities of the ground, they could not become visible farther than 100 yards away. I trembled violently and cursed myself for a coward, though I do not really think I was frightened. At any rate, I became deadly cool the moment the first savage appeared, and I drew a steady bead and toppled him off his horse before anyone else had got in action. The shot brought them to a stand. They had, I think, expected to find us in our ravine, and were surprised. Immediately I dropped the butt of my rifle to the ground and began reloading. A shower of arrows flew toward us, but were deflected by the criss-cross of the willows. In fact, this lacework of stout branches seemed to be an excellent sort of armor against arrows. In the meantime, my companions had each dropped his man, though Vasquez had better luck than skill, and his savage was only clipped in the leg. I fired once more and elicited a howl. There could be no missing at that distance unless a man quite lost his head, and personally I was too scared for that. Another shower of arrows rattled in the willows. Then the band broke to the right and left and raced away up the hills like mad. They had no courage and lost stomach for the fight at once when they found us prepared. We were astonished and delighted, for we had fully expected to be ridden down. As soon as we were quite certain this sudden retreat was not a ruse, we came out from our shelter. How many wounded had made off, if any, we could not tell. 3 dead bodies lay on the ground. To them we paid no attention, but, with many forebodings, hurried back to camp. When we appeared in sight, Missouri Jones ran out to meet us, his rifle over his arm. "Where's Johnny?" I cried. "He was down at the river a-getting water," said Jones, "and I ain't seen him since." We all ran down to the edge of the river pool, whence we drew our supply. For a moment our hearts stood still, for no Johnny was in sight. Then he arose, dripping from the middle of the pool. "This water's cold," he remarked conversationally. "I think I'll come out. Anybody hurt?" He waded ashore and shook himself like a dog. "I didn't hear 'em until they were right on top of me, and I couldn't get away without being seen," said he. "So I just waded out and imitated a rock with my head." We roared with laughter by way of relief. "It isn't the first time, Johnny," said I. "That's all right," put in Missouri Jones. "This is no joke. They got 3 of our horses." Then he told us of his experiences. "I was just a brownin' of the venison," he explained, "when I happened to look up, and there were 3 of our horses running off, tails up, and a half a dozen Injuns on horseback driving 'em. I let drive with old Betsy and Johnny's gun, but they was about out of range. While I was looking after them, about 40 Indians went past sky-hooting. I suppose they thought the first lot had all the horses, so they didn't stop. The rest of the horses, luckily, were asleep behind the cottonwoods. You bet I didn't call their attention to myself." He exhibited the greatest satisfaction when he learned that we had accounted for 4. "That's something like Injun fighting," he observed, "though these are a poor, spiritless lot. The whole bag ain't worth more than 1 of them good horses." We did no more gold washing that day, but remained close in camp, consumed with anxiety for our companions. From time to time we fired a rifle, with the idea of warning them that something was amiss. The remaining half-dozen horses we ran into the corral. Night fell, and still the hunters did not return. We were greatly alarmed and distressed, but we could not think of anything to do, for we had not the least idea in what direction to look. "Bagsby and Yank are old hands," speculated Missouri Jones consolingly, "and the fact that Injuns is abroad would make them slow and careful." None of us felt like turning in. We all sat outside on the ground around a little fire. Toward midnight we heard voices, and a moment later Yank and Bagsby strolled in out of the darkness. "Where's McNally?" Yank instantly demanded. "Hasn't he come in yet?" We told him we had seen nothing of the missing man. "Well, he'll drift in pretty soon," said Bagsby. "We lost him in the darkness not 2 hours back." They set to frying some venison steak. Excitedly and in antiphony, Johnny and I detailed the day's adventure. Both the backwoodsmen listened in silence, but without suspending their cooking. They didn't bother McNally, Bagsby decided. They'd drive those horses away 5 or 6 miles before they'd stop, and McNally was with us just a little piece back. He'll be in by the time the venison is cooked. But he was not, nor by an hour later. Then we decided we must go out to look for him. We can't see nothing to daylight, said Bagsby, but we can get started back for the last place we saw him. It was now about 1 o'clock in the morning. Bagsby appointed Vasquez, Missouri Jones, and Buck Barry, Yank, and myself to accompany him. Don Gaspar was suffering from a slight attack of malarial fever, and Johnny, to his vast disgust, was left to hold him company. We took each a horse, which we had to ride bareback with a twisted rope war halter. Bagsby led the way, and we followed closely nose to tail. It was an interesting and wonderful experience, had I had more attention to give it, for we rode mysteriously neck-deep in velvet darkness over strange hills, and awful shapes rose mysteriously, and the sky silvered with stars like the glittering of little waves. But my mind was filled with dread and foreboding, and a great anxiety for our merry, blue-eyed companion, and a very considerable wonder as to how our guide managed to find his way. He did not hesitate, however, as to direction. Only occasionally he had to stop and cast back and around for a way through. Often, at a low command from him, we dismounted and led our animals. We proceeded thus for a long time, 5 or 6 miles, I should think. By the undefined feeling of dark space at either hand, I judged we must be atop a ridge. Bagsby halted. "It was somewhere on this ridge we left him," said he. "I reckon now we'd just better settle down and wait for dawn." Accordingly, we dismounted and drew together in a little group. Over the top of the great ranges a gibbous moon rose slowly. By her dim light I could make out the plunge on either side our ridge, and the other dark ridges across the way. Behind us our horses occasionally stamped a hoof or blew softly through their noses. I lay flat on my back and idly counted the stars. Happening to glance sideways, I caught the flicker of a distant light. "Bagsby," I whispered, "there's a fire not more than half a mile away." He lay down in order to get my angle of view. "It's not McNally," he pronounced after a moment's careful inspection. "It's too big a fire, and it's a lot more than half a mile away. That's a good big fire. I think it's Injuns." "Probably the same gang that lifted our horses," cried Buck. "Probably," agreed Bagsby. He sat upright and peered at us through the dim moonlight. "Want to get after them?" he inquired. "You bet," said Buck emphatically. "They may have McNally, and if they haven't, they've got our horses." "There's 6 of us, and we can sure make it interesting for that lot," agreed Yank. "Can we get to where they are?" "I think so," said Bagsby. We rode for another hour, slanting down the mountainside toward the flickering fire. Every time a horse rolled a rock or broke a dried branch, it seemed to me that the mountain reverberated from end to end. I don't believe I allowed myself to weigh over 6 ounces all told. Finally, we left the slope for the bottom of the valley. "I'd rather be below their camp than above it. It's going to be hard to get out this way," complained Bagsby, "but it's the best we can do." He dismounted us, and we crept forward another half mile, leading our animals. "This is as close as I dare take the horses," whispered Bagsby. "Vasquez, you stay here with them," he said in Spanish. "And when I yell twice quick and sharp, you answer, so we'll know where to find you. Come on." We stole forward slowly. The fire leaped and flared beneath the widespread branches of a tree. Around it lay half a dozen or so recumbent shapes wrapped in blankets. How many more might be lying beyond the light circle we could not tell. Beyond them we saw dimly the forms of dozing horses. Obeying a signal from the old trapper, we circled the camp until we were on the same side as the animals. They raised their heads and blew softly at us, but we lay still, and shortly they quieted down. "Now," breathed Bagsby, "when I give the word, fire! And each man grab a horse by the picket rope, stampede the rest, and hustle back to Vasquez. Ready?" We raised our pieces, but before the command to fire was given, one of the sleepers threw aside his blanket, stretched himself, and arose. It was a white man. I confess that for a moment I turned physically sick. "Hello," called Bagsby, quite unmoved. The white man seized his rifle, and the recumbent forms leaped to life. "Who are you?" he demanded sharply. "Speak quick." "Keep your hair on," drawled the trapper, advancing into the light. "We're perfectly respectable miners, out looking for a lost man, and we saw your fire." The rest of us uttered a yell of joy and relief. One of the men who had been sleeping around the fire was McNally himself. We drew together, explaining, congratulating. The strangers, 6 in number, turned out to be travelers from the eastern side of the ranges. They listened with interest and attention to our account of the Indian attack. McNally explained that he had been uncertain of his route in the dark, so that when he had caught sight of the fire, he had made his way to it. We were still engaged in this mutual explanation when we were struck dumb by a long, drawn-out yell from the direction of our own horses. "It is Vasquez," explained Barry. "He wants to let us know where he is," and he answered the yell. But at that moment one of our own horses dashed up to the bunch of picketed animals and wheeled, trembling. Its rope bridle dangled, broken from its head. Sam Bagsby darted forward to seize the hanging cord. "It's cut!" he cried. "Quick, out across the valley, boys!" We followed him into the moonlight, grasping our rifles. A moment later a compact band swept toward us at full speed, our horses in the lead, their rope halters dangling, a dozen Indians on horseback following close at their heels and urging them on. "Shoot, boys!" yelled Bagsby, discharging his own piece. Our rifles cracked. It was impossible to take aim, and I am sure we hit nothing. But the horses swerved aside from the long, fiery flashes, and so ran into the picketed lot and stopped. The Indians flew on through our scattered line without stopping, pursued by a sputter of shots from our Colt's revolvers. "A while ago I was sorry that we had to stop above camp," said Bagsby with satisfaction. "But it was a lucky thing for us. They had to come by us to get out." "And Vasquez?" Yank struck across our exultation. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Gold by Stewart Edward White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Battle. We had a good deal of trouble finding the exact spot where we had left him, for we could get no answer to our calls. He was down in a heap, covered with blood and quite dead. The savages had scalped him. In our long companionship we had grown very fond of him, for he was a merry, good-natured, willing soul. "God!" cried Bagsby, deeply moved, "I'll put a ball through the next one of those devils I meet." We returned slowly to the fire, carrying the body, which we laid reverently one side and covered with a blanket. In all our hearts burned a fierce, bitter anger. Sullenly we turned to prepare ourselves a meal from the supplies our hosts offered us. The latter were the father and 5 sons of a backwoods family from the Northwest, Pine by name. They were all tall, heavily built men, slow-moving, slow-speaking, with clear, steady eyes, a drawling way of talking, and the appearance always of keeping a mental reservation as to those with whom they conversed. I suppose they were ignorant enough men, as far as education goes, but they always impressed me as being somehow a superior type. Possibly it was because of the fact that they perfectly corresponded to their environment, which was the wilderness. In detail, The old man was upward of 60, his beard long and grizzled, his hair about his shoulders. The oldest son would count about 30, and the others went down in step-ladder fashion to the youngest, a fine, big, smooth-faced boy of 16. They were named after old Pine's favorite heroes, evidently. There was Davy Crockett Pine, and Governor Boggs Pine, and President Tyler Pine, and Daniel Boone Pine, and Old Hickory Pine, the youngest, an apparent contradiction in terms. They were called by their odd first names, Governor, President, Old, without the least humor. Just now they stood tall and grim behind us as we ate, and the gray dawn and the rose dawn grew into day. Nobody said anything until we had finished. Then Yank rose to his full height and faced the attentive men. "I want vengeance," he announced in an even voice, stretching forth his long, lean arm. "Those devils have harried our stock and killed our partner, and I'm not going to sit quiet and let them do it." He turned to us. "Boys," said he, "I know you're with me there, but I'm going to get our friends there to go with us. Old man," he said to Pine, "you and your sons help us with this job, and we'll locate you on the purtiest diggings in these hills." "You bet," agreed McNally. "You don't need to make my boys no offer," replied Pine slowly. "Those devils were after our horses, too, and they'd have got them if you hadn't come along. We'd been told by a man we believe that there weren't no Injuns in this country, or you wouldn't have seen us sleeping so close to our fire. Where do you all reckon to come up with them?" Our old trapper interposed. "Their rancherie is down the valley somewhere," said Bagsby, "and we'll have to scout for it. We must go back to camp first and get a ready." McNally and I murmured against this check to immediate action, but saw the point after a moment. The Pines packed their slender outfit. We bound the body of our poor friend across his horse, and mournfully retraced our steps. We arrived in camp about 10 o'clock to find Johnny and Don Gaspar anxiously on the alert. When we had imparted our news, their faces, too, darkened with anger. Of us all, Vasquez had been the only man who never lost his temper, who had always a flash of a smile for the hardest days. Hastily, we threw together provisions for several days and arranged our affairs as well as we could. We all wanted to go, and Don Gaspar, in spite of the remains of his malarial fever, fairly insisted on accompanying the expedition. "Senors," he said with dignity, "this was my own man from my own people." Nevertheless, somebody had to stay in camp, although at first some of us were inclined to slur over that necessity. "There's a strong chance that Injuns will drift by and take all our supplies," Bagsby pointed out. "Chances are slim in only a day or so. You must admit that," argued Johnny. "Let's risk it. We can scratch along if they do take our stuff." "And the gold?" That nonplussed us for a moment. "Why not bury it?" I suggested. Bagsby and Pine snorted. "Any Injun would find it in a minute," said Pine. "And they know gold's worth something, too," put in Yank. "This is a scout, not a house-moving expedition," said Bagsby decidedly, "and somebody's got to keep camp." "I'll stay for one," offered old man Pine, his eyes twinkling from beneath his fierce brows. "I've fought enough Injuns in my time." After some further wrangling, we came to drawing lots. A number of small white pebbles, and one darker, were shaken up in a hat. I drew in the fourth turn and got the black. "Hard luck, son," murmured old man Pine. The rest were eager to be off. They leaped upon their horses, brandishing their long rifles, and rode off down the meadow. Old man Pine leaned on the muzzle of his gun, his eyes gleaming, uttering commands and admonitions to his 5 sons. "You old," he warned his youngest, "you mind and behave, and don't come back here without you bringing a scalp." We spent the next 2 days strictly in defense. for we dared not stay long from the stockade. I was so thoroughly downcast at missing the fight that I paid little attention to Pine's well-meant talk. My depression was enhanced by the performance of the duty the others had left to our leisure. I mean, the interment of poor Vasquez. We buried him in a grassy little flat, and I occupied my time hewing and fashioning into the shape of a cross 2 pine logs, on the smooth surface of which I carved our friend's name. Then I returned to the stockade, where old man Pine, a picturesque tall figure, in his fringed hunter's buckskin, sat motionless before the cabin door. From that point of vantage one could see a mile down the valley and some distance upstream, and one or the other of us occupied it constantly. About 3 o'clock of the second day, Pine remarked quietly, "There they come." I was instantly by his side, and we strained our eyesight in an attempt to count the shifting figures. Pine's vision was better and more practiced than mine. "They're all there," said he, "and they're driving extra horses." 10 minutes later the cavalcade stopped and the men dismounted wearily. They were, as the old man had said, driving before them a half a dozen ponies, which Governor Boggs herded into the corral. Nobody said a word. One or two stretched themselves. Johnny seized a cup and took a long drink. Yank leaned his rifle against the wall. Old man Pine's keen, fierce eye had been roving over every detail, though he, too, kept silent. "Well, Old," he remarked, "I see you obeyed orders like a good soldier." The boy grinned. "Yes, Dad," said he. And then I saw what I had not noticed before, that at the belt of each of the tall, silent young backwoodsmen hung one or more wet, heavy, red and black, soggy strips. The scalping had been no figure of speech. Thank heaven, none of our own people were similarly decorated. So horrified and revolted was I at this discovery that I hardly roused myself to greet the men. I looked with aversion, and yet with a certain fascination, on the serene, clear features of these scalp takers. Yet since, in the days following, this aversion could not but wear away in the face of the simplicity and straightforwardness of the frontiersmen, I had to acknowledge that the atrocious deed was more a product of custom than of natural barbarity. Old Pine, of course, not at all affected, bustled about in the more practical manner of getting coffee and cutting meat. And after a moment I aroused myself to help him. The men lay about on the ground, exhausted. They drank the coffee and ate the meat, and so revived, little by little, arrived at the point of narration. "It's sure one hell of a ride down there," remarked McNally with a sigh. "Good deal like the foothills of the Snake Range, Pop," put in President Tyler Pine. "We've been riding pretty nigh every minute since we left here," agreed Bagsby. "That rancherie was hard to find." Little by little the tale developed. No one man, in the presence of all the others, felt like telling us the whole story. We gathered that they had ridden the canyon for several hours, past our first camping grounds, and finally out into the lower ranges. Here they lost the trail left by the Indians when they had first visited our camp, but in casting in circles for it, had come on fresher pony tracks. These they had followed persistently for many miles. "I couldn't see the sign of a track for a mile at a time on that hard ground," interpolated Johnny. "At length the tracks had struck into a beaten trail, and then we knew we were on the way to the rancherie," said Bagsby. The village they found located in a flat by the side of a stream, and they halted to determine just what to do. It was finally decided that while an attack on horseback would undoubtedly strike more instant terror, yet the difficulty of shooting accurately from a gallop would more than offset this effect. Therefore 9 of the party crept up afoot, leaving 3 to lead forward the horses some distance in the rear. "I was one of them," said Johnny. "They evidently had seen me shoot. I seemed to be always out of it." The men had wormed their way to within 100 yards of the flimsy huts or teepees, when they were discovered by the dogs. The Indians immediately rushed out pell-mell in a crowd and were met by a deadly volley from the white men's rifle. Caught absolutely by surprise, they turned and fled. Some few loosed random arrows. Their horses coming up at a run in convoy of the rear guard. Each man threw himself into his saddle and started in pursuit, shooting right and left with Colt's revolvers whenever they caught up with the fugitives. Johnny told admiringly how the backwoodsmen had reloaded their rifles while galloping. "All I could do to shoot mine off, let alone loading," he confessed. There was no resistance and little mortality after the first volley. The Indians bolted like rabbits into the brush. The white men then returned leisurely to the village, which they proceeded to burn to the ground. "It made a grand bonfire," interrupted Johnny. "Went up like gunpowder, and the Indians yelled and howled at us from the side hills all the time." The raiders had fired a few defiant and random shots in the direction of the howling, and then, after collecting the ponies that had not stampeded, rode slowly back the way they had come. "Didn't see anything of our 3 horses?" I asked. "Nary horse," said Buck Barry. "I figure they just naturally stampeded off when the rows started." "Are you sure those were the same Indians?" I asked. A long silence fell. "Well, what if they wasn't, and that's by no means sure?" demanded Buck Barry at last, a little defiantly. "The whole lot is thieves and murderers, and if they'd had a chance at us, you'd bet they'd have taken it. And we showed the red devils they can't monkey with us." I looked toward the cross over Vasquez, murdered as wantonly as ever a man was murdered for plunder, and could find nothing to say. Whatever the eternal equities of the case may be, and long since I have given up trying to guess what they are, the cold practical fact remains that never during our stay on the Porcupine did any Indian come near us again. And I am convinced that if the initial stealing of horses and murder had gone without reprisal, we should have been a second time and more boldly attacked. But if that was the wrong village, what a train of reprisals and reprisals again in turn we may have laid. "Only we didn't start it, and never would have," persisted Johnny stoutly. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Gold by Stewart Edward White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. We send out our treasure. Though these Indian troubles had nothing to do with it, nevertheless they marked the beginning of our change of luck. We suffered no definite misfortunes, but things did not go well. The slight malarial attack of Don Gaspar was the first of an annoying series. I suppose we all had been inoculated on the marshes of the Sacramento, and the disease had remained latent in our system. The hard work in the open air had kept us healthy, but the fever only awaited the favorable moment of depression or of overwork. The combination of ice-cold water around our legs and burning sun on our heads was not the best in the world. Fortunately, Yank, who came from an ague country, had foresight enough to bring a supply of quinine. For 2 months one or the other of us was ailing, and once for a few days 5 of us were down. Then, too, I think the zest of the game was palling on us a little, strange as it may seem. We could dig gold from the soil almost at will. It would seem that this single fact would keep normally acquisitive men keyed to a high pitch of endeavor all the time. But it was not so. I suppose we needed a vacation. We began to discuss what we would do when we should see the city again. No one for a moment dreamed that we should quit these rich diggings. We were here to make our fortunes, and the fortunes seemed to be ready for the making, only the novelty having passed. It had become hard work, just like the making of any other kind of fortune. The Pine family camped below us, used our corral at our invitation, and set placidly to work. They were typical frontiersmen, and settled down in the well-built cabin which they quickly ran up, as though they meant to make of it a permanent home. For 2 months, which brought us up to the end of July, they lived a regular and leisurely life. Then one morning, without any warning at all, they rode over to our cabin leading their horses, fully packed. Old Man Pine explained, while his 5 tall, steady-eyed sons sat their horses quite immobile in the background, that they had dug enough gold for their necessities, and that they were now going down to the lower country to pick out some good land. These men were the very first I happened to meet who had come into the country with a definite idea of settling. After the departure of this strong force began our discussions as to the safeguarding of our gold. It had now reached a very considerable sum, somewhere near $35,000, as I remember it. Bagsby was very uneasy at its presence in camp. "The Injuns are beginning to know it's worth something," he pointed out. "They don't know yet how much, but they know it will buy beads and buttons and paint and whiskey and everything else an Indian wants. And they know that's what we're here for, and that we must have a lot of it. I don't calculate the lot we licked will bother us again, but they'll spread the news we're here. And there's lots of bandits and scoundrels glad to take a chance at us. And while we come out all right before, they'll get us in the long run if we keep at it. I'd like to get rid of the stuff." Don Gaspar agreed with him, as did also Yank, Buckberry, and Missouri Jones. McNally, Johnny, and I inclined to the belief that we would do better to keep our wealth by us until we finally left the diggings, maintaining always a proper guard. We could not quite see how the sending out of the gold would much reduce the likelihood of attack, but the others seemed to think the gold would then be safe anyhow, and that the news of its delivery at Sutter's fort would soon spread abroad. About this time, the discussion took a more practical turn from the fact that our provisions had run so low that we had put ourselves on half rations. As we did not believe it desirable nor healthy to drop down to an exclusively game diet, it would soon become necessary to go for more flour and coffee. Buckberry now brought up again strongly the advisability of sending our treasure out to a safe place. His argument was given point by the arrival in camp one evening of 3 evil-looking Mexicans, shabbily clothed but well armed, and mounted on beautiful horses. We fed them well, but saw to the caps of our revolvers and the security of our corral before turning in for the night. In the morning they departed before we were stirring, without so much as a word of thanks. These mysterious visitors had given us no faintest inkling of their business or destination. Don Gaspar stated flatly that they had come to spy us out, having heard of our presence in the valley from the Indians. "And I told them," he said triumphantly, "that as soon we would be sent out for food." He went on to argue that thus he had prepared their minds for the fact that pack horses would soon be going out. By distributing the gold, its presence would be unsuspected. I suggested a strong guard, but both Bagsby and Don Gaspar opposed me. "There's enough of these here robbers to get us anyhow, even if we all went," said Bagsby. "And that's why I want to send the stuff out now. The place they'll tackle will be right here, if they tackle anything at all." I will not weary you with the pros and cons. At the time I thought, and I still think, the whole arrangement most ill-advised, but against me was the united opinion of nearly the whole camp, including the most level-headed members of my own party. It was finally agreed that Yank, Buckberry, and Don Gaspar should take out the gold. They started very early in the morning, carrying the treasure in their saddlebags and across the horns of the saddle. I argued that Yank rode much the lightest and had the strongest horse, and managed to get the others to confide to him a full half of the metal. At the last moment, We had modified the original plan to suit everybody. The horsemen, encumbered by pack animals, were to push on as rapidly as possible in order to reach by nightfall the settlement where dwelt the Italian friend. Once there, they could feel themselves reasonably safe. Johnny, Missouri Jones, and I would ride with them until noon as a sort of escort for the uninhabited portion of the journey. By that hour, we figured, we should have reached the outskirts of the regular diggings, where, our experience told us, our companions would be safe. Accordingly, we pushed our mounts hard. Unhampered by pack animals and aided by the knowledge of the route, we made great progress. By noon, we had passed the meadow of our night's camp. After a hasty lunch, we accompanied our men a few miles farther, then said farewell and Godspeed, and hurried back in order to reach home before sunset. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Gold by Stewart Edward White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Robbery. We cooked ourselves a meal and built ourselves a fire. About midnight we heard the sounds of horses rapidly approaching. Immediately we leaped from our bunks and seized our rifles, peering anxiously into the darkness. A moment later, however, we were reassured by a shrill whistle peculiar to Buck Barry, and a moment later he and Don Gaspar rode into camp. We assailed them with a storm of questions. Why had they returned? What had happened? Where was Yank? Had there been an accident? Don Gaspar, who appeared very weary and depressed, shook his head sadly. Barry looked at us savagely from beneath his brows. "The gold is gone, and that's the end of it," he growled. At these words, a careful, dead silence fell on us all. The situation had suddenly become too serious for hasty treatment. We felt instinctively that a wrong word might do irreparable damage. But in our hearts suspicion and anger and dull hatred leaped to life full grown. We tightened our belts, as it were, and clamped our elbows to our sides, and became wary, watching with unfriendly eyes. Johnny alone opened his lips. "Lost? I don't believe it," he cried. Barry cast an ugly look at him, but said nothing. We all saw that look. "Where's Yank?" I asked. "Dead by now, I suppose," flung back Barry. "Good God!" I cried, and under my breath, "Then you've murdered him!" I don't know whether Barry heard me or not, and at the time I did not much care. His sullen eyes were resting on one after the other of us as we stood there in the firelight. Every face was angry and suspicious. Barry flung himself from his horse, tore the pad from its back, slapped it on the flank, and turned away, reckless of where it went. He cut himself a steak and set to cooking his food, an uncompromising shoulder turned in our direction. Nor did he open his mouth to utter another word until the general discussion later in the evening. Don Gaspar, who owned the only riding saddle, unharnessed his horse, led it to water, knee-haltered it, and turned it loose to graze. While he was gone, no one spoke, but we glanced at each other darkly. He returned, sat down by the fire, rolled himself a cigaretto, and volunteered his story. "My friend," said he, with a directness and succinctness utterly foreign to his everyday speech, "you want to know what happened? Very well, it was like this." He told us that, after we had left them, they hurried on as fast as possible in order to reach the settled country. Owing to the excellence of his animal, he was generally some distance in advance. At one point, stopping on a slight elevation to allow them to catch up, he looked back in time to see two men on horseback emerge from the chaparral just behind his companions. Don Gaspar shouted and leaped from his saddle, but before the warning had reached the others, a riata from the hand of one of the men had fallen with deadly accuracy around Yank's arms and body, jerking him violently from the saddle. The thrower whirled his horse to drag his victim. Don Gaspar fired, and by great good luck shot the animal through the brain. It fell in a heap, pinning its rider beneath it. In the meantime, Barry had leaped to the ground, and from behind the shelter of his horse had shot the first robber through the body. Our two companions now drew together and took refuge behind some large rocks, preparing to receive the charge of a band of half a dozen who now appeared. The situation looked desperate. Don Gaspar fired and missed. He was never anything of a marksman, and his first shot must have been a great piece of luck. Barry held his fire. The robbers each discharged his rifle, but harmlessly. Then, just as they seemed about to charge in, they whirled their horses and made off into the brush. "We could not tell the why," observed Don Gaspar. The two men did not speculate, but ran out to where Yank lay, apparently dead, his arms still bound close to his body by the noose of the riata. Barry cut the rope with his bowie knife, and they rolled him over. They found he still breathed, but that, beside the shock of his violent fall, he had been badly trampled by the horses. After a moment he came to consciousness, but when they attempted to lift him upright, they found that his leg was broken. At this moment they heard the sound of voices, and looking up, saw coming from the other direction a band of a dozen men, half of whom were on horseback, and all of whom were armed. This looked serious. "We got behind the rock," said Don Gaspar, "but we think to ourselves our goose is cooked." The newcomers, however, proved to be miners, who had heard the shots, and who now came hurrying up. Evidently the robbers had caught sight or sound of their approach. They were much interested in the state of affairs, examined the horse Don Gaspar had killed, searched for and found the body of the robber Barry had shot. It proved to be a Mexican, well known to them all, and suspected to be a member of the Andres Amigos celebrated band. They inquired for the dead horse's rider. "And then, for the first time," said Don Gaspar, "we think of him. He went down with his horse, but now he was gone. And also the horse of Señor Yank. But I think he crawled off in the chaparral, and that the horse of Señor Yank run away with the other horse of the dead man." And then I must confess to our disbelief in the tale. Don Gaspar told us that the miners, their curiosity satisfied, calmly prepared to return to their diggings, quite deaf to all appeals for further help. "They say to us," narrated Don Gaspar evenly, "that they wash much gold, and that they cannot take time, and when I tell them our friend is dying, they laugh, and they say we ought to be glad they came and saved our lives, and that we get along all right." We did not believe this, though we could see no object in Don Gaspar's deceiving us on the point. 3 months had passed while we had been isolated in the valley of the Porcupine, and we had not yet been taught what a difference 3 months can make in a young country. In that time thousands had landed, and the diggings had filled. All the world had turned to California, its riffraff and off-scourings as well as its true men. Australia had unloaded its ex-convicts, so that the term Sydney Duck had become only too well known. The idyllic time of order and honesty and pleasant living with one's fellow men was over. But we were unaware of that, and knowing the average generous-hearted miner, we listened to Don Gaspar with a certain surprised skepticism. "But I follow them," said Don Gaspar, "and I offer them to pay, and after a while 2 of them come back with me, and we make a litter of branches with many blankets, and we carry Señor Yank down to the town. There is a town there now, and by good chance," concluded Don Gaspar, with a little show of quiet racial pride, "we find a California man and his wife, and they do their best for Señor Yank, who is very sick, and I think he is now dead from the tramp of the horses, and we borrow the fresh horse and come back." It was, indeed, as I think of it, a wonderful ride in the darkness. But at the time my mind was full of our poor friend. The others, however, thought only of the gold. "We have left," replied Don Gaspar, to the rudely expressed shower of questions, "just the one half. It is well known to all that Señor Yank carried the most of the gold." "Yes, and we have Monroe to thank for that," snarled Missouri Jones. "As far as that is concerned, I was against sending out the gold from the very start," I retorted. "If you had listened to me, it would have all been safe right here. If we had had a decently strong guard, we'd have been all right," growled McNally. We all saw the futility of our first instinctive flare of suspicion. It was obvious that if Don Gaspar and Buck Barry had intended treachery, they never would have returned to us. I think that, curiously enough, we were unreasonably a little sorry for this. It would have been satisfactory to have had something definite to antagonize. As it was, we sat humped around our fire until morning. For a long period we remained sullenly silent. Then we would break into recriminations or into expressions of bitter or sarcastic dissatisfaction with the way things had been planned and carried out. Bagsby alone had the sense to turn in. We chewed the cud of our bitter disappointment. Our work had been hard and continuous. We were, as I have pointed out, just ready for a reaction. And now this catastrophe had arrived in the exact moment to throw us into the depths of genuine revulsion. We hated each other, and the work, and the valley of the Porcupine, and gold diggings, and California with a fine impartiality. The gray morning light found us sitting haggard, dejected, disgusted, and vindictive around the dying embers of our fire. End of chapter 27.